kutoka nje, ukitaka kuketi ndani, uko huru kwa sababu tumeweza kukaribishwa na wenyeji wa sehemu hii. Wacha nianze kwa kufanya introduction upande huu wenu. Na sijui kama tuko na any assistant chief ama chief ambaye ameweza kufika, assistant chief ama chief. Okay, naona hawajafika. So wacha nianzie kwanza watumishi wa Mungu ambao wako pamoja na sisi, kwa sababu pasipo wao nafikiri hatuwezi kuwa na neema ya Mungu, kwa sababu wanatuombea kila wakati. Karibu, nimeona watumishi wa Mungu karibu wawili na labda wengine ambao hatuwajui. Karibuni sana ili tuweze kuwatambua. Mseme majina yenu na mahali mnahudumu.
Asante na wasilimu tena kwa jina la Yesu. Amjambo. Mimi ni Reverend Dr. Stephen Bet, na chairperson wa PAG Jerusalem School. Karibuni. Huyu anayekuja ni my bishop. Nasema jambo.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. I'm Reverend Luke Kimboy. Mimi ni PA Jerusalem School na hudumu na kanisa la Pentecostal Assemblies of God. Asante.
Asante. Karibu Madam Bishop, kwa sababu bwana yako ni bishop. Karibu sana.
Asante. Ninaitwa Pastor Nora Musoni. Ninafanya Lilmoko High Primary kama chairperson. Tubarikiwe pamoja.
Asante. Nafikiri kwa mkutano last year tulikuwa na reverends wawili. This year tuko na reverends wawili, na pia tumeweza kuwakilishwa na Pastor Reverend ambaye ni bibi wa Bishop Musoni. Karibuni sana. Wacha ni watambulishe pia principals kwa hii ya JSS. Nafikiri tuko na principals na head teachers, so nimeambiwa kuna tofauti kidogo. So principals ambao wako hapa ndani, tafadhali muweze kusimama. Principals, JSS ama ile shule iko na JSS. Yeah, the JSS. Thank you so much. Naona muko wengi. Nafikiri nitampea moja kwa upande huu, alafu mama moja pia ataweza kutuwakilisha.
Bwana asifiwe. Kwa majina naitwa Julius Keter. Ni mwalimu mkuu shule ya msingi ya Namgoi. Asante.
Asante sana. Lazima tukue gender sensitive.
Okay, protocol observed. God is good and all the time. Okay, I'm Mrs. Kipto, Principal SCK St. Luke Biribiriet. Thank you.
Karibu sana, Madam. Sijui kama tumepata chief kama bado hajafika. Pia tulikuwa tumesema wale ni wa JSS. Wacha tukuje upande ule ambao zile mashule ambazo hazina JSS. Primary schools ambao head teachers na hawana JSS. Sijui kama wako pamoja na sisi. Okay, inamaanisha sisi wote ni watu wa JSS. BOM members wa mashule. BOM members. Thank you so much. Moja aweze kutusalimia. Acha turudi hapa nyuma leo.
All protocols observed. Mjamboni. Kwa majina naitwa Milton Berech kutoka Malel Primary School. Asante.
Thank you so much. Wacha nimpe madam moja. Nimesema lazima sisi wamama tuwakilishwe. Madam.
Praise God. Jina langu ni Nelly Kemei. Nashukuru Mungu sana kwa siku ya leo. Pia nashukuru kwa kutuwezesha kufika hapa. Acha tutegemee Mungu katika kila jambo na atatuwezesha. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Thank you. BOM wote karibuni, mjisikie mko nyumbani. PTA chair, PTA chairman and chairwomen. PTA.
Amjamboni. Kwa majina naitwa Stanley Koskei.
Mimi ni PTA member Chemundu Primary School as well as a deputy chair at the same school. Asante sana.
Thank you.
Habari ya asubuhi. Kwa majina naitwa Abraham Korir, parent representative Kipchabo AIC Primary.
Asante sana. Nafikiri tumeweza kuwakilishwa vizuri. Sijui kama kuna mtu nimemwacha. Kuna watu ambao nimewaacha kweli? Nafikiri tuko sawa. So, kabla hatujaendelea pia ndio tuweze kufungua mkutano wetu rasmi wa siku ya leo. Nataka niwatambulishe kulingana na wadi zenu. Lelmoko Ngechek, mahali mheshimiwa anatoka, muweze kusimama tuweze kuwaona. Lelmoko Ngechek. Lelmoko Ngechek. Thank you so much. Karibuni, mujisikie muko nyumbani. Tukuje Kosirai ward, watu wa Kosirai. Kosirai ward. Asante sana kwa kufika mahali hapa, mujisikie muko nyumbani. Chemundu ward, watu wa Chemundu. Chemundu, mahali tuko. Asanteni sana, nafikiri wengine bado wanakuja. Tukuje Kaptel Kamoiwa. Kaptel Kamoiwa ward. Nafikiri mmekuja kwa wingi sana, karibuni sana. Asante. Kiptuya. Uko mwisho Kiptuya. Watu wa Kiptuya, karibu sana. Nimeona baka principal wa Kiptuya St. Stephen's, karibuni sana. Kapkitara, karibuni sana. Mujisikie muko nyumbani mkiwa Chesumei. Asanteni sana. Nafikiri sitachukua muda mwingi, wacha niweze kumkaribisha funds manager wetu aweze kuendelea kuanzia hapo. Karibu sana fam.
Bas, thank you so much, our able Madam Secretary, our host, Principal wa AIC Baraton, our team from NG-CDF led by our chair and their members, our facilitators, and the entire team of the participants. Amjambo tena. Bas, nafikiri yangu yatakuwa machache mno, bas kwa sababu kidogo tumechelewa, na tulikuwa tumesema tutaanza mapema, na nataka niwashukuru kwa sababu najua wengi wenyu mlikuwa hapa mapema saa 2. Tunatarajia kwamba labda kuna wengine bado wanakuja ingawa kidogo wamechelewa, na kwa hivyo hatutaweza kuangoja sana. Tutaanza tu mkutano wetu tukiendelea. Kama kuna wenye nafikiri Madam Secretary amefanya introduction ya our participants, the project management committees from the various schools or institutions. Pia kuna team wako hapa mbele, nafikiri itakuwa vyema muwajue kabla hatujaendelea, so that tunajua ni nani na nani wako hapa. I'll introduce the team of CDF so that the other team of the facilitators watajiintroduce wakianza kazi yao ama wakitufunza. Very shortly after that, I think our DCC is just around. He will be opening for us officially so that we can continue. So, wana CDF, the team from NG-CDF committee, let's be upstanding. And kama kuna mic ingine. Bas, kwa sababu hawa ni watu wazima, ni watu ambao wana represent sehemu mbalimbali ya Chesumei, nitawapa nafasi kila mtu ajitambulishe jina lake na ward ile anatoka, kisha tutaendelea. Wana DCC karibu. I was just passing time nikijua unaingia. Karibu sana. Yes. Yes. Utabaki ukisimama tutaka moja ndio hao wananchi wakuone vizuri. Lakini unaweza keti kwanza, at least upate kumzo. Bas, wacha kila mtu aseme jina lake. Nitakuwa
Amjamboni. My name is Arbol Changik from Kapsisiywa, Kaptel Kamoywa Ward, Karibuni.
Urua Yesu tena. Ngaina Gibra Nomlif Kipkemboy, Kaptel Kamoywa, specifically Kaptel.
Good morning. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Unajua mimi nilizaliwa wakati ya era ya Nyayo. Wakati nafungia mkono saa zingine tuko na sign tunaweza tingiza mkono moja kwa sababu ni wakati ule. Kwa majina ni Simon Serem kutoka Kaptel Kamoywa, NG-CDF member. Asante.
Bwana asifiwe. I'm Janet Vigay from Kiptuya Ward. Asante.
Jamgea Tugul. Joseph Rob Kiptuya. Asanteni.
Sasa huyu mwenye alikuwa ameongea bado ni introduce kweli? Sema jina labda ukusikia.
Labda kuna wenye wamefika baadaye. Mimi naitwa Gladys Chepto Yego. Mimi ni secretary wa Chesumei na natoka Lelmoko Ngechek Ward. Karibuni sana. Mimi kama mama nawakaribisha, mjisikie mko nyumbani na mfurahi. Karibuni sana. Ogaske Kongoi.
Yes, thank you so much. She's our secretary, and when we have very serious occasions like this, she's also our MC, so she has a very big title. Thank you so much. Now, at this point in time, let me invite one of these members just to give opening remarks. Our karibisha pia sema moja mbili before I invite our DCC for the official opening of this session. Bwana Nomlif, just briefly on behalf of the team.
Ngasaba katak tul ngane tap Jesu ale chamge ana le jang pitika se luga inenyo urua Yesu jina ni Nomlif Kipkemboy ngomesikia NG-CDF Chesumei. May I take this opportunity to welcome you all for today's PMC training. I know we have the board, the principals, the secretary of the POM, the PTA, the facilitators led by senior fund manager from the cases, and the NG-CDF committee. Let me welcome you for today's meeting. Specifically, we get enlightened. Kenyoru netisheti simutango buare je kondo ga NG-CDF kengen gele ne magutik chege maganage. Also, Mheshimiwa will be joining us later. Mite kala nyendege tena datolga isa mbili garo Nairobi. Hatunyuko indi some functions kidogo. He will join us later. Ngale kicho karibuni. Kongoi.
Bas, wapi makofi hawa wangwana? Thank you so much. Yes, so mumekaribishwa. Feel welcome. This is a training which we invited you to attend, although on a very short notice. And the reason why it was that short notice is because we are really not within timelines. The financial year is coming to an end, and we are supposed to have done this training earlier. But of course, we also understand the nature of how government operates. Pesa ya serikali inakuja ikichelewa, but all the same, we must comply with the requirements of the regulations, and that's why we had to call you for this training. Number two, we also realize that next week, I'm told from around Wednesday, you'll be proceeding for AFTAM. So we also wanted to utilize this time so that we can have an opportunity to engage with you before you break for that AFTAM, so that probably when you come back, maybe we'll be doing other things which are going to be very important for our development. Otherwise, we want to say karibuni sana. Understand that this is a very important training. Sometimes we may take it as a ritual that tu and a training kila wakati, but it isn't. A training is always important because it's always something new that you'll always learn. So I want to implore upon you that let's be ready and willing to take as much as possible from our facilitators so that it helps us to improve on our project management. Now, at this point in time, so that we don't spend much time, I want to ask you to join me in welcoming our able DCC to make his opening remarks and officially open this session. Karibu Bwana DCC. These are our PMCs from Chesumei. Karibu sana. The numbers are impressive, and I believe we'll have a good, fruitful discussion. Karibu sana.
Asante sana Bwana Chebi. To the funds manager, Chesumei constituency, facilitators for the program, participants, habari zenu, habari ya asubuhi, mmeamka salama? For those who do not know me, or for those whom we have not met anywhere, my name is Frederick Ogola, DCC Chesumei. I've been here for almost now 1 year. I'm only remaining with a few months to clock 1 complete year. Now, I think, let me take this opportunity to appreciate, first of all, the CDF for having organized this particular session, because as things are today, whatever happens around you, whether it is a government project, whether it is a project funded by an NGO, any kind of project that is aimed at uplifting the lives of people, must be something to which those who are being given the projects must be aware from the beginning up to the end. Now you realize that there are a number of projects that we are being given by CDF, and it is very much important that each and every person, each and every Kenyan is involved in all those activities from the beginning up to the end. And that's why it is very much important that the CDF takes the initiative on sensitizing each and every Kenyan to be aware of perhaps the activities that CDF normally undertake. As you may be aware, at the moment, I believe there are quite a number of projects which are being undertaken by CDF. There are others which are underway, and there are others which are yet to be undertaken in the next financial year, which is just about to begin. All these activities, or all these projects, are normally managed by project management committees. So it is important that the committees, plus any other one, is equipped with the knowledge to ensure that whatever happens around you, whether it's a project or any kind of program, something that each and every person is involved, because all that is done in our interest, and all that is done in order to ensure that at the end of the day, our lives are improved. Now, if I may just try to connect what happened with the policy of the current government, this is what we now call the bottom-up approach of all the activities that happen, development activities that actually are aimed at ensuring that our lives are improved. Now, we have quite a number of issues that will be taken through by the facilitators. One is the procurement procedures, financial regulations, audit issues of CDF funded projects, and technical aspects of the project implementation. All this actually summarize what normally happens within the lifespan of any kind of project. Now, whatever happens, you realize that when a project starts, there are there is what we call the monitoring and evaluation of the projects to ensure that the projects are done according to the specifications which are given out as quotations at the initial stages of the project. These are things that Kenyans must be aware of, so that whatever happens around you, actually, at the end of the day, gives what we call the value for the money that is involved in it. So that's the main reason why we will be taken through all these issues, so that we are able, with the tools that we'll be equipped with through the initiative of the CDF, any project that will be undergoing, we will be able to monitor the project to ensure that whatever is done is commensurate with the money that goes into each and every project. So it is important, and I think you must have been selected very, very specifically, because there are quite a number of projects that maybe in one way or the other, the members who are within the hall here might be involved. So it is one way of ensuring that the public keeps an eye on all the projects that actually are undertaken wherever we are. So with those few remarks, I wish to state that it is a very noble kind of session, and I just would want to advise that let us be a bit very keen, especially on the issues that will be taken through, because the moment we are through with the training that we are going to get today, we will be keeping an eye on all the projects that happens wherever we are. And in one way or the other, that is one way of ensuring that the public monitors every project that the government undertakes, to ensure that the amount of money which is invested in each and every project goes into the project, and at the end of the day, the quality of the projects which has been done becomes commensurate with the amount invested. With those few remarks, I wish to say that it will be a very good session, and I wish you a seriously participative kind of session. Otherwise, with those few remarks, I wish to say officially declare the session officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our DCC, for those very important remarks. I've heard that these are projects which are government funded, and even if they were projects which are even funded by other agencies, once a project comes to you or to us as the community, it ceases to be an NGO or whatever it is, but it becomes a public project which has to be monitored and followed accordingly. Now, as I had mentioned, because of the interest of time, we really want to move as per our program, and we'll be now starting off with our first facilitator, who will be taking us through the general overview of CDF, the roles of the PMCs, or your roles as the project managers, and we'll move on like that as our program. We intend to accomplish that program within the timeline set, and if possible, even save on time. Now, I don't know whether I introduced myself. Yes, I was introduced when I was invited, but I don't know whether I mentioned my names or my name. Wangereza wanasema, you don't say my names, you say my name, hata kama ni 10, isn't it? Yes, so my name is Chebi Harun, the fund account manager, Chesumei and NG-CDF. And I would say I'm also the host for this training, and a coordinator for that matter. And I want to really invite you to go through this training with all of us. We are all learning, and therefore let it be as participatory as possible, as our DCC has said. So with those few remarks, allow me now to invite our first presenter to take us through the topic on the general overview of CDF, and I'm sure he'll also be able to highlight on your roles as the project managers. At this point in time, let me invite one of my colleagues, a senior manager who has been working with the NG-CDF board for quite some time. He has a wealth of experience in project management, financial matters, and he has something very, very pertinent that I'm sure he's going to share with us. Bwana Magut, karibu sana.
Yes, all protocol observed. Members, good morning. Good morning once again. I'm a little bit shocked that today I must be standing in front of you, in front of Wase, watu wazima, my age mates, my schoolmates and workmates. And I'm given 40 minutes to say one or two, but instead of using slides, may I use the talk? Tafadhali niongee, nisitumie computer, niongee tu, and then mahali kuna main point, I will insist. My name is Paul Gipsang Magut, as mentioned by my colleagues, and I work with NG-CDF. Today I came here to learn, and I'm learning from you people. I started learning samani na nilisoma na mzee moja hapa. Nilisoma na mzee, tafadhali simama ndio wajue. He is an old man, tulisoma na yeye. Alinifunza kazi. Thank you. Lakini my schoolmate ni madamia. My schoolmate. Ndio muelewe mahali ninatoka. Lakini specifically nyumbani ni hapa Mogoni. Hapa tu Lesos. Hapo ndio home. Nami ni mwalimu, na tafadhali tuelewe, I'm a teacher by profession, I'm an accountant by profession, and simply an auditor. I'm sorry nimekupatia secrets. And when I talk, I will talk on what touches on a teacher, what touches on financial part, and what the auditor will look for. Tumeelewa mpaka hapo? Such that we are safe. Remember, now we are the project management committee, and the project management committee is a very important component in CDF. Project management committee. If you look at the project management committee in organogram clearly, they are the ones implementing the project. They are the ones coming up with the project. And so we play a very critical role in the CDF. And for us as a school, as a unit, the government saw it better that we implement projects that touches on public. And projects that touches on public are so many. When we started the CDF, or immediately after the independence of our country, we used to have a RAM base. But by the year 2003, there was a total change in government sectors. We introduced the CDF. By then it was called Constituency Development Fund. And most of the times, by those days, the MPs were the ones making the decisions. We came all the way from 2003. The first implementation of the CDF was done in 2004. Remember, the CDF originated in 2003. It was passed in Parliament in 2003, but the first implementation was done in 2004. 2004, we had a lot of money, millions of money. It was only 6 million shillings given to CDF in every constituency. When I talk of constituency in Nandi, can I be very specific? We used to have Mosop constituency, we used to have Mgwen constituency, we used to have Tindret constituency, and we used to have Aldai constituency. Kwisha. And every constituency was receiving how much? 6 million. So 6 times, how many constituencies did we have? 4. We go to 24 million. For how many constituencies? 4 constituencies, 1 county. That was the good part. We started with 6 million, then another 6 million, we proceeded to 8 million, we proceeded to 16 million, and then we went to 34, and then 34 and the rest. But there was a problem in 2007, a very serious problem in Kenya. The problem that came in Kenya in 2007 was that Eldoret East CDFC members whom they received 18 million walifurahia wakaenda na 16 million. Are we getting the message? In 2000 in Kenya mzima Eldoret East walienda na 16 million. How many members? The whole constituency walibaki 0. Na wakaenda mahali ingine naitwa Namibia, wakaenda wakapanda viazi. That was the change of CDF. Government realized during audit time that the money is already gone and the person had flown back all the way to Namibia to plant potatoes. Ndiposa wakaanza kuandika fund account manager. By 2007, when we came in 2007, fund managers, remember the committee where the chairman was there, the secretary was there, and the treasurer was there, and the district development officer. When we came, Mr. Maritim, wakati tuliingia ofisi hivi wakasema this an animal that amekuja kutufungia. Unaona? Mr. Maritim, we received very well. It was not the best. Ilikuwa shida. Mahali mimi mwenyewe nilianzia kazi, nilianza kwa district development office, nikienda tu kukaa hapo nje nikingojea wakuje committee chairman, secretary and treasurer, wanakuja wanaingia ofisi ya DDO, wana sign maneno ya checks, wana disappear. No project implemented. Tukakuja pole pole 2009 wakakubali, wakasema these people can work with us. Kumbe hawana kesi na sisi, wakajua kumbe manager anasaidia tu. Unaona the development kwanza ngumu, alafu maneno inakaucha mzuri. Then problem ilitoka 2010 when we enact the constitution, the 2010 constitution. There was actually a problem to do with the CDF. By then we were receiving 66 million. We were receiving 66 million. But unfortunately, we were still using the CDF Act of 2003, and then they changed to incorporate the existence of the fund manager. That was done in 2007. Then by the year 2010, constitution came. MPs only realized when it was too late, that was 2013, that the CDF was contravening the law, and so they had to change immediately. 2013 they changed the CDF Act and they came up with NG-CDF, which was fully implemented in 2015. That is still the act that we are still using up to today, to make it go in line with the Constitution of Kenya. Remember tulianza na 2003, tukakuja change kidogo ya 2007, 2010 constitution ikaleta shida, then we had another constitution change, rather CDF Act change in 2013, and then tukaendelea kidogo tukafikiria we are home, we are safe. But unfortunately 2015 some people told us clear the CDF Act is not correct. So they had to change the CDF Act and give it a baptismal name. Remember hata mimi nilikuwa naitwa Saul, wakati nilibatizwa nikaitwa Paul. Bishop, you are around. Wakati nilikuwa the other side, I used to be called Saul. When I got baptized, ndio nikapatiwa kwa Paul. CDF ilikuwa from 2003 to 2013 ilikuwa inaitwa Constituency Development Fund. Wakati constitution imeleta shida, wakabaptize wakaita National Government Constituency Development Fund. So hakuna anything called CDF except the CDF kwetu. Ukisema CDF kwetu inamaanisha basari kwa wananchi in the ground. Inamaanisha nini? Basari. Ukisema tu CDF wananchi wanajua ni basari. Usiposema CDF, ukisema CDF as a project hawajui. Lakini ukisema CDF kwa wananchi wanajua ni nini? Ni basari. Every person in the constituency wanajua hiyo. So we had to change the CDF Act and made it to be called National Government Constituency Development Fund, giving a name. Wakati tumepatia China, there were some changes that came in. Tukafanya vitu mzuri, lakini kumbe lawyers can read between the lines. Chuusi wakati walisoma between the lines, tukaingia kotini ya mwisho. Thank God, 2015 opened everything. And so 2022, there was a total change in the CDF Act, National Government Constituency Development Act. It changed fully in 2022. And so we believe we are now home and comfortable within the Republic and the Constitution of Kenya. So hakuna anywhere mahali CDF itaenda tena. We are there and we are now called National Government Constituency Development Fund. What are some of the changes that have been made? Some of the changes that have been made, na lazima tuelewe clear, include one, the projects that we are undertaking are only projects related to national government, not county government functions. Only those projects which are related to the national government activities. These projects include education project, security projects. The projects that are related to national government that NG-CDF can undertake are only those projects which are related with the national government. These include education projects, security projects, tuko pamoja mpaka hapo, and then climate change, which is environment. Vitu zingine tutaangalia baadaye. Only how many projects can we undertake? Na very simple. That is why hapa ndani tuko na walimu, tuko na watu wa security, na tuko na nani? Anybody wa health? Do we have a MOH around? No. Why? Because Ministry of Health is devolved function. So at Wingli, we are separate from the county government activities. We are only dealing with those activities related to the national government. Tuko na anything ya maji? Have we talked about anything related with water? So as a PMC, usisumbue kamiti ukimwambia tunataka maji kwa shule. Nitaibia nyinyi secret kinsi utapata maji ndani ya shule, lakini sio kusema maji as a project. Water as a project will go to county government. So as a PMC, if we need water in our community, it is a function of the county government. So we address it to the county government. If we need anything to do with health, tafadhali we put it clear in the county government function. If we need anything to do with education, tafadhali leta kwa CDF. Seriously, leta kwa CDF. That one is the function of the CDF. Only those activities which are related with the national government functions Na tumesema very clear, it relates with security, it relates with education and environment. Hiyo ndio tunafanya. What actually changed in the CDF Act and the regulations of 2022, which were there in 2013 and 15, include the following, which were removed. Items that were removed from the CDF Act of 2013 include the following. 1, removal of Constituency Oversight Committee. Constituency. The changes in the CDF Act which were removed from the CDF yenyewe is 1, removal of Constituency Oversight Committee. Constituency Oversight Committee. Removal ilitolewa. Constituency Oversight Committee. Now, from the sitting position, we have constituency NG-CDF members. NG-CDF members are 10 in every constituency. They are 10. And the composition of the same people, I believe we know. Hiyo hatuna shida nayo. There was another committee which was introduced to oversight. Remember, the role of Mheshimiwa is to oversight and legislate. So for Mheshimiwa akuwe connected in the CDF, there was an introduction of committee called Constituency Oversight Committee. Kazi yao ilikuwa kukuja kuangalia project. Wananchi wakisha implement, the CDFC wakisha propose, approval and implementation is being done. The committee, Constituency Oversight Committee, were to come and see and verify whether it is actually in existence. Wale walienda kotini wakasema Mheshimiwa ana participate kwa implementation of the project. That is why ako na committee called Constituency Oversight Committee. Ndiposa lawyers wa CDF na government wakasema, if that is your problem ya kwamba Mheshimiwa anahusika kwa implementation of the project, hii committee inaweza tolewa. Na wakatoa, na members of parliament walikubali. Wakasema hiyo oversight committee itolewe, haina makosa. So your committee was removed. Are we together there? Number 2, what was removed from the CDF is the implementation of sports. Sports as a function. We used to have sports as a project in the CDF. We used to have health and the rest. So immediately after the constitution change of 2022, CDF Act change, we removed the sports. So CDF is no longer undertaking sports because they are saying sports is a county government activity. So umeona sasa vile tuna separate roles. Removal of sports as an activity. We used to have health, we used to have roads, tukatoa samani, that was by 2013. Lakini we used to retain sports. But by 2015, sports was there. Lakini juzi, regulation wa juzi 2022, sports ilitolewa. So we no longer have a problem to do with sports. Removal of sports. Yenye ilitusaidia sana as a CDF is increment or bursary vote. Increment or bursary vote from 35% to 40%. Increase in bursary from 35% to 40% in terms of bursary. The amount that we receive from the government, we set aside now to the maximum of 40% to go to bursary. See, that's a better thing. Because itasaidia watoto wetu wengi watapata bursary na walimu wengi hawatakuwa na shida kwa mashule because fees will have been paid. Increment of bursary vote from 35% to 40%. Inategemea constituencies. There are other constituencies in which they give 20%. There are other constituencies in which they give 30%. Lakini the maximum you can give to bursary now as per the act is 40%. It depends from one constituency to another. But the maximum you can give on bursary is up to how much? 40%. When we talk of bursary, we mean payment of school fees to a student in a secondary school, in a college, in university, that's okay, lakini not foreign university. Tafadhali tuelewane, kama mtoto wako anasoma foreign university, endelea na kazi, lakini usiombe CDF. Tumeelewa hapo? Haya, hata constituencies wanasema private universities we are not paying, rather private colleges. I don't know vile itakuwa, ni ngumu, lakini itategemea constituency. Hata constituencies wanasema we do ABCD, but what is critical kwa hiyo bursary is vetting criteria. Whenever they are giving out bursary, please look at what they are giving as a condition. What is the condition in which they are giving? Follow that condition na lazima utapata bursary. Kwetu ni lazima upate bursary as long as ume apply. Ni lazima upate. The word lazima upate. Why? Because you apply and you follow the conditions, automatically what prevents you from getting the bursary. Mahali tuko na shida kwa bursary, na mwalimu unisikie mzuri, mahali tuko na shida is only acknowledgement. Ukishapata bursary from the CDF, umepata check, you've taken the check to the bank, na umereceive pesa, si we acknowledge tu, useme tafadhali nilipata bursary amounting to this and I'm grateful, na uombe watoto wengine bursary from the same NG-CDF. Kwa nini nakataa kutupatia acknowledgement letter? Ya pili, mzazi ukishapatia mzazi receipt, mwalimu na uelewa hapo, ukishapatia mzazi receipt, it's okay, lakini huyo mzazi hawezi leta kwa CDF, anakaa nayo mpaka auditor akikuja anasema misappropriation of funds, not supported. Because how do we know that student received the bursary when there is no receipt in the CDF office, when there is no acknowledgement letter in the CDF office? Ndio unaona siku hizi nikienda monitoring and evaluation of projects, ninaenda kwa shule, ninakuja Kapsabet Boys, ninakuja hapa Paraton University, ninaita tu watoto 5 ama 6 sample, ninapiga picha na hawa, niseme these are the beneficiaries of the bursary. Why? Because it will give an auditor the information that actually those students who are given bursary are the real people existing. Dagoretti North, Kibra, Magadara, unapatia Bol Kipsang Magut bursary, and Kimutai does not exist in Nairobi. Umepata message? Kimutai does not exist in Nairobi, na ukipata list unapata 16 wako Dagoretti Mixed High School. Since when Kalenjin is in Nairobi? Na umepatia bursary 16 of them in one school. Hiyo inamaanisha umeiba pesa na umepatia wanafunzi who are non-existing, and the auditor is looking for that. Anatafuta tu kuangalia averagely, hapa kwetu averagely Chesumei constituency, nikikuja nipate list ya bursary contain 16 Kamaus, 16 of them, na umepatia one school. Hiyo my friend, itanipatia macho niangalie mara ngapi. How do you get Kamau in Chesumei katikati? Kama ni Kapsabet hiyo ni sawa. Unaona, that is the science in which an auditor follows. So mwalimu tusaidie, ukishapata bursary check, please clear with the bank, and then ukisha clear with the bank, acknowledge the receipt of that check. Ukisha acknowledge, mwalimu ni kuibie siri, mwalimu wewe uko na kazi. Kuna wasasi hawalipi fees na unategemea fees ku run the school. Mwalimu ukishapata bursary, tafadhali ukitaka kuenjoy, write acknowledgement letter na umwambie Chesumei constituency, niko na 6 of the following students ambaye they are extremely needy. Chairman akishapata hiyo list, unafikiria atavusia kuangalia probably mwalimu amesema nini? That's a way of inducing, but I'm not saying ufanye hivyo. Are we together there? Ukishaandika acknowledgement na request for additional students, CDF watakukataza. Especially a packing from a principal in a school indicating the following have not paid fees balance of 40,000 all of them, ama 60,000 fees balance na tuko term 3. That's a sign that student is extremely needy. Lakini wewe ukinyamaza akuje tu na 5,000, huyo atasaidika namna gani? Tuko pamoja mpaka hapo? There is also a change in the CDF Act which touches on environment. We used to have environment as a project. Are we together there? But tukaita now, we are calling it now Climate Change Mitigation Program, to go in line with the government's agenda. We call it now Climate Change Programs. Climate Change Program ni kazi ya serikali ambayo inaendelea mzuri. Tunatakikana kupanda miti. Yes. Is it 15 billion bwana DCC? Planting trees. Yeah, we are required to plant gabi 15 billion in Kenya in the next 10 years. To be subdivided in a manisha, maybe Nandi County. Nandi County will have something to do with 15 billion divided by 37. It means what? Something like, is it 47? 400 and something thousand, ama 4 million and something? Now tukikuja Nandi, we subdivide amongst the constituencies equally. Then inamaanisha Chesumei we are supposed to have about is it 1 million trees? 1 million trees divided by the wards that we have. Inamaanisha nini? It means we as a school, we have a role to participate in the national tree planting program. We as a school. And what we need as a school ni kupanda miti. Bwana DCC tuko na shida. Shida kubwa. We are supposed to plant trees. Tuko pamoja hapo. Lakini in our schools, in our ACC's offices, in our DCC's offices, and the rest, tumepanda miti. Maritim, tulianza kupanda miti samani, am I right? Lakini nauliza tu swali moja, na mwalimu nijibu. Nauliza tu swali moja. Ukipanda miti kwako ina grow. Ikipandwa na CDF ina dry. Kwa nini? Bwana DCC, this is a very serious issue. All trees planted by the CDF inakauka. All of them. Sijui mahali shule gani ndio iko ready. Which school is it? Which school do we have that the trees are now becoming mature? Tulianza 2003 CDF, which is 20 years down the line. Do we have hata miti moja umeharvest in your school yenye ilipandwa na CDF? In your school ilipandwa na CDF. Have you harvested even one tree? Bado. Si tumeelewana? If there is a school that has harvested those trees planted by the CDF hata samani, tunashukuru. Lakini tunajua as auditors very clear, all trees planted by the CDF lazima ikauke. Na sinakufa, sikisha kufa bwana DCC, tunakuja panda next year. The other year, ikisha kufa this year, tunakuja panda the next year. 5 years down the line, hakuna hata moja yenye ime survive. What could be the reason? Climate. Maintenance. They were not planted. Na pesa silikulwa. That is the message. Pesa silikulwa na tukasema isilikauka, but ukweli they were not planted. If hata kama they were planted, can we have only 3 of them in the whole Chesumei constituency? Only 3. Dagoretti North hata moja. Ati unataka panda miti Nairobi na tunachenga makoroba kubwa kubwa, ati unapanda miti. Unapanda miti in papers. So climate change, upande wa miti walichange Nairobi, walichange wakaweka nini, because miti yote silikauka, miti yote haijavestiwa hata moja, wakaanza kutengeneza what you call chiko. Hii chiko ya kitchen yenye is it smoke, sijui what smoke free something, chikokoa kwa mashule. Tukamaliza hiyo, tukajenga kitchen, tukamaliza. Utajenga kitchens 70 in one school, tukamaliza hiyo. Tukakuja tukaenda what we call cabbage collection. Hii cabbage collection, hii shule sijaona mahali, madam where are you, mahali cabbage wanafunzi wanaweka separate, ile ya polythene waweke separate, ile inaweza tengeneza fertilizer iwekwe separate, and the rest. Hiyo ndio inaendelea Nairobi. Lakini saa hii kwetu tumebarikiwa huko Keses constituency, we are doing climate change, na tumeenda forest, tumepatiwa eka 2. Tutapanda miti ya Keses constituency under climate change mitigation program. Hapa kwenu mtapanda miti wapi? Hii shule bado wako na shamba eka 2, si wakati nyinyi kutoka huko mupande line 2, and then mu make sure mu fence mzuri, mu make sure tumeweka somebody mwenye anachunga up to 3 years. Ikishaisha 3 years we hand over, because uki-hand over miti next week inakauka. I don't know kama inakauka ama haikupandwa or anything like that. So this time around, ukipanda miti as a constituency, as a school, tafadhali those trees ni yako, ni ya hiyo shule, na benefit itakuja kwako. Ukishapanda make sure uchunge ufence kidogo. Ukisha fence make sure during dry spell una water kidogo, maji per week. Ukisha maliza maneno ya maji per week, unaendelea na kazi zingine. From there, ukisha kuwa mature you harvest. That is now when you will realize the benefit of that tree. Lakini saa hii tukisema climate change mitigation, most people wanaangalia as if ni forest peke yake. We will get the benefit at watu wa rural. That is as a school, that is as a unit, maybe DCC's office, maybe ACC's office, maybe chief's office. That is now on the section of climate change. Then out of all this, I told you very clear that I'm learning. Those were the changes in the CDF Act. Maguta has learned a lot when I'm in CDF. Wakati tulipata kazi from the CDF through Eldoret East, misusing 16 million, tukapata kazi. From that day, I've learned a lot in government. Yenye nimesoma include the following. Nilianza kazi huko Nyeri, Matira constituency, nikamaliza nikakuja Washingishu, nikamaliza Washingishu nikakuja Nandi, nikafanya kazi Nandi nikaenda Kisii, nikamaliza kazi Kisii nikaenda Nairobi for 5 years. Now nimerudi nyumbani because I'm retiring very soon. What have I learned? In CDF, government provides money. The money given by the CDF, project identification is done in every 2 years in the ground. Every 2 years tunakuja ward. That is why Madam Wagati will introduce members. She mentioned it very clear, the wards that are in our constituencies. Every 2 years we will be coming round. I believe this year now, we will be coming to the ground to identify projects. It is us as a PMC, and the advantage is those of us who are in now have an advantage kuliko wale wengine hawako hapa kwa all leo, because next year, that is from July tarehe 1, we will be having ward reports, presentation of the projects identified by the community in the ward level. Ukisha identify the project in your school. A project in your school can be a dining hall, a project in your school can be a lab, a project in your school can be classrooms, a project in your school is so many. I don't know whether we have JSS laboratories in our schools. Those are projects needed in our schools. Similarly, most of our JSS schools may not be having grade 9 class by January tarehe 1. Tarehe tarehe moja, do you have a class by tarehe moja January for JSS grade 9? So those are what you are supposed to present in the next 3 weeks or 1 month or 2 months in the ward level. Ikishatoka ward level, it is the committee who scrutinizes those items, the projects you've raised, and give priority. So when you are writing the project proposal from your ward, tafadhali list those which are pressing as number 1, followed by number 2, number 3. Ukiweka a pressing item number 10, the committee may not look at it critically, but they must look at your number 1 in every item you presented in the ward level as your priority 1. Remember, tuko na 200 schools, tuko na 40 chief's offices, assistant chief's offices, and the rest. So we may not have enough money to cover the whole school. So tafadhali weka priority which is so pressing as number 1, number 2, number 3. Then the committee will look at it. After looking at those items, they now prioritize and give it in the form of schedules and send it to Nairobi. Once it is in Nairobi now, if it is approved, it is funded. Once it is funded, money is given to that project. The committee will receive the money in their constituency account. And the money being received is always dispersed within 30 days. That is why by now, we received the money last 2 weeks. HB and the committee are making the necessary steps to ensure they disperse the money to your accounts before the elapse of 30 days from the time they received that money. And that is why Walita is training, for purposes of preparing you to know how to implement the project, because they've received the money. Not all the money have been received tafadhali. Hatuja receive pesa yote. Tume receive now, if I'm not wrong, 50% of the money required. So your pesa tukishia receive, we will send it to your accounts, to the PMC. And the PMC are critical component of implementation of the project. Remember, you are the one who identified the project. Now the money has been given to you. It is you to implement. For you to implement the project, you must work with the line ministries. Remember, you are the one to come up with the drawing and design, work plan, bill of quantity through the relevant government departments. And I believe Public Works will be there to give you those details. You are the one, the PMC are the ones to liaise with the departments so that you get the documentation of those projects. Once you receive the documentation of those projects, then you now advertise. Now, tafadhali, I don't know, I will seek guidance from you people. Tafadhali unisaidie. Nilisoma Eldoret East, nikasoma Nandi, nikasoma Kisii, nikamaliza kusoma. Tafadhali, anything which is called labor-based, itakusumbua mwalimu, itakuletea kazi. Lakini these officers from Public Works will give you the easiest way, which is full contract. Full contract. Na tafadhali unielewe, full contract and labor-based. If Magut analyzes as an auditor, I always see the two as the same thing. It is the same thing, lakini wewe unataka kujipatia kazi mingi kwa labor-based. For example, you are doing procurement ya supply of water to construct. Utapima namna gani? 20 liter jerrycan, ukombea price ya huyu, uandike minutes, you open the tender and the rest, utasumbuka mpaka utateseka bure. Ukishamaliza water, kuja sand, ati punda moja kusupply sand, punda moja ni shilingi ngapi? Ukishamaliza hiyo, ati kokoto, debe moja unafanya nini? All those, that process haitakusaidia tafadhali. If you go for full contract, unafanya the whole thing sabari moja, procurement sabari moja, mwenye amewin the tender, you now do the process of handing over the site, and then umwambia contractor, in the next 60 days, I need the project. Na wewe kazi yako ni kumonitor the project. I will mention the roles of PMC. Ukishamaliza hiyo process yote, the contractor amemaliza, akupatie kifungu, hand over, then you use the project, uone kama kuna any problem. Unaona, each way. Remember Maguta alisoma, nikaenda huko nikasoma kidogo kidogo, Nikatoka labor based nikaenda huko nikafanya kidogo, tukasumbuana kidogo kidogo, hawaelewi because wakikuja for payment I normally deduct 3% withholding tax, na kwa labor nina deduct 2%, hiyo ni 5%. Full contract ni the same 5%. So tofauti ni nini? So when I went to Kisii, we had to implement projects, and when we were implementing projects, tafadhali nilikuwa nafungua macho mara mbili. Tulikuwa tunafanya barabara by then. Barabara inatoka Chemundu inaenda Kapsabet. Hiyo una award 800,000. Wanakuandikia certificate of payment inasema Kapsabet to Chemundu. Sio unalipa mzuri bila shida. Si kazi imefanya mzuri. Usipofungua macho mzuri, wanakuja wanaandika Chemundu Kapsabet. The same barabara lakini machina sime alternate. Unaona? So PQ, by the time you receive certificate of payment, angalia the certificate mwalimu mzuri. Soma mzuri uangalie. When you are in the committee meeting, soma mzuri. Umwambie committee, we are paying this because of kazi imefanywa ni hii na hii na hii. And I thank God, procurement officer wako wakitoa hiyo certificate of payment, tafadhali wanaweka stamp yao. Lakini Magut Kipsang being from River Road anaenda anatoa the same certificate lakini haina rubber stamp. So wakati unalipa, lipa ukiangalia rubber stamp ya public works. Ukiangalia hiyo rubber stamp na uone wako na namba, akikuandikia hapo unajua this is valid. Lakini from River Road utakuwa na hiyo. And so the rules, wakati ukishafanya hiyo kazi ni rahisi sana. Rules ya PMC is to implement the project. PMC, our role sahi is to implement the project. We are going to be given the money. Our role is to implement the project. Kwa nini? And surely, and Mr. JB unipata hapa, surely we ulianza kwa proposal ukakuja kwa ward meeting, our committee wakaandika Nairobi it was funded, pesa imewekwa kwa your account, alafu you don't implement the project. Pesa imeingia kwa your account, you are supposed to implement the project, lakini unakolid na contractor mnasema hii tunaweza wacha, hii tunaweza fanya hivi, alafu baadaye no project is inexistent, tunaita cost project. Why? What happens? And you are the PMC. We ulitaka project, sio mimi. Ukakuja kwa ward report ukaandika, ukakuja uka waste your time na inki na time yako, and then pesa umepata kwa your account and you refuse to implement the project. Shida ni nini? Shida iko wapi? Nimesema the role of PMC is to implement the project. Na wakati una implement project, my friend, implement a project, not something similar to a project. Kama ni classroom na imeandikwa kwa PQ 9 meters by 8 meters, tafadhali implement 9 meters by, kwa nini una implement 6 meters by 7? Hiyo pesa inabaki kwangu as an auditor. Maybe the building unataka kuendelesha kama hii, huko haifiki 8 meters, huko ni 7 meters. So I expect to reduce to 7 meters, ongeza another 1 meter the other side. Because usipoongeza ninakuja tu kupiga calculation 22,500 per meter square. So hiyo hukuweka, hiyo pesa ipake kwa account. Unaona mahali tunakosana, tunaota ovyo ovyo. From simple, the scope of work. Number 2, ukisha implement a project, ilikuwa inasema construction, wewe unakuja mwalimu unaanza kusema renovation, na huko document inasema nini? Construction, na wewe unakuja kufanya nini? Renovation. Surely shida ilitokea wapi? Na ni kweli hata watu ambao walikuwa na Kristo walimkana. We mwenyewe uliandika proposal ukabatiana, alafu we mwenyewe unakuja una change. Committee, board of management, before you implement the project, uliza hii pesa ni ya nini? What is this money for? If it is for construction, do construction. Implementing project, ukishamaliza ku implement project, kwa nini unachora branding branding, na this one mimi mwenyewe nimekuwa part of it. Branding, chora hiyo logo ya CDF mzuri, hiyo nyungu mzuri, na iandikwe tu mzuri, financed by this particular year and the rest. Mimi na DCC tumeenda mkutano kuona project. Leo nilikuwa naona nikipita imeandikwa CDF na imechorwa mzuri na kila kitu, branding bila shida. Kumbe the next day World Vision were coming to the same school. Mwalimu overnight alienda akatengeneza mzuri, akafuta hiyo CDF akachora World Vision mzuri bila shida yoyote. And then World Vision members came na magari yao, wakapita wakaangalia, wakasema thank you, tume-implement the project. Wakaenda. When Maguta alikuwa anaenda kuangalia project, wamefuta World Vision, wamechora CDF. Nikatolea mwalimu nikaambia, hii picha mwalimu, niko na picha hii ni ya World Vision lakini ya CDF hakuna. Branding, it is your role to do branding, tafadhali. Na kama ni project ya CDF, weka ya CDF. Kama ni ya wasasi, wekea wasasi vitu yao. Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar and give to God what belongs to. Hiyo mimi sikusema. It is your role to date a contractor. Contractor mwenye amefanya kazi, wakati uliandika contract, tulifanya evaluation, tukafanya everything, tuka award the tender. Kama ni labor based kazi ilifanywa, mwenye ali-supply maji lazima a-supply maji, mwenye ana-supply kokoto lazima a-supply kokoto. Wakati ikifika payment, kwa nini shida inaanza hapo? Why is it that the problem begins on payment? Kazi ya PMC, ensure you pay the contractor on time. Mimi nikiwa contractor, nikiwa auditor, lazima niongee. Pay the contractor on. Now for you to pay the contractor, there are two things which are critical. Contractor lazima andike barua to the project manager. Project manager is the public works. Public works are the ones who can determine the cost estimate of the works that has been done. Works that has been done, not the materials. Tafadhali tutofautishe vitu mbili. Work that has been done is always paid. Akishaandika contractor ameandika, supplier wa sana ameshaandika, tafadhali ulipe. Now for you to pay, make sure you have the certificate of payment. Because I am a layman, I don't know the value of construction. What guides you? Sio the agreement, mutual agreement between mimi na wewe, me as a contractor and you as a school. Ensure there is a backing evidence kuonyesha kazi umefanya is worth this amount of money. And the only item that backs you is the certificate of payment from the project manager, and our project manager is the public works officer. Ukiwa na hiyo certificate ya demand for payment, tafadhali unielewe, kuna what we call pro forma invoice which shows you utanilipa wakati nikisupply material. Pro forma invoice utanilipa, lakini the invoice itself, invoice yenyewe is a demand, lazima ulipe. It's a demand. Na ukijelewa kama mimi ni contractor na ufanye kazi na Maguta, ujelewe tu, nimekupatia leo tarehe 14, nimekupatia invoice, nitangojea siku 7, ikiisha 7 days nitaanza interest, nitaanza na on daily basis as per the bank rates. So mwalimu, kama pesa iko kwa your account na already contractor ameandika barua, public works amekuandikia certificate of payment, ni nini inakusuia usilipe huyu contractor on time? And you have the money in the bank, you have the certificate which shows you how much to pay, na wewe mwenyewe unakataa kulipa. For you to pay, call the PMC, call the SIC committee, call the PMC members, have a sitting of 10 minutes. That sitting of 10 minutes mnasema certificate imetolewa, number this, na kazi imefanywa to this level, are we in agreement to pay or tunakataa? Nothing short of that. Are we paying or we are refusing? If you are refusing, andika we are refusing. Na uandike contractor haraka na public works. If we are paying, make sure you pay, you write a check, and the check it determine the date in which umeandika hapo juu kwa check is the date in which the invoice will be charged. Ukichelewa umeandika hapo tarehe 6 na uchelewe mpaka tarehe 28, hiyo mimi sina shida kwa sababu ulinilipa tarehe 6. Check uliandika tarehe ngapi? Hapo juu uliandika tarehe 6, lakini uchanipea hata kama ni tarehe 10 of the next month, sita charge interest because ulinilipa wakati, lakini maybe ukupata signatories. Are we saying that? Lakini ukinilipa 28 na niliitisha payment tarehe 1, kuna from 14 mpaka 28 ni how many days? You calculate interest na ukue ready. Calculate interest and become pay the contractor on time. Remember documentation, we've said lazima uwe na documents kama drawing and design, the PQ and the rest. Lakini unisaidie tu mwalimu, unisaidie tu. Tafadhali unisaidie na unielewe, chairman of a school, tafadhali unielewe kidogo. Before we start anything in the school, do we have the master plan or the physical plan of the school? Master plan or physical plan of the school, because we are implementing a kitchen here, and then huko tunaweka classroom, huko ingine tunaweka something else, and then different things, and then after 20 years tunakuja tena kubomoa ingine ndio tujenge another item. It shows you fail to plan, and if you are failing to plan, then you are preparing to fail. Master plan, documents of the school, title ikuwe ready, na tafadhali kama ni kununua shamba, kama ni kununua shamba, Maguta amepitia hiyo. Tumenunua shamba ya shule, very correct, Dagoretti North, tukaita Kawangware Secondary School. Nikaenda kwa Minister of Lands in good faith, nikapata title, nikaambia title ya hii shamba iko kwa lawyer so Magut ndio huyo amejitoa from CDF. Nikaenda nikatafuta lawyers fee because walikuwa wameweka from 1972 mpaka juzi ni Magut akaenda kutoa, nikatoa title deed, nikaenda na title nikaangalia ni ile original ya 1972 original title deed, wajana na hii yetu hii yenye haina charges, any encumbrances ilikuwa zero. Lawyer akanipatia, akaniambia Magut, I'm handing over the title, sign ya kwamba umereceive the title. Mimi nikaenda nayo from Kawangware, nikaenda due diligence. Remember Kawangware used to be in Kiambu before he rode back to Nairobi. Nikaenda Kiambu lands, kufika kwa lands wakaniambia hii title ilistakiwa 1989 na iliibiwa. The documents in court shows hii title iliibiwa and nobody knows mahali iko, lakini the only person mwenye ako na title anaitwa Paul Kipsang Magut, na amefufuka na ako nayo na ana claim shamba. I became the guest of the state. Nilishikwa kotini, ndio hiyo Magut na police, nikaambia I'm doing what we call due diligence. I want to find out if this title is genuine, and the only way nilipata hii title was through a lawyer called so and so, na nilipa 200,000 ndio nikapatiwa title. Wakaniambia Magut, you seem to be innocent, what you are looking for is right, due diligence. Ni nini ulikuwa unatafuta? But already I was the guest of the state. Then the title now, tukaenda step 1. Wakaniangalia, wakaniambia tulistagi hii title in 1980 something, and a new title was given, and the new title has been subdivided into 7 plots. Na hiyo 7 plots, these are numbers, this and this and this and this. So Magut, hii yako is already death certificate, death title deed. Kuenda huko bwana, nikapata the original ile title yote, kumbe mahali nilikuwa naonyeshwa ni roundabout hapo Kawangware ni ndani, kumbe already title imesha subdividiwa into 7 units of a plot. And then Magut is planning to implement DCC's office. As we are talking, we've never constructed DCC's office Dagoretti North constituency because hakuna shamba. Title, the school, PMC, Board of Management, do you have the title of that school? Mahali huko title, documents. It is your role as a PMC to ensure documentation are there in full. Lakini ukiendelea bila title, Magut atafufuka na sanisi yake Priva and Pascal, wakuja wasema hatukuelewa vile mzee Magut alikupatia hii shamba. St. Luke Piribiriet hatukuelewa vile mzee alikupatia hii shamba. So we now want to find out mlipatiwa namna gani hii title. Na una title, kumbe succession haijafanyika. My friend, utatoka nje na hiyo shamba yako. Magadara constituency, Elizabeth Ongoro and the friends. I don't know kama mnajua Elizabeth Ongoro. Alikuwa mheshimiwa, lakini alishikwa kwa sababu walienda wakatumia shamba ya mwenyewe wakajenga a school, na vijana walifufuka wakasema, we really pray God that utoe hii nyumba yako, shift to another place, kwa sababu we are now coming back to do our necessary activity. Elizabeth alijaribu, lakini nothing. Wali demolish 42 million project. At whose cost? At the cost of Elizabeth Ongoro and the PMC. Documentation of a project. Start with the PQ, start with handing over, start with minutes of the board of management, start with minutes of PMC, drawing, physical plan of the school, and so many other documents which are necessary, so that you make the work easier. Similarly, it is our role to hand over the project, hand over the site as a PMC to the contractor, and then receive the project once it is complete and hand over to the school, the user, to use the project. It's our role, it's our responsibility. Ukishamaliza contractor amemaliza ujenzi, tafadhali make sure as a PMC you are given the project. You receive the project from the contractor through the assistance of the committee. You receive the project. To me, a project for the next 6 months. Once the project has no defect, then pay retentions to the contractor. If you use the project within 6 months and you realize there are problems here and there, you use retention to pay and to make good the project, because there are defects, there are liabilities. But if 6 months elapses, once you've used the project and the project has no problem, then pay the contractor retention, because you only profit yake. Ilikuwa pesa yake, you only retained. You only retained, so make sure you receive the project and so forth. 2, once the contractor is there on site, he brings the material for construction of your school. Tafadhali ensure the materials are safe. Safeguarding the materials used for construction. And then number 3, yenye iko kasi. Tafadhali when the contractor is on site, let's note the protocol of communication. You as an head teacher, you've realized there is something going on in the project which may not be within the PQ. Notify the fund manager, maybe in writing or in talks. The fund manager will notify the project manager, who is the public works. The public works may decide to come to the site, they look at the project and see what you are recommending. Maybe there is something you are recommending as a school, you cannot communicate directly to the contractor. You cannot communicate directly to the implementer of the project. Use the right protocol. Communicate maybe in writing or in verbal. The fund manager will communicate with the public works. The public works are the project manager. The project manager will come into the ground and supervise the project, look at how it is going and look at your recommendation. Once your recommendation is okay and it is within the cost, then they will do the necessary in writing to the contractor. Lakini mwalimu ukifanya instruction, we mwenyewe maamua, contractor amepatiwa PQ costing 20 million, construction of this, alafu mwambie uamuke asubuhi ukuje uangalie useme nimeangalia, ninataka umwage slab. Weka slab instead of mabati, weka nini? Slab. Contractor is interested na money, atakwambia unisaidie, uniandikie. So unaandika as a teacher, weka slab kwa sababu tunakuja kuendelea mbele. It's in good faith, am I right? Tunakuja endelea. Ukishaandika, contractor anafanya supervision, akikuja anasema I was given instruction and this is the instruction, na ashaanza kazi. Ako katikati akianza kuendelea, because public works may not come the same day. Akishaendelea na kazi, maybe aweke hiyo slab, aitishe payment. Mwalimu ulikuwa umepatiwa 3 million construction of a class, umeweka slab which is costing 6 million, utalipa na nini? You gave instruction, it has been followed as per your instruction, and now payment is needed. So tafadhali utaumia bure bila kutarajia. You may not be aware. Let's use the correct channels of communication in case we want to do the work. Now, me as an auditor, when I come to a project, I always look at so many things. Thank God, as we are talking, a school is a procuring entity. Now, teachers, are you there? Did you prepare the final accounts using the IFSAS method? Did you prepare that? Have you prepared? Atujafanya, atujui. Final accounts is done by the school currently. It is no longer done by the ministry. It is the school who is doing that particular final accounts. And then once you prepare that, you only submit to the ministry. That means you are the accounting officer. And so the school, being a procuring entity, will always have school infrastructure committee, will always have the necessary processes to do procurement. Hey, my friend, once you do procurement, if there is anything that is a problem, is procurement. You mess up with procurement small, there is nothing else, because it says procurement is final. There is no other law that supersedes procurement process. It says you advertise for 7 days. You open the tender after 7 days. After evaluation, you are given provisional opinion. After you are given provisional opinion, you award the tender and await for 14 days before the contractor is handed over the site. After 14 days, the contractor can now assume the site and begin the construction work. I'm talking of days. I'm talking of days. Hebu tafadhali, my friend, make a mistake ku skip 1 day peke yake kwa hiyo process yote, you are in for it. Yes, sir. I'm too fast. I will invite a procurement officer atakuja kuendelesha hapo ku explain more details of procurement. Atakuja kufanya, kuna in the program kuna procurement officer ataingia hapo, tutauliza hiyo swali. So that procurement asks the number. Now the ministry says a school is a procuring entity, but if the school does not have the capacity to do procurement, tafadhali delegate to another procuring entity. Are you seeing the loophole? It is saying the school is a procuring entity. If you don't have the capacity, tafadhali hand over that procurement process to another procuring entity who has the capacity. For us to save the schools, what do we do as a CDF? We allow the school to write a letter to the CDF. The CDF will receive that letter and do procurement on your behalf. Hapo ndio utakuwa umeepa problem ya audit. I don't know kama I'm communicating. Chebi, utatusaidia. When we come to procurement, allow the school to do procurement, and if they don't have the capacity to do it, tafadhali saidia walimu wetu. Sio mzuri mwalimu ashikwe because of procurement process. Sio mzuri. Allow the school, allow the CDF to do procurement for you. It is a very simple process, lakini wako na enough capacity. A capacity means you as a school, do you have any officer who has the number of supply chain? You as a teacher, wewe uko na TSC number, am I right? Supply chain officers wako na numbers, procurement officers wako na numbers, auditors tuko na numbers, number yao, identity yako. So in your school, do you have any officer, any of your teachers who has the certificate of supply chain? Me, I know, no. Are we together there? It is all us. sisi tu kwa shule. Mwenye anaweza kutusaidia ni basa, lakini hana hiyo namba ya supply chain. So allow the CDF to do it for you. The CDF will contract, will talk with the public works and procurement section, and then they do procurement for you. Na utakuwa na shida. Unaona, you delegate that role of procurement to another procuring entity for purposes of doing procurement for you. Lakini the other processes we mwenyewe utafanya, like signing of the award letter and the rest, supervision and the rest we mwenyewe utafanya. Lakini hiyo procurement peke yake. And hapo ndio mahali ninataka now we become serious. Whenever we are doing this procurement process, tafadhali mwalimu declare interest in written. Declare interest. You might be a contractor. Haina shida, haina makosa. Declare your interest mapema. Full disclosure ya kwamba I'm also a contractor and I'm interested in bidding. I am the supplier and I'm interested in doing this. Declare your interest, such that ikifika anything that is being done in that project, you are excused na utakuwa na shida. Unaona, hapo ndio kazi inaendelea. Ukisha implement the project, everything is okay. Lakini most of the time we as a CDF tuna prepare final accounts on behalf of the schools. We give you the money as a grant, then we receive your receipts, we receive your documentation, we receive the pictures, we come and do M&E. At the end of every financial year, we normally prepare the IPSAS report on behalf of all the schools. Tukisha prepare, we hand over to the Office of the Auditor General. Office of the Auditor General will audit the CDF as independent. They will audit Chesumei constituency, they will audit Keses constituency and so forth on your behalf. Lakini hakuna siku auditor atakuja kukuquestion as a teacher, because we already have our officer in the field. Na hapo ndio walimu wanakuwa na mambo mzuri. If only the project is existing. Kama project is not existing, hapo shida itakuja tu mwalimu. Kama there are no minutes which were written, hapo shida mwalimu itakuja. Lakini if you have all those other documents, haina shida. Tukishamaliza audit certificate inakuja. Hapa ndio Maguta amepitia sasa. From 2007 tumefanya audit na Office of the Auditor General. From 2013 Magut amekuwa officer to be audited. Chebi is an officer to be audited and so forth. Tumefanya hiyo audit all those years, lakini ukishamaliza audit, my friend, ujue hapo is not final. Unatolewa certificate disclaimer, unatolewa certificate qualified opinion, unqualified and advanced and the rest. Lakini ukishamaliza, we always try to go for qualified opinion. Qualified, hatuwezi fika juu sana, tunajaribu tu kufika hapo katikati, qualified opinion. Na that qualified opinion comes from you. Ukiimplement project mzuri na we do the necessary documentation, hapo tunapata qualified opinion. Except for hii kazi ni mzuri, lakini kuna shida kidogo kama certificates, kama acknowledgement, misappropriation, kama for example pasari iliandikwa na wewe hujanipatia receipt. So hiyo ndio inaniletea shida. Mahali unamalizia shida yote ni what we call Default Funds Accounts Committee, kotini ya MBs. Maguta amepitia hiyo kotini na nimeclear Dagoretti North from 2013 to 2022. Now niko Keses, nataka nijaribu nione vile Keses itakuwa. So as you are doing all this implementation, remember JB will go to a Default Funds Accounts Committee to clear the audits all from 2013 up to 2022. Na ukitaka ikuwe mzuri, saidia JB haraka. Kama kuna anything to be done, tufanye haraka. Certificate ukishafanya end of year, that is June tarehe 30 June, tarehe 1 July tuna prepare IPSAS. Tukisha prepare, auditors wanakuja, wanaangalia, wanatoa certificate. Hiyo certificate ndio itanichukua niende Devolved Funds Accounts Committee. Na hapo ndio shida iko. Mimi mwenyewe nimepitia, but I don't pray anybody apita hapo. I wish wewe mwalimu tuandamane na wewe usikie vile ninaulizwa swali niliulizwa yenye ile nishinda kwa yote. Si wewe mwenyewe ulitengeneza, uliapprove project, ulienda ground, shule wakakupatia, mimi nika receive, ukaforward to board waka approve, ukakuja ukatoa PQ, ukatengeneza project, ukalipa, lakini pesa kidogo ilibaki kwa account. Mimi nikasema as per section 4 of the CDF Act, hii pesa ilibaki kwa account, rudisha back to the main account ya CDF. Nime break the law. I've not broken any law. Are we together there? Tilitoka wapi? Nikasema it's unspent funds from the project management committee, PMC. Walimaliza the project, waka hand over the project, kila kitu ni sawa, lakini pesa kidogo ilibaki walirudisha to the main account. Wakaniuliza hiyo ni sawa sawa as per the CDF Act, which means your PQ tangu zamani is wrong because iko na extra money. Unaona mahali nilishikwa, iko na extra money. Mwalimu, wakati unaandika all those, kwa nini unanipatia iko na extra money? Hiyo extra money ni ya nini? Nilikuja nikajua kumbe hiyo extra money ningenunua ile blackboard ya white niweka hapo, because nimeweka huko nyuma ya black. Ningenunua ile ya white niweka hapo, sio ni part of the project. Kumbe nilisahau, nikarudisha pesa. So usirudishe JB. Are we together there? Usirudishe, don't make a mistake, because hiyo itasumbua JB. Niliulizwa, niliswa 3 hours. Remember I was there for 6 hours. Na every year swali inaulizwa, hii inaulizwa, yenye ilinishinda ni bursary. Every year Maguta, hata we uendi ya ground kuitisha from every teacher acknowledgement letter. Yani uendi, 2013 ulikuwa na hiyo query, 2015 wewe uko na the same query, 2016 the same query ya acknowledgement. Hivyo hata wewe watata wakati ulikuwa unaangalia, kwa nini uwezi uliza? Akasema we call prior year adjustments. Hiyo is being carried forward mpaka ikuja hapa ndani ndio we discuss. We are finding out kumbe this acknowledgement letter is very very important. Tafadhali saidia JB. Na ukishafanya kazi yote, ninajua already beyond time and I'm supposed to be going for a break. I want you unisaidie tu. We as in Kenya tuko na 4 auditors. Tuko na internal auditor mwenye wako kwa ofisi ya DC, huyo anaangalia kazi yetu. Tuko na auditor number 2, whistleblowers, wananchi hapa ground wako na wanaangalia kwa macho, na wako na macho 3, wako serious wakiangalia your project. Tuko na office of the auditor general, na tuko na auditor ya CDF board, lakini tuko na the main auditor of the world, Mwenyezi Mungu. Tafadhali wakati unafanya kazi, fanyia watu wetu. Kama ni shule, fanyia watoto wetu. Kama ni project, do it on our behalf. Implement a project, not something similar to a project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Magut. Walikula, Aki alikula, so musirudishe pesa na mjue Mungu anawaangalia. Aliongea mpaka nikasema ni yeye anakaa mtu wa ile wakati ya Nyayo. So tumu-appreciate na the Nyayo clubs. 1, 2, 3, 4, funga, fungua. Asante sana, tuweze kupata maombi kisha tupate kikombe cha chai pale nje.
Father, we want to thank you for such a kind of presentation and the education that we have gotten. We pray, Father, that we may have the power to go and implement. We want to thank you. We are breaking for a elder break. And we ask you, Jehovah Lord, that you may bless us even in this time and even be with us in accordance to thy will. For we do pray and give thanks in Jesus' name.
Pale nje kuna hema, tutaondoka polepole.
When you are doing your planning, you reserve 30% of the public of your procurement to youth, women na people living with disability. So in a school kama unaona building and construction na iwezi fanywa na youth, women and people living with disability, unaacha ile pande ya kununua chakula, kufanya nini, youth, women na people living with disability wanafanya. Now CDF offices. You cannot initiate a procurement process without an approval. So you send first the approval. After you receive the approval, hata kama mko na pesa kwa bank, you do not initiate the procurement process mpaka mupewe approval ya ku utilize the funds that are in the bank. Now we go to preparation of requirements and specifications, and by specifications we mean the exact needs, the exact requirements that are needed in the schools. And if you give an example of building and construction, the major specifications will come from the public works, because they are going to give you the drawings, they are going to give you the BQ. And remember, when you are requesting the public works to give you the drawings and the BQ, you must ensure that the QS amekuja kwa ground, so that the quantities in the BQ equate as the actual quantities, to avoid things called variations. So if you involve each and every department while making specifications, and this department inakuwa the user department, the procuring unit, the technical unit if needed, and the finance department. And the finance department here is able to advise the procuring unit about the budget, so that you don't go beyond your budget, you don't plan beyond your budget. Now, after you have done a specification, then you initiate the procurement. And procurement is initiated using a requisition. Requisition unaandikia the head of procurement, ama unaandikia CDF that you need to do this procurement. And after the initiation has been made, we prepare what is called the standard tender documents. Now, when you are doing procurement, you just don't use any other document. We have this document at the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority website. Iko na different kind of procurement, all types of procurement, from building and constructions to RFQs to pre-qualifications documents. And if I'm very too fast, ama kama naongea very technical, kindly tell me. Okay. Then what do we do when we are preparing these tender documents? We must ensure first that we have this BQ, we have the standard tender documents, and so that we submit them, and we do an invitation to tender. So how do we do invitation to tender? Basically, what is required of us when we are doing the advertisement, this is invitation to tender. You are telling people to come and bid. Munawambia first, lazima muweke the name and address of the school, invitation to tender. The second thing, you must provide a tender number and a brief description of the tender, so that if you're saying that we are doing proposed construction of two-door pit latrine, tender number, you say NC, Chesumei, you just put your initials there as the tender number. And then you give out the eligibility to bid. And eligibility to bid, how does a person become eligible to bid? Kama mtu hayuko bankrupt, ako of sound mind, and fulfill his tax obligation, of which he must provide a tax compliance. He has not been debarred by Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, of which yeye wanasema by debarment namaanisha that ameambiwa si practice for some time because he did not meet one or two as per the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. So those are the requirements, the eligibility to bid. And then you inform bidders where they're supposed to pick their tender documents and at what time they're supposed to pick the tender documents. So you say you are going to pick these tender documents during normal working hours between 8 to 4 or between 8 to 5 as the office, as long as the time the office is open. And then you give a deadline for submission. You tell them that they are supposed to submit these tenders at this time on such and such a date. And then you also tell them that bidders representatives may or may not be present during the tender opening. So when you make your invitation to tender, you ensure that it meets the requirements set out in the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. Now, how do we submit these tenders? No, we still go to invitation to tender, yes. You've prepared a tender document and you realize that shule mumepeana document without the drawings. What do you do? And you've already given out the tender documents to some of these bidders. What do? You issue something called an addendum, and you make sure that every bidder mwenye alichukua document before and those who are picking after is given that addendum. And the addendum becomes part of the tender documents. By addendum, I mean that now you inform bidders that the tender for construction of twin latrine and addendum is here, and the drawings were missing. Kindly come and pick the drawings from the office. You email them, you text them, you write letters to them, as long as you ensure that each person may receive the addendum. And if you issue this addendum when the time for submission imebaki kidogo, like a third of the time, then you extend the tender opening date. Now you say that we were supposed to open on Monday, and we are issuing an addendum today that part of the document may miss. So you extend that time like 4 days after the date of submission, and it becomes part of your tender document. And I remember my colleague here said that bidders are given sufficient time to fill the tender documents. And this sufficient time, the regulation says that a minimum of 7 days. So you can do 7 to 14 days. You invite them to bid. Now, we go to tender submission, and the time that you had indicated in the tender document that they are supposed to submit the tenders is the time that the committee is going to open these tenders. And we remember that when they are submitting these tenders, they must submit them at a tender box that is placed in an open place where everybody can locate the tender box very well. And if a bid document does not fit in the tender document, the procuring entity will set out a manner of receiving that document. And in an event that unafungua your tender document accidentally, you record that you received this tender, you opened it without knowing, and you declare that you did not peruse the contents of the tender, and it becomes part of our record. I remember my colleague here saying that record is very important. For us, records begin with the first procedure in procurement. When you are identifying that need, that is when our record keeping begins, and all these steps. Now we come to tender opening, and the accounting officer, and in this case the principal, will appoint the tender opening committee in writing. And the composition of a tender opening committee is a chairman and 2 members. And in most cases, the procurement is the secretary to these committees. Now, what is the function of the tender opening committee? First, the tender opening committee is supposed to receive these tenders in plain sealed envelopes with only the markings of with only the tender name and the tender address of the procuring. The tender committee is supposed to read out loud the name, the address, the bid submitted by the bidder, and record the number of pages received. Okay, sir. And record the number of pages received. So in your advertisement, you must indicate that the tender documents must be paginated. By that, we mean that every page wanna indicate number 1 to number 9, so that if you don't indicate this page, it becomes a basis of elimination. You know, when you are in the evaluation, a person might say that ulitoa tax compliance yangu. So for you to be safe, you must ensure that these bidders wanna serialize their documents. Now, the opening committee is also supposed to record the bid security, and bid security ni bid bond. Do we know what a bid bond is? Bid bond inasaidia when we are doing the tender process, so that mtu asi withdraw from the tender process. And institutions that give out a bid bond ni bank, insurance, bank and insurance or any other as provided in the act. Now, the opening committee pia wanafaa ku confirm that these tenders, if there is any correction or overwriting, you confirm and you sign against the correction or overwriting when you are opening these tenders. The opening committee, they are supposed to write minutes, tender opening minutes, and in this tender opening minutes, you are supposed to record the manner in which the opening took place. And please note that you are not supposed to eliminate anybody during the tender opening. And if a person submits a tender after the deadline for submitting tenders, you are not supposed to receive that tender. And you know very well that contractors in Nandi vile wako very sharp, they will be there. Kama umesema tunafunga by 10, they'll be there and they'll be taking pictures. So if you receive a tender after 10, you know that you've committed an offense, and these people will clearly whistle blow you. Now, after you've done the tender opening, you submit this to the tender evaluation committee, and again, the responsibility of the accounting officer to appoint the tender evaluation committee. And tender evaluation committee, it comprises of 3 to 5 members, and the first member here is the chairperson, and 2 heads of departments. But I know in your case you have a SIC committee, school infrastructure committee, where these appointments are made to you. And if you feel that you cannot attend that committee, you do it in writing, delegating the other person to attend. So usiitume tu mtu kama hana barua ya kuattend mkutano. You must have a letter for these committees. What is the purpose of the tender evaluation committee? The purpose of the tender evaluation committee is to scrutinize the document, to confirm that, pardon? Oh, who are the members? The members is 3 to 5 members, and I know Shule ita appoint, maybe a SIC committee member, head of user department, mnaweza sema hata basa ama finance department, maybe HOD agriculture, HOD mathematics, something like that, and have its secretary as the person in charge of procurement. And I remember you were told that if you don't have a person in charge of procurement or person in charge of public works, you request in writing that you need assistance. Now, the evaluation committee, when you are doing your tender documents, sorry, I forgot to mention this while you are preparing the tenders, you must put the tender evaluation criteria in the tender document. Otherwise, we are not allowed to form our own criteria. And you know, when we incorporate the criteria in the tender document, we become fair. We become, the process will become transparent, it will become competitive. We have 3 stages in the tender evaluation. And the first one is the preliminary evaluation. This is the stage where we require the mandatory requirements. And the first requirement that is required definitely is the certificate of registration. So each member of the evaluation committee anafanya his evaluation independently. Munapewa the bids as per the opening, and then each evaluation committee anapewa a score sheet, and then you do. If we have a tax compliance, tunamwekea tick. If we have a certificate of incorporation, tunamwekea tick. If we have a single business permit, tunampea tick. In case of building and construction, NCA certificate. In case of works, in case of water works, hiyo ni NCA certificate ya works. So you must ensure that these certificates are valid, they are stamped by advocates to show that they are a true copy of original. And the tender documents also must be stamped by a person authorized to sign a tender document. Na hii unapata something like the bidder ama the the director amepea mwingine authority kusign this tender document. There'll be a letter there showing that Jacinta, I have appointed Jacinta to be signing all of my tender documents. We are still in the evaluation, a CR12 showing who are the directors of the company. And when we are doing this preliminary evaluation, we must compare. We give out, we are doing individual evaluation, but we share out what we've done. So you compare, if your business permit and my business permit zinafanana, definitely there was a collusion there. And these people, you in a form basis of elimination. If your address and my address are the same, definitely there is something going on there. And that is an offense in procurement. Colluding is not permitted in procurement. Now, if you don't meet one of these mandatory requirements, then you are rendered non-responsive. When you are rendered unresponsive, it means that you are not going to proceed to the technical evaluation. Now, in technical evaluation, in most cases, unapata, and maybe I think we are measuring in building and construction. In technical evaluation, maybe you will see that they are looking at the form of tenders. Did you sign and stamp the form of tender? Did you write your tender sum in the form of tender? We have something called a confidential business questionnaire. Did you sign that? Did you give out the tender information? Did you declare that you're not corrupt or you're not fraudulent? All those must be signed and stamped. If you miss signing and stamping all this, then it means that you are not meeting the requirements of the procuring entity. Another thing that is done in the technical evaluation, we look at the capacity in terms of machinery. Do you have the required machinery, or do you have the required equipments to do this work? For example, now, do you have the lorries to transport your blocks? And you just don't tell us that you have them. Kama uko nayo, you provide evidence. Evidence ya logbook, evidence ya tipa ya logbook. Kama una, they provide a lease agreement. And this agreement must be signed within that period before you fill in your tender documents. Another thing that we look into when we are doing the evaluation is the financial muscle. We must say that we are giving you, from what you've provided for us, you might be considered as the most responsive. But then, your financial muscles, haisemi hiyo. In your bank statements, it is only negative. In your book of accounts, that is the audited accounts, the acidity ratio of which unaangalia profit na unaangalia losses, unaona this person is not making any profit, hii yake ni hasara tupu. Will that person deliver to you kweli? So when we are doing evaluation, we not only look at the bid price, but we also look at the technicalities. Now, another thing that we consider during the tender evaluation is the past experience. And for past experience, basically, we also need evidence. And these evidences are completion certificates from public works. So that ukipewa a notification of award, unaweza pewa notification of award and you fail to sign a contract. It will mean that you don't have that experience. So we look at a number of things. Now, if you are found to be responsive, and this one we give them marks, and a minimum of 70%, you then proceed to the financial evaluation. Now, in financial evaluation, you're basically looking at the arithmetic errors. And you remember, the bid sum as read out in the form of tender is absolute and final. You're not supposed to adjust the bid price from the form of tender. If there are any corrections, now these corrections, if there are major corrections that will affect the substance of the tender, and by that I mean, if you are doing a building and you've omitted electrical works, or you've omitted mechanical works, definitely you are not going to proceed because that is a major error and a major error definitely is a disqualification. Now, there's this thing that we normally say 10% minus or 10% plus from the estimate of the engineer ndo anakuwa awarded. So wale wengine wenye kwa hiyo bracket wanatolewa hivyo. But then the act provides that you do not use that as a basis of elimination, but you use it for guidance, so that ukipata mtu amequote extremely low na unaona huyu mtu wenyewe kweli hawezi fanya hii kazi by quoting this extremely low, you write to them a letter as the evaluation committee. You tell them that umequote 10 and this other guy wote mumepita technical mmepata 70, amequote 15, and this committee feels that you cannot deliver this work at 10 shillings. How are you going to do these works? So if he gives you a response that I'm going to do this and this, ni sawa. Asipowapea response, then the committee will say this person failed to tell us that alifail kutuambia that he has quoted extremely low and how he is going to do this work. Now, when you've finalized and you've reached to the lowest evaluated bidder, and of course by the lowest evaluated bidder inamaanisha amepata all the mandatory requirements. Kwa technical requirements munaona akona hiyo financial muscle, akona equipment, akona staff, technical personnel wenye wanaweza mfanyia hii kazi, na technical personnel pia nao wanahitajiwa wakuwe na certificates zao, academic certificates, CVs. Juu ukitaka kuniambia that your foreman amefanya masters in civil engineering, put that certificate for you to get that marks. If wale watu wa mkono si necessary wawe na certificate, but you still mention that this is your part of your staff. When you're done with the tender evaluation, the committee might conduct a due diligence. Na due diligence, I remember my colleague here said that it is very important to conduct due diligence because normally whatever they have been submitted, maybe wameombaomba tu watu to build up their profile. So you conduct due diligence to the lowest evaluated bidder, and in case you find that is not meeting that requirement, you come back as an evaluation committee. You discuss the outcome of the due diligence, you write up a report, and you award to the next, the second best evaluated bidder. So in our evaluation report, we are giving out the manner in which we did our evaluation, the preliminary, the technical, the financial, and we rank the bidders according to their responsiveness. So you say the first lowest, the second lowest, the third lowest. You give a recommendation of award to the accounting officer. But then when you are done with the recommendation, my colleague also mentioned that there is something called a professional opinion, and if there is a divergent view in the committee, huyu anaona huyu hawezi fanya na huyu anaona huyu hawezi fanya, then that's where the professional opinion comes in. The head of procurement unit ataandika professional opinion after amepitia the documents and the opening meetings and the evaluation, kuangalia that the process ilifanywa vizuri, that these are within the market rates, and quote sheria where the sheria is applicable. Now, after the professional opinion, we have something called intention to award. And the intention to award basically is notifying bidders of the person who is successful and the people who are not successful. When you are transmitting, senye unapeana ile notification of award, you make sure that those who have not qualified wamepata, na that person who has qualified mumemtambua. When you are giving regret letters, you tell them that you did not qualify because your tax compliance was invalid. You did not qualify because you did not provide this and this. Unless now price ndo itaonesha that this person did not qualify because hiyo price yake ilikuwa juu kidogo. Now, we have a standstill period of 14 days, of which those who are not successful wanaweza complain that the tender maybe was unfair, and in our notification it is standard on how these procedures zitafanywa. On how to make a complaint, we have a standard form. So I'll leave it with Chebi. This standard form in allow the losing bidder a complaint. But if there are no complaints, a contract is signed after 14 days, and when you are signing these contracts, you ensure that umepewa letter of acceptance within the 14 days that ilikuwa standstill period. When we are signing this contract, there's something called a performance security. If you do not sign without requesting for a performance security, na hii inaongelea kama project ni kubwa sana which goes beyond kwa beyond 5 million, inafaa peane performance security in an event that a contractor anashindwa kufanya his obligation, his contract obligation, muna forfeit hiyo contract, hiyo performance security, na hiyo pesa mnaweza tumia kuendeleza hiyo kazi. Now, how do we enter into a contract? The accounting officer and the bidder with their representatives, they come and sign an agreement. That's how we enter into a contract. Now we go to contract performance and management, and in contract performance and in management hapo ndo kazi hiko, kwa sababu if the committee is not keen on what the contractor is doing, definitely that project will not work. And that's where we'll realize that this contractor is very slow, that this contractor is not going as per the bill of quantities. And in most cases unapata hata contractors, maybe there's an example that the funds manager alishare na mimi, that yes, walitudanganya they are capable of doing these works. Inafika mahali wanashindwa kufanya hiyo kazi. What do you do? And engage somebody else, and this someone else atafanya kazi because they have an agreement. And at the end of it, the person who submitted anataka alipwe, and this person has done his work. What do you do? There's something called subcontracting. So if in an event that a person anaambia shule that ni kama nimelemewa na kazi kidogo, ninataka mwenzangu anisaidie, ilifaa wa sign hiyo subcontract. Subcontract ni kupea mtu mwingine kazi kuendeleshe, so that the school will now know that I'm going to pay this one this amount, and I'm going to pay this other one this amount, because that subcontract agreement is inside there. And most cases you find that if the project committee is not very keen, you are going to do these works outside the contract period. The contractor atachelewesha kazi. And maybe an example, an example of this case is where you are doing labor based. You find that the labor contractor ako very ready to proceed with the works, but then ule mtu mwenye analeta materials anadilidali, material haifiki, umepata leo simiti, kesho ujepata building blocks. So hiyo contract period inaendelea kuenda mpaka muna exceed the contract period. Now the mistake that we also do is that we don't extend the contract period validity period within ile contract ya kwanza. So you find that we are making so many offenses na tujui tuna make these offenses. So for us, we recommend that if you do a full contract, it will in a way cover you, so that all the responsibilities inapewa to the main contractor, so that the school will not have an excuse of saying that contractor wa materials alidelay kuleta materials. Project itaenda, amepewa that this project will be completed within 3 months. If he does not complete that, then the school will know how to handle this contractor. And when it comes to payment of the contractors, normally we do partial payments, especially when it comes to building and construction, because it depends on how you have agreed in the contract agreement. If you are saying that he's going to do the full project mpaka dakika ya mwisho ndo alipwe, that is what you are going to abide with, because it is in the tender document. And if you are going to say that you are going to do partial payment as per the works done, then that's what we are going to abide with. But remember, in procurement, we discourage advance payments. The contractor will work to a certain level and submit his application to request for payment through the project manager to the accounting officer. And then we have also monthly meetings, site meetings, where these site meetings will take place to discuss the works done, of which you are guided by the QS or the public works officer. They outline what has been done by the contractor, and it is justified by invoices. And then the committee must approve the payment first before the accountant or any other person makes that payment. And when the contract is done, just as mkubwa alisema hapa, we have a contract handing over, and you do not hand over completely until 6 months are over. And when you're making those payments, kuna these statutory deductions, like withholding tax, and you wanna make before you do the payments, and I know the accountant will tell us that one. When you are done, you do contract closeout and you ensure that you have proper documentation. Basically, that is a brief of the procurement process, and maybe we'll look into 1 or 2 methods of procurement. And the first one is the open tender. Open tender is the most preferred method of procurement. Ukiangalia kwa the threshold matrix in the regulations, open tender has no minimum and it has no maximum, meaning that you can do anything using open tender. It doesn't matter kama unafanya vitu ya 50,000 ama unafanya 100,000, you do open tender. And there are various types of open tender. Tuko na international open tender. We also have a national open tender, and we have county open tender. And county open tender is what we use most. Tunatengeneza ka invitation, tunaeka kwa notice board, makanisa, tunaisema kwa mabaraza. And in this case utapata mostly atutumii magazeti because it's the county specific procurement. But kama mko na portal, it is required that you put it in the portal. If you have a school portal, unaweza tumia portal ya NG-CDF kusema that this school intends to do this certain type of procurement. We also have requests for quotations, and for requests of quotations, we use a list of pre-qualified bidders in that procuring entity. And do you have a list of registered bidders in your schools? Now, the Procurement Act provides that if you don't have that list, you may request another procurement entity in writing for the list of pre-qualified bidders. So kama shule hamuna list of pre-qualified bidders, maybe same for building and construction, of which I know most you don't have. Najua tu mkonayo ya supply and delivery of food stuff, supply and delivery of furnitures, that one you have. But mostly, in most cases, in most schools, nimepitia nimeona that you don't have a list of registered bidders for building and construction. You can do a letter to the funds manager. Maybe he'll do it to our office, because the procurement office is the one who maintains and updates the list of pre-qualified bidders. And then you pick a minimum of 3 bidders for request for quotation, and you give them a minimum of 4 days. I've said you give them a minimum of 3 bidders. You give a minimum of 3 bidders. So you might give out the quotations to as many bidders as possible, but isiende chini ya 3, a minimum of 3. We open quotations just as we've said. The tender opening is either tender opening committee or quotation opening committee, and I've outlined the procedure just as the other one. It is just the same procedure. You open tender, you open quotations in the same way. And the lowest bidder is the one who you are going to form a contract with, the lowest responsive bidder. The next method of procurement that maybe I'll mention briefly is a low value procurement. you find that in most cases unaambiwa tununue rice unanunua, unasema rice ni 1000 ngapi? 10,000. Unaenda unachukua rice na 10,000. But then sheria inasema if you are going to buy this rice or you are going to do low value procurement as per the threshold matrix, it should be not more than 50,000 per item per financial year. And so if you are going to buy rice this term, next term, the other term, inamaanisha that contravene sheria ya low value procurement, which says one item per financial year. So low value procurement majorly is used on items that are not bought in a regularly basis. For example, if you need to procure a car battery, sio unaweza nunua after every 2 years. So that one pia hiyo inakuwa inaweza meet this low value procurement. And we also have direct procurement. And direct procurement is where you go to a buyer directly. But then there are conditions that you must meet before you do direct procurement. And conditions that favor direct procurement is whether there is a war, invasion, ama kama floods, sasa ile time ya floods, ama shule imeungua and you need blankets, ama you need repairs. That's when you are going to do the direct. A toilet is an emergency, but you know an emergency is something that cannot be foreseen. So if you know that this toilet is going to be filled up, na unaandika it as an emergency, in procurement that is not an emergency because it is something that you can foresee. But then floods imefanya choo sink, that becomes an emergency. Unaandika proposal that our toilet sank and we need emergency funds to do the toilet. Is that right? Direct procurement is also recommended when you are doing government to government. For example, you want to repair your motor vehicles, na tuko na technical institute that can do that. See, that is a government institution. You can do the procurement directly. Or you want to buy rice, na kuna ni KTDA mwenye wanapeana rice. KTDA ni chai, majani chai. You want majani chai and you go directly to KTDA, that is allowed. I'll mention one or two offenses and sanctions. And the first offense is when you unduly influence or exert pressure on any member of the committee. And here we'll talk about conflict of interest. If you know that you are participating in that tender, you declare your conflict of interest, and we have a conflict of interest register. You say, for that construction, my company is going to apply, and unajitoa kabisa, hata you don't know what is happening in that one, and for you to be safe, even don't apply aki, kwa sababu it is conflict of interest. And how is that conflict of interest? If you are a board member, if you are a relative, a sister or brother or a spouse to that board member or a committee member, that forms part of conflict of interest. When you open any sealed tenders, and we said, if you open accidentally any sealed tenders, you record that you opened that tender accidentally. But if you are opening that tender for the purposes of knowing what is in the tender documents, then that becomes an offense in procurement. When you divulge confidential information, we are seated in the tender evaluation committee, unaona that you have the lowest responsive bidder, ndo huyo hapo hivyo, ndo huyo wewe umekimbia umemwambia wewe unajua umeshinda nini, and it has not been communicated to with the accounting officer. So confidential information should not be divulged. Only those people who are allowed to know this ndo mnaweza communicate the outcome of the evaluation committee. For example, now this is the evaluation committee and the accounting officer would like to know what has taken place. Hao ndo wanaweza ambiwa the information. When you split procurement, and the splitting of procurement tunamaanisha when you structure procurement as one or two to avoid a procurement procedure. When you structure a procurement as one or two to avoid a certain procurement procedure. And we said open tender is the most preferred method of procurement. So you may receive threshold matrix inasema for goods request for quotation ni 3 million, for works ni 5 million, for services ni 3 million, then you've received 5.2 million. Na unasema hapana, nataka kufanya RFQs and you know threshold haikubali, so unasema wafanye phase 1 hapa hivi na uko na pesa yote makiu, wafanye phase 2 hivi, so that you give this contractor and you give this contractor. That is splitting of procurement. Basically you are supposed to advertise that procurement so that you don't avoid the procurement method. When you knowingly withhold notification of award and regret letters. As I said, when you are transmitting the intention to award, you make sure that everybody who participated in the tender receives the notification of award. And for you to be safe, you make sure that you have delivery book, so that they come in, they pick their letter, and you record that they have picked their letter. Now, I'll take you back. I forgot to tell you something, that when you are issuing out a tender document, you must have a tender register. And a tender register indicate who has picked the document, the date when may pick the document, and the amount that has been charged for the tender document. Wameongelea procurement records. I'm just emphasizing that even if we have a building and we don't have any record showing of how that building was procured, then ni kama tumefanya kazi zero. So you must ensure that from the stage of initiation of the procurement, any correspondence, any clarification, yote ina form part of our records. That is all. I know there's so much that you can talk about in procurement, but I wish to end there. And if you have any questions, one or two, before I leave. Oh, you have a question? Yes. Pardon? Pardon? Oh, a copy of what has been presented. Definitely, when you are going to give out your, when you're going to do your attendance, muneka hapo email address, and then we'll just email to you the copy of the nini. Alternatively, we can make a copy of this, and then you'll have it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have two questions here. And I think in another forum, we were told that there are around 7 members who forms the school infrastructural committee. So I think it is very important that you clearly give the names and probably the designated people who are supposed to sit in that SIC meeting. Then secondly, this was the presentation from the first presenter, though we were not given the opportunity to ask questions. We want to appreciate the process of procurement, and whoever was presenting did allude that we can write to the CDF probably to request for whoever will do the
the tendering process, but within the Basic Education Act, we have what we call ad hoc committees. And in each and every aspect that is undertaken by the Board of Management, assuming that you are doing some building and constructions, the Basic Education Act dictates that you can invite. So I don't know, I stand guided so that we also get guided on whether to use the ad hoc committees that are within the BOM or write to the CDF as we've been advised. So I think it is important that you clarify that. Thank you.
And I mentioned that, just as you have mentioned that it is an ad hoc committee, these members may be picked from the SIC committee in the schools. But the Act provides that a technical person should be a member of the evaluation committee. And these technical people, if the school does not have a professional in building and construction, if you don't have a professional in procurement, then you may request in writing for a professional. And the accounting officer, who is the principal, anajua who comprises of the SIC committee. So the only people that wanaweza kuwa invited ni the technical people, which is the procurement and the public works. Have I answered you? Okay. Now, you mentioned that the first presenter, it is still about the ad hoc committees. So I think I've answered yote in one. But I forgot to mention something while I was doing my presentation, that those who, at least one member from the opening committee should not be involved in the evaluation committee, so that you have those checks and balances. Another question? Yes, yes.
As you look for the tendering method, maybe you consider the finances you've been given. Yes. That there are some limit which will enable you to go for direct procurement, and then the other one calls for you to go for open tender and such. Then question number 2, we are doing these works in liaison with public works. So if you are given a big queue for a latrine, maybe it costs 600,000, and now maybe you are given 300,000. How will you go about that?
Now, I'll start with answering the first question, on which method of procurement you are supposed to use. And I remembered I said for you to do direct procurement, you have to meet the conditions of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, of which I said if you are going to do government to government. The second one, I said if in an event that there is war, in an event of emergencies, and there are 2 others. If this technology, you want this technology to meet with, to be compatible with another technology, that's when you're going to use direct procurement. But I remembered I also mentioned something called the threshold matrix. The threshold matrix inatupea ceiling ya kufanya procurement. And I mentioned that if you are doing RFQs, we do for goods, we do not exceed 3 million. For works, we do not exceed 5 million, and for services we do not exceed 3 million. And then I remembered I said that open tender haina minimum na haina maximum. So for open tender you can just do your procurement hata kama ni zote ufanye tu open tender, that is still okay. And you mentioned something that if you have 3 million and you're supposed, maybe 300,000, and suppose you're supposed to do works yenye nafika 500,000. Now you go back to your proposal, back to your approval. How was it approved? Wali approve aje that you are going to be funded? You remember I said you cannot initiate procurement if there is no availability of funds, na kama kuna approvals. So you go back to your approvals. Approval imesema nini? Approval imekuallow ufanye 300,000 alafu mtapewa pesa uendelee nayo. So approval ndo itakuguide on what to do. Your procurement plan will guide you on what to do. I hope I've answered your question. Okay. Any other? If there are no questions, I must say that I'm very grateful to be in front of you, and I thank you for your participation.
Asante sana, naona kuna watu wamelala. So muamuke, ni saa ya ku appreciate warembo. Tafadhali kila mtu amuka. What? People are sleeping seriously. Okay, ni miaka. So to stretch kidogo. Walimu tunaendanga mazoezi huko kwa uwanja, stretch kidogo. Weka side mikono. Rudisha nyuma kidogo. Sio mgongo imekauka. Aya, thank you so much. Muketi chini. Nafikiri kuna maji zitapeanwa, na wakati hizo maji zinapeanwa hatujamu appreciate Madam Chesinta. Procurement sio kitu rahisi kwa mama kama huyo. So kwa sababu ni siku ya mrembo, wacha turembeshe. Weka mkono juu, rembesha, angusha, rembesha, angusha, rembesha, angusha. Thank you so much. Nafikiri wenye wanapeana maji muweze kupeana kwa haraka ili tuendelee. Na nilipokuwa namkaribisha Madam Chesinta, nikaongea kuhusu, wacha nitaongea kwa Kinandi. Mingalega tigelenge mwagiswahili kenyonyi mamangu gomnye. Kagara mwale ya metinye banganet kumetinye bandaptai. Ameja sa mwangu nale aonda ibanganat ama mikweni kuma ibangan gewani. Program ndo ribonguna kone bakweni silingishe aginga tugul gele kale tigitiata tengek tagone kabishe moiso rutu ketelilen kuna angot ko meboishe chepkondo chu komie koiku kateyet ak nyeetab ne kele ko asimonya kele kakoteye ko so procedure anan program ndio sai. So wacha tukaribishe CPA Cyrus Koech kwa program ambayo inafuata. Nilikuwa nasema usipotumia, nimeambiwa niongee kwa Kiswahili. Usipoitumia pesa vizuri itakuwa kutafuna meno na kulia. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. Good afternoon. As you've heard, CPA Cyrus Kiprop, and I think she summarized what I was supposed to say. I don't have any other presentation. That is it. So it was very clear. Thank you very much, Madam. You will allow me to do the presentation from this side. I think for the interest of them also, they should be able to see my face also. Having said that one, I think we should appreciate more Madam Chesinta. Part of what I was supposed to cover, I think she has covered in depth and clearly. And because we all know that in this country and in other jurisdictions, the biggest problem is on issues procurement. Sindio? Hapo ndipo kuna inatupika chenga kidogo, sindio? And I think she has done justice to that aspect. So, was that enough, Jacinta? The appreciation, was it enough? We can add her 2 more. Please. 2 more. Showers. Another one. Thank you very much, Jacinta, for that. For the interest of time, I think I have almost 28 minutes to cover what I'm supposed to do, and I'm going to do on issues financial management and audit. And allow me to appreciate the committee. I think Chesumei is one of those sub-counties that have made sure that they train their PMCs. I was here the other time and I'm here again. I think we need to appreciate them. Let's appreciate these people for the good work they are doing. One, another one. The committee, you are doing a good job. In other sub-counties, they don't even train them. You will go to the field and they tell you, they only know them during the inspection of the projects. And they wonder, what is the nexus within the same? But I must commend them for that. Within financial management, I'm going direct to the presentation and I'm going to take the least time possible. So within the financial management, in this country we have various laws and regulations. And cognizant of the fact that we've had the procurement officer presenting, there is a law and regulation that you would be aware of. But allow me to enumerate a number of 6 or so laws and regulations that will guide you in the process of implementing these projects. The first one, who can give me the first in their day-to-day running of the institution or any other place? Who knows the first thing? Or who can give us one? But for that matter, let me give you, the first thing is the Bible. The Bible. Yes. Bible. Number 2 is the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. These are some of the laws and regulations you need to have. The second one is the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. The third one is the Public Finance Management Act and its regulations. Oh, sorry. So we've said the first one will be the Bible, Biblia. The second one is the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. The third one is the Public Finance Management Act and its regulation. The fourth one is the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act and its regulation. Public Procurement Act and Disposal. The Public Procurement Act and Disposal. The Public Procurement and Disposal Act, and Disposal Act and its regulations. Then the fourth one now is the NG-CDF. The fifth one is the Public Procurement Asset and Disposal Act and its regulation. In all this, remember, its regulations. And the fifth one is the NG-CDF, the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act and its regulations. It's called the NG-CDF. The last one is the Kenya Anti-Corruption Act, which gives power to the EACC, the Kenya Anti-Corruption Act and its regulations. All these regulations, you can get them in the Kenya Law Review and even in the NG-CDF, the NG-CDF board website. You can get all of this. Please use them in your day-to-day implementation of these projects. They will really help you. I don't want to go into the nitty-gritties of each and every act because they are huge and they are wide, but I beseech you, I request you, please go download them. You can get them in soft copy. Just have them. In the process, like for instance now, we are talking of the procurement issues. All those things Jacinta was talking of, they are in the act and the regulations. In your own time, you can refer to the same and be more empowered as you implement all these projects. Additionally, I know all these PMCs are for the schools, right? They are for the primary schools, the JSS and the secondary schools. We have guidelines and we have guidelines on management of schools. Please also, I know you have them. Please make good use of them. I know they speak to all these other laws and regulations I've talked of. The guidelines speak to them on issues procurement. I know they refer back to the same. On issues of financial management, they refer to the PFM Act. Please abide by the same. Having said that, and because of the interest of time, issues financial management, I will cover them in quick and in summary. I have a long presentation here, but I don't want to go deeper into it. But as I had said that I would be doing on public finance, financial management, and audit. So on issues public finance, financial management, and audit, they are a brother and a sister. You cannot have you cannot come and audit when you don't have the issues of financial management. That's where we come in. So the elephant in the room is the issues on audit, and I would go directly to the audit issues. Because I know if I go into some other issues here, I'll be repeating myself, and I don't want us to waste more time on the same. Allow me to go directly to the issues, to the major issues that in each and every other time when auditors come to the field, they realize that there are issues they are raised. And I would wish to highlight them so that you become wary of the same, and you can also, we will also at the end of it all will find how to mitigate the same, how to avoid such issues. Some of these issues in the course of auditing, when I talk of auditing, by the time we come to the school, we'll have gone through the records in the office. They'll have provided us with the records, and those records I know you'll be having a copy in the school. And one of the biggest problem we've had is the issue of records. Please update your records. Let the records, what is in the CDF should be reading the same with what is in the school. At times you go to the school, they tell you their file is in CDF, while ideally that file it belongs to the CDF. So in each and every activity you are going to do, in each and every record you are going to produce, have a file each and everything. File everything, and it should speak for itself. For instance, now, when I go through the file that Mr. Chebi will provide, and I come and check what you have at the school, and they don't tally, even if it was you, what will you conclude? Even if it was you. The file you've been provided here is not the same as the file provided in the other side. What would you conclude? So please have your records in order. File everything. And I know the previous presenters have emphasized on the issue of record keeping. It makes each and every other aspect easy. For instance, my work as an auditor, it will be much easier. Because I don't have, you will not be going to dig, unauliza secretary, iko wapi, sijui nini. Please file them. Another issue we've always found is the issue of unauthorized reallocations. We know sometimes the schools, we may not have funds, and namoko na project. Mnasema sasa tutafanya namna gani, watoto watalala njaa. Yet there is funds from the CDF in the account. Namuna ya kununua mafuta. Utatoa pesa ya CDF ya project ununue mafuta ya gari. It is not allowed. That one is a no. It's a no. And it is against section 661 of the CDF Act. I hope I'm clear with that. No reallocation. We basically call it reallocation. Another issue is in most of our projects we fail to record all the complaints, and we don't record them, and we don't even address them. If there is a complaint, please record it and address it. Follow it up to be addressed. For instance, if there is if the contractor is not doing what is required of them, you record it in the complaints register and do follow up on the same. Yeah, they should do that correction as and when it falls due. Another issue is I don't think we still have it. It was a problem before. It is overpricing of goods and services. But before we used to complain that the 800,000 which we were being provided for was small. It was not even able to complete a classroom. But now, they've had you, and they've allowed us to do it at 1.2 a classroom. That pricing, I think it was done through the technical committees and the other aspects. The 1.2 should be enough to build a classroom, ideally. Sendio, it should be enough. So please, on issues of pricing of goods and services, I don't really need to delve into that one. There is an issue Chesinta talked about on conflict of interest, whereby you have, it is in twofold. You could be having, let me start with the committee, being interested in the projects you are implementing. They should declare the interest on the same. Ideally, they are not even supposed to. I think that is the thing. And then there is this other aspect of you as the PMC. You are there to implement this project, and you want to, you are tendering for the same. Please declare your interest on the same and recuse yourself from the same. And I think Jacinta put it clearly that if you are part of the management committee of the school, you are not even supposed to tender for the same, because it amounts to conflict of interest. There is another issue that at times we note, and this is you as the committee, the chairperson and the secretary, munataka kutoa pesa without minute resolutions. You want to do a transfer without resolutions, minute resolutions. I know you've been told on those issues of how you should run the same account. Each and every transfer or withdrawal in that account should be should be occasioned through a minute resolution. Sawa sawa. So another serious issue, and it's an offense that cuts across, is the issue of non-compliance with what Jacinta was telling us now. And that, I think when we started, I said it's the elephant. Please comply with what Jacinta has when Jacinta was doing the presentation. Please comply with those procedures. And I don't think Jacinta will refuse to be consulted. I think she is happily available. If you want, you can consult her. You can always reach out to her and consult her on these issues of procurement, to be on the safer side. And I know most of these cases in court, I know they touch on issues procurement. Majority, we would call it 70%. They touch on issues procurement, non-compliance with the Procurement Act and procedures. There is someone who asked a question, and I think Jacinta answered it on my behalf again. That's why I was saying Jacinta has done justice to my presentation. On the issue of where funds, you have a toilet of 600,000, you've been funded 300,000. I don't think that issue still emerges. I think we put that one to rest. By the time we are doing a proposal, we know the amount that is required of us, and by the time the board is approving, it will come in full. I don't think it nowadays, does it come in? Yes, it is structured, but I don't think we still have that problem. It brings in another problem whereby the project will take too long to complete again. You've been funded to do a story building. The funds may not come in full. Let's say 20 million. It comes in phases. Section 224(2) of the CDF Act provides that each and every project should be done within 3 years, and I know they are cognizant with the same. The committee knows that one. That's why they will not even allow you to start another project within the same school when you have another project that is ongoing. Finish that one, then you can do the other one, unless on issues of emergencies. I don't think this issue will arise because we had a BQ at the beginning, we did a BQ and we sent it to them, then they sent it to the board, So the issue of it used to occur previously, where you you implement a project without a given work plan, a procurement plan. I don't think that one still arises. And then the issue here that I want to ask to discuss, because it is I know it came up last time, is the issue of VAT and withholding taxes. Are we aware of the rates? VAT 16%, withholding 16. How much should you retain from a project? 10%. We can do a small computation. On VAT, you've done the project, you want to pay the contractor, right? And here we are telling you the government needs its own share from that contractor, 16%. How are you going to compute that amount? Are you going to do it as an absolute 16%? No. For you as I think it's the head teachers, you do 2% of 16, of 116, I mean. So it is 2 over 116. 2 over 116 multiplied by this contract sum at that point. That is for VAT. Withholding is 3 over 116 times the contract sum. You add the 2. Let's assume that the contract sum will be, we can give it X. We can give it X as the contract sum. So VAT is 2 over 116 times X. 3 over 116 times X for withholding. Add the 2. You add the 2 and you subtract from X. You subtract from the contract sum. The remaining amount, you deduct 10%. You withhold 10%. This 10% is the retention monies that will enable you, even in the event of defects within the building. In the event of, for instance, they want to hand over, they've handed over, and there was a window pane that was not fixed. You will still have a chance to tell them, come and fix that window. Or if you don't, we'll not pay you the 10%, because ideally 10% is huge amount. For instance, now it will be around 100,000 for the 1.2 M for each and every class. So I think the computation is clear, and you can always consult the fund manager. The other issue here is who remits that amount. So some schools are not registered VAT. You are not registered for VAT. The CDF is registered, right? The CDF is registered. Once you've deducted the 2%, bring it to him. He will generate an e-slip, and he will have notified the KRA that there is someone who has done some work within Chesumei. Please, they are supposed to send you some other 14% remaining. So if you are not registered, please, once you deduct, bring that. Pardon? Okay. Once you've deducted the same, please bring that e-slip to the CDF. They will process the e-slips. I think on the issue of tax we are clear. Are we clear? Good. Once we are done with our project, once we are done it's complete, it's been handed over, there is a critical aspect or an important aspect in the same, that we need to brand them. Please ensure that you brand this project. In other words, we call them labeling. I know you've done it. Most of you have done the projects we've done. We should ensure that we indicate the financial year. When this project was built by the NG-CDF, it's sponsored by NG-CDF this financial year, please brand them. It's very, very, very important. Finally is the issue of not maintaining a project site visit book. I know someone will handle the same. When he will come over, he will talk of the same. But we as auditors, we usually check on this. On all those complaints, have they been coming to inspect this building? This book is very important. And whenever they come, they should they should sign on the same. All issues on the project. Anyone who visits that project, they should append their notes on the same. Why? They should just feel it, because it will help us also when we will be coming. When you ask you, was this project inspected? How will we know that it was inspected? This is the only book that will help us. It will tell us if it was inspected and how frequent was it, so that in the event of that project, God forbid, if it fails, we will know that who is responsible. We'll be able to follow up on who was responsible. As the clerk of works, as the all these technical experts, they came and they didn't see that such. So it is good to please maintain that site visit book. To conclude my presentation, I think in each and every issue that I've highlighted, I've given a solution. But as a quick, to just go through the recommendations that we are making, I would be making to you, or even to the committee. Please ensure that the project files are maintained at the constituency level. That's for the CDF-C. And at the school level, please maintain that file with the relevant documents, all the relevant documents. Another thing is, please involve the technical departments in the implementation of these projects. My computer is messing me up, but it's fine. We have PMCs who don't attend the meetings, and if you fail, we just remove you. Why should we have a liability in a committee? If you are a PMC and you are invited for a meeting and you don't attend, what is the essence of you being there? You are removed. So those who do not attend the meetings, they should be removed. Sawa. There is another committee that we usually call them Constituency Oversight Committee. I don't know if they're here. The COC. I know they work with Mheshimiwa closely. They should also do their part accordingly. It was scrapped. Okay. So, having covered all those issues, what are some of those project issues that we usually find when we come to the field? The first one is the issue of poor workmanship. Mtu amejenga darasa inatokana flow iko vibaya. That issue we won't condone the same, because those buildings we are building are for our own children and the future generation. So watu wafanye kazi vile inafaa. Kitambo, there used to be non-existent projects, but I don't think it will be here. It is itakuwa huku Chesumei. Prepayment of works, I think the procurement officer was very clear. You don't pay before. Aja afanye kazi ndio alipwe. Sawa. Kisheria hairuhusiwi for prepayments. I think this one comes to the committee. The issue of inspection and the issue of follow-up of these projects. We shouldn't allow them wasiendelee tu. Please, we should be making an effort to check on them also, vile wanaendelea kujenga hizi madarasa. And you as the PMC, we need to have the acceptance reports, the inspection and acceptance report. You will inspect it and accept it. So you will be pushing the liability to yourself that you have accepted that the works done are okay and you are satisfied with the same. So please ensure that you have such reports, the inspection and acceptance report before payment. Alafu finally is the lack of phase certificates. For those who are building huge classes, the dining halls, the dormitories, sometimes we start from phase 1. Wanasema they want to build the first phase will be the foundation. You need to have a phase certificate for the same. then the structure itself, the roofing, please have those certificates. And I know the next presenter will do justice on that aspect also. So I think to that point, I would want to say that let us ensure that the resources we have been given, we utilize them economically, efficiently, and effectively. Now the government will be struggling to raise funds. Please, ile kidogo umepewa, make sure you deliver on the same. You deliver a good project on the same. And having said that, I think that's the end of it, the end of audit issues. So I would take a question, burning one, because of the interest of time. We'll take one question. So silence would mean we are okay, Sindio? Okay, so I wish you well as you go back to the schools to implement these projects. And please, when we'll be visiting you, we expect to see a good progress and a good job. Sawa sawa. Mbarikiwe sana na musalimiane kule shuleni. Asante sana.
Asante sana CPA Cyrus Koech. Mbele kuna wenye wamelala tena. Mbele rudisha, angusha. Mbele rudisha, angusha. Mbele rudisha. Ya mwisho. Sasa si kuongea mkani let down. Asante sana. Nafikiri tuko the last program hiyo ya 1 to 1:30. Na hapo tutakuwa na facilitators wawili, watachukua dakika 15. So 30 minutes. So ndakaribisha, watakuwa wawili, kuna Mr. Tabut na kuna Sheila, na nafikiri Mr. Tabut atatangulia. Na kabla mimi huwa napenda kuchangamsha watu ndio wasilale sana, na ndaongea pia kwa Kinandi, wale wa Kiswahili mtanisamea kidogo. Kalegi mite mane ngotiat agosotio. Kalego gibendi bitanino lin ipkwa baishoni kwa kingo bedi ngorete kwa itole kasa joret. Na walipokuwa wakisimama hapo, kalego leji osotiat mane ngotiat ngebe oreni. Amugi oreno atake kokigoi akokitilil kimogomite ischangamoto kimogomite kila kitu nikia. Kalego oret nebo kimasi kokimite tumda kokinwech kikishogoti. Komwanyo osotiat kole chepyosoni ane kwa murenik amokineto akwang'om kale kole chepyoset aja baba wechige oreno ngawane oreni kakimwa kele kiit osotiot ngap kikoi oret komane ngotiot kokiyamsi juu ingwenuni. So setonai karibuni sana, karibu Mr. Tabut kwa Public Works. Msimukaribishe yeye kwa makofi jameni. Asante sana. Ngongama paishet kujijine nyenye konamo kongoi missing.
Yes. Habari ya leo. Nafikiri wengi ananijua. I was former clerk of works hapa Chesumei. Na nimerudi tena. Ni kazi kusaidiana. Nafikiri walimu wengi tulifanya kazi pamoja. Yeah. Kazi ile tuna mostly kazi ile train sahi yetu ni implementation of the projects. Ni kazi ya project sasa. Procurement karibu tumemaliza, financial issue tumemaliza, sasa ni ku implement the project. In a project we have what we call foundation, walling, roofing, doors, windows, finishes and painting. Nafikiri finishes iko kwa painting iko kwa finishes. Before project aanze lazima tukue na drawing ya project. Lazima tukue na PQ, that is bill of quantities. Na lazima tukue na specification. Lakini specification mostly anakuja na drawing plus the PQ ni specification. Ile ameandika size ya mlango, size ya window, quality ya classes, that's a specification. Tukianza sasa kwa drawing is very clear. Most new classes ni independent. Lakini ukienda kwa shule mostly conductor atakwambia hii kazi nimeona anashikana na ile, wacha tu joint. Lakini ile quantities tumefanya anatosha 4 walls. Contractor aseme to reduce one wall tukutanisha na nyingine. Hapo tu adjust kwa sababu contractor anasema hivyo atikasi ya kwa rahisi, lakini sasa ile anataka payment, anataka yote, tulipe yote na hakujenga one wall. Sasa lazima tupate the drawing. Size ya glass lazima kwa standard. Kwa drawing anaonyesha size ya windows anaonyesha, height ya building anaonyesha, hata keji ya mabati anaonyesha, hata TPM PRC anaonyesha. Lazima tukuwe na bill of quantities kama price or price kwa shule. Alafu ukienda site na confirm. Mtu akianza kazi unaangalia drawing, unaangalia the size, everything unaangalia. Sasa nianze na foundation. Foundation lazima kuna specification imewekwa. For foundation lazima tutumie stone. Lazima tutumie stones, ile natural stones, si ati mtu alete machine cut. Pengine mtu anaweza leta resource aweke foundation, no. Hiyo lazima kwa natural size, natural stones. Tunaenda hardcore, lazima pange hardcore. Hardcore ni ile nzuri, hiyo black one is the best, lakini most these places ni ngumu kupata, lakini niambia contractor ajaribu alete the right quality because of strength requirements. Na hiyo kupanga hardcore lazima kuwe between karibu almost foot moja. Apange na apange asimamishe na aweke vizuri, apange. Si ati unalete mai kubwa unatupa 2 ground alafu unaweka mchanga. Alafu kuna term group membrane, hiyo ni karatasi after kuweka planting maram unaweka hiyo karatasi. Shape of foundation, the minimum requirement of foundation is at least 3 courses. The shallow one is 3 courses. Flat area lazima kuwe 3 courses, ile before apange mawe ameka 3 courses, alafu aweke the fourth course na apange mawe, na lazima kuwe 15 cm from ground level. Si ati ile ikinyesha maji yanaingia direct, lazima kuwe raise. Na contractor anajaribu tu kuweka lower, alafu awe a safe material. Before kasi aanze agreement, sasa ile unafanya agreement, lazima contractor akuje site, confirm site. Akuja angalia topography of the land, transport challenges nini na nini. Si ati akuja baadaye aseme kumbe nilikuja, kumbe hapa ni ngumu, sasa nataka variation. Hii haiwezekani. Before agreement, sasa ile una sign agreement, lazima aende angalia the site kwanza before assign your agreement na aanze kazi. Kuna the second ni slab. Sasa floor slab ni korokea. Sasa nimesema lazima kuwe hiyo kwanza slab lazima kuwe 15 cm from ground level, akinyesha maji yaingie. Sasa ukienda most schools saa hii wako na challenges, unaona maji akinyesha tu inaingia kwa nyumba kwa sababu raise the foundation. Kuna kitu inaitwa slab thickness, kuna specification imewekwa kwa PQ na imewekwa kwa PQ na kwa drawing, lakini confirmation drawings unaangalia kwa PQ exactly unapata, kwa sababu mtu anaweza chora ya 200 na pengine kwa PQ ameweka 100. Sasa nategemea ile kama aliweka kwa PQ ni 100, ataweka hiyo kulingana na specification ya PQ. Kuna kitu inaitwa PRC, hapo tuko na challenge. PRC kuna A142, hiyo ni thickness, ni kama YMS lakini ni msito. Na mostly contractors wanaweka K30, kuna ingine 96 na kuna 98 na kuna ingine light quality which is lower quality. Before afanye lazima confirm kabla hajakorokea, lazima kuwe ni 142. Mixing ratio ya reinforced work lazima kuwe 1 2 3 which is means cement, sand and ballast. Ballast ni kokoto. Na hiyo yote lazima kuwe the right quality. Right quality lazima kuwe sand ile safi. Mostly sand ile safi ni ile unapata from this place ni Kisumu na kuna ile hapo Pokot. Na si lazima niseme good quality ni ya Kisumu. It's not good quality, anategemea kuna qualities karibu mara 3. Lazima kuwe good quality. Si ati kwa sababu ameleta kwa Kisumu tumesema Kisumu, no. Tunataka the right quality. Ballast kuna 3/4 and half. Hiyo ni mix. Workmanship lazima ajenge vizuri. Nyumba kwa upright akuwe level, si ati saa ile tunakoroka slab unapata maji na slant to one direction. Hiyo ni poor quality workmanship kwa sababu contractor hakufanya leveling. Tukimwaka this side maji na kimpa ile side. Lazima tuwe good workmanship, na hiyo workmanship mostly ni anategemea bundi la maandiko kwa site wala anafanya kazi. Wao wanafanya kazi, lazima tupate ile mtu anaweza kufanya the right work. Si ati contractor anaandika watu. Unaweza pata contractor yako na sites almost 10. Sasa anaandika tu watu from anywhere. Wengi hawajui kazi. Tukienda kwa hapo before tumalize kwa foundation, ingetekana watu wa public work confirm kazi kabla hatujaendelea, kwa sababu atajua pengine contractor aliweka 2 courses, pengine hakupanga article, pengine hakuweka tambru membrane, na wale watu watatusaidia hapo mostly ni wale wako kwa site committee na head teacher. Si ati tutalipa hivyo haraka, tufanye correction mapema. Ukiona mtu amechimba shallow foundation na terrace special building, tufanye correction. Si ati sasa tunataka lipa tunaleta complaints. Tufanyie correction, waambia hii height ashikani, hii size ashikani. FIFA fanya adjustment, si ati tungoje akimaliza kujenga tunaambia hii size ni ndogo. Hapana, saidia contractor afanye correction before aendelee. Tukienda kwa walling, mostly sasa tunatumia machine cuts. Na machine cut stones ni aina mingi, kuna ngine ya lesos, kuna ngine ya tika, na kuna ngine ya rapin. Lakini nafikiri wengi atasema tatumia hii ya nyumbani ya lesos, lakini kila mtu anajua tu shida ya lesos. Tufanye the right quality, tusitumie ya lesos kwa nyumba, kwa sababu akinyeshewa hii nyumba yetu atufanye plaster, hiyo ataanguka peke yake. Kuna project sample ilianguka mapema peke yake. Tukienda tika hiyo machine cut ya tika tena, si automatic ati imetoka tika is good quality. Kuna plastic quality, second quality and that quality. Na mostly suppliers wanalete the local quality kwa quality. Na mostly ya tika usipochunga they are under size. They are under size atupapiki hata 120 mm which is required. Amekuwa substandard kidogo, lazima tuadjust tuangalie before contractor achenge. Na hiyo mtu anaweza tusaidia kuconfirm ni clerks of works kwa mchanga nini, kuna clerks of works anazunguka almost every site. Na walling nimesema tena, every stage tuko na workmanship. Si ati mtu ameleta the right material, ameleta everything right, lakini ile punda anafanya kazi unapata pending kwa nyumba. Hatutaki hiyo. That is good. Lazima tufanye the right work, good quality work na good workmanship, kazi isimame vizuri. Kuna kitu inaitwa ring beam. Ring beam hilo tunaandika hapo ni lindol. Lindol ni ring beam. Na kuna specification mostly tunaweka hiyo height yake ni 300 cm which is karibu ni futi moja kulingana PQ. Tuna confirm kwa PQ. Na height ya ring beam from low level mostly inaonyesha kwa drawing. Mostly tunaweka nategemea size of building, kwa sababu size ya nyumba kubwa ni tofauti na ile ndogo. Sasa tuta confirm kwa drawing. Kwa ring beam tena lazima tuangalie reinforcement fa, hiyo chuma tunafunga. Kwa part specification mostly ni T10 au T20 na hiyo ya kufungia ni T8. Lakini contractors unaweza pata mwingine ameweka tu T8 which is under size. Roofing lazima tu confirm the sizes ya timber. Mostly kasi ya capman mostly ana recommend cypress, hata kwa BQ tumeandika ni cypress. Lazima tufuate hiyo, si ati kwa quotation utaangalia kama ni cypress specifically kuna sizes nini, contractor anajua amechaza kulingana na sizes, si ati patae akienda kwa site ana complain hapa cypress haipatikani, kwani alichaza. Lakini sasa hii cypress is available almost everywhere, forest imepunguliwa. Cage ya mabati lazima kuwe cage, iron sheet lazima kuwe cage 28. Lakini tuta confirm kwa PQ, pengine ile mtu alitengeneza ameweka cage 30, lakini most required ni cage 28. Pressure port tutaangalia kwa PQ yetu mostly anakuwa lazima kwa cypress na ile ni A2. Toe sizes lazima kuwe standard sizes as per the drawing, as per the PQ. Na ile shita tuko na mostly kwa doors, mlango na trisha ni quality, ni gauge ya steel. Kuna trisha nyingine ukikonga ukishika hivi anatingisika. Mostly contractors and prepare ile quality ile koloa. Lazima adjust afanye the right quality ya material na choma kazi vizuri, workmanship vizuri. Kwa windows kuna glazing kuna specification imeandikwa. Kwa hii matrisha watu wengi haisi tofautisha, kuna 4 mm, 3 mm, lakini mostly kwa PQ anaonyesha 4 mm. Alafu tukienda finishes sasa ni plastering, ni plastering. Kwa plaster lazima tukue na good sand. Hiyo ni mchanga mzuri, lazima tukue na mixing ratio mzuri ya cement na sand. Lazima tufanye vitu anaitwa curing ni kuweka maji, at least tuweke maji for almost 1 week. That's the minimum requirements. Alafu nyumba si crack. Na fundi ile anafanya kazi lazima akuwe special, amekuwa specialized kwa mambo ya plastering, si ati ile ukiona nyumba ni kombo. Kuna fundi wanajua kazi, kuna wengine anakuja kujifunzia kazi ya shule alafu sema nimefanya, lakini pengine anafanya poor quality work. Tukienda painting lazima tukue na right quality. The past quality nafikiri tuliweka kwa PQ ni past quality, lakini mostly contractors anaweka the second quality, na hiyo lazima rudia karibu sijui mara ngapi. Lakini past quality ni mara mbili, tunaenda undercoat, past coat na second unamaliza, lakini hiyo poor quality lazima rudia mara mingi. Workmanship lazima afuate, ile mtu anaweza kuweka rangi, si ati bora tu rangi imewekwa, kila kitu imewekwa. To achieve kazi yote kwa mzuri, sand lazima kuwe mzuri, cement ratio lazima kuwe mzuri, curing and workmanship. Kazi yetu sasa kwa modern over project lazima to visit site kulingana stages. Mostly tunapenda kama si mtu ya public works, lazima mtu wa clerks of works akuja confirm. Mostly foundation na slab lazima mtu akuje. Walling lazima mtu akuje a visit site. Ring beam before akoroke tuangalie height, lazima tu confirm height before akoroke. Si ati saa ile tunakuja confirm kumbe ameweka low. Sasa tutaambia acha afanye correction. Is difficult, lakini lazima tu visit site before afanye. Au send pictures au waite clerks of works afanye. A confirm kwanza. Kwa ring beam alafu tuende roofing. Roofing lazima tukuje tuangalie size ya timber, quality of timber, tuangalie workmanship saa ile anaendelea mpaka saa ile anaweka mapati. Lazima tukuje. Mostly shita ni timber. Mtu anaweza leta bupi joints alafu nyumba ana paint. Lazima tuambie tupise site tuangalie the quality of timber, kazi endelee. Wacha niende sasa mambo ya renovation. Kazi sasa nalingana, kuna renovation ya floor, kuna ngine ya roofing, kuna ya plastering, kuna ya painting, kuna ya windows replacing, kuna ya pengine kuna gutters, hiyo yote, na kuna ya tarazo, hiyo yote kuna PQ ila anatoa specification of each project. Nikimalizia nikienda sasa payment, watu wa public works ni wale anaandika payment certificate, na nimesikia lazima ilipwe the same haraka. Baada tumeandika payment certificate lazima ilipwe haraka iwezekanavyo, na hipo atawezekana tu hivyo, atawezekana tu kama the contractor alifanya the right work, kama alifanya the right work, good quality. Si ati yule mtu analimiss kuweka vitu zingine pia, si alafu anataka alipwe haraka na hajamaliza. Lazima akuwe amefanya kazi mzuri, na lazima contractor request for payment. Payment lazima andika letter to the project manager na shule na CDF. Si ati mtu anasema tu nataka payment leo, si lazima andike. Kila mtu akijua kuna contractor anataka ilipwe, alafu tuite meeting, join suko, tuna committee angalie tulipe mpaka wapi na mpaka wapi. Tena wakati wa agreement tumekuwa na shida na contractors. Lazima tuwaambie contractors saa ile una sign agreement, kazi yetu anatakana malisike within 120 days. These small projects lazima kwa one classroom, lazima by 120 days ameisha, lazima tualikuwa imeisha. Na payment lazima wa agree na contractor, si ati contractor ila akileta mchanga anasema ilipwe kidogo, pengine amekorogea slab akiwechenga mpaka wala anasema tulipe. Hiyo kazi ya kuevaluate every time itakuwa ngumu. Lazima tusikilizane, tuseme tunalipa mara ngapi. Mostly kama contractor hawezi tulipe mara 3. Hii project small project utapatiwa kazi mwalimu, kwa sababu kuna contractors mwingine atasema ameleta nini tulipe, amechenga mpaka wall tulipe, atakuwa complicated na paperwork atakuwa mingi. Kuna contractors wengine ukiona kwa PQ yao wanasema financial yake ni mzuri, unaona mtu amefanya kazi ya 10 million ngapi, lakini utastuka the same day akimaliza tu slab anataka pesa. Lakini kwa example wengine, kuna contractor huko alifanya kazi, tulipatia kazi ya almost 4 million na hajaitisha pesa, amesema tu mpaka nimalize, na almost anamaliza hajaitisha. That's the right contractor tunataka. Wala anataka pesa haraka, anajua kumbe si kuweka the right quality ya PRC, lazima nione kama nimewepa hapo. Ukilipa tu anasema hapana, public works iliona. Lakini wale wanajua mambo sana ya project, tunakuja uliza mwalimu na committee, tuseme aliweka hii, alifanya the right foundation, alifanya hii, tunategemea, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuja site every day, itakuwa expensive kwa shule na kila mtu. Kuna mambo ya electrical work, kuna engineer atasaidia, kuna specification inatakana kwa electrical work, kuna quality, kuna standard, kuna hiyo acting, lazima kuna specification imeandikwa, lakini kuna supervision lazima tu confirm, kwa sababu contractor haisifanya vitu ile anatakana bila supervision, anaweka lower quality, kwa sababu akiweka wire utaambia arudie, pengine alete poor quality work. Alafu tunaenda mechanical work, tuta confirm, kwa sababu most project ataka mechanical works, pengine shule kama kuna lab nini lazima tu confirm, kuna specification. Kwa hiyo machache niliona wenzangu walikuwa wameongea, sasa nimefanya tu summary, na most kazi yangu nitakuwa crown. Sasa mostly kazi yetu sasa ile tunaanza hapa, tunachukua this project, tutaongea mambo mengi, maswali mengi, tutafanya tu tukiatest. Hapo tawachia engineer mwenzangu amalizie. Asanteni.
Right, tusimame kidogo. Baraka za Mungu Baba ni Baraka za Mungu Baba ni zaweza kwenda juu, zaweza kwenda chini, zaweza Thank you. We can sit. Right. My name kwanza ni Engineer Sheila Chepngeno, and engineer is an and name. Ni kama professor, daktari, mwalimu, it's an and name. Na let me tell you kidogo tu, history kidogo tu. When I was nilikuwa nursery. But there I have a lot of respect for you teachers. Unajua sahi mimi I have the best handwriting courtesy of nursery teachers. Unaona mapipi 1, mapipi 2. Hawa sasa ndio walitufunza vizuri, hata kama nimeandika haraka the best handwriting. So nashukuru. And then you are nyi wote, see all the professions we come from teachers, so we appreciate you. You are our mentors, we love you. Nona, yani you see why a teacher ana prosper, ni kwa sababu ya ile integrity, ile values ana instill kwa mwanafunzi. Tunawashukuru sana, asante. Now nyumbani ni Chesumei, Kosirai ward, Mara. Now when I was growing up hapo Mara, mama yangu alikuwa mwalimu. Sasa nilikuwa nataka kukua kama mama yangu. My mom was the best. Si mama ya kila mtu ni best. Sasa nikajua I want to be a teacher. Sasa venye nilikuwa primary, I was wondering, nilikuwa first nilisoma hapa AIC Baraton. Sasa nilikuwa nakata musereta hapo hivi. Sasa nikajiuliza, uniform unakunja uniform mpaka hapo kwa kiuno, mara unaingia kwa maji ndani, mara ukifika jioni it is dark, maybe imenyesha mpaka saa 1, njia ya kwenda nyumbani haionekani. Then nikaambia my mom, ebu naenda boarding, hata kama I'm 8 years old, naenda boarding direct, because of when I was growing up nikajua an engineer is a problem solver. Tuko kwa hapa, this building was designed by an engineer. hii barabara zetu by engineers, hii microphone by engineers. Ndio mtu wako huko mwisho ananisikia. Sasa nikaidivert, nikasema let me kwanza be a problem solver, alafu baadaye maybe I'll be a teacher someday. And by the way, after Form 4, I taught literature and English in a high school. I even taught a primary school. Kuna mwalimu hapa, there's a school here I taught for a very long time before niende college. So that is the history of this journey. Now hapa, for the purposes of this training, tunaanzia the first thing in engineering. Engineers are governed by regulations. Si lazima kuwe na sheria. Hapa we have Engineers Act. It is available, unaweza download, unaweza Google. Iko engineers names huko ndani, iko the regulation, iko the, and then number 2 regulation, we have the building code. Those 2 regulations do ina guide engineering practice. The Engineers Act and regulations, Building Code Act and regulations. What is a project? A project is an idea that has been planned carefully to serve a particular purpose according to hizo needs za shule za wapi. And then construction. Najua a project is different from construction. Construction is a project, but a project is not necessarily construction. So construction is the act of building a structure to serve a particular purpose as well. Tuko na stakeholders wa project ama construction. We have the clients, the contractors, the users, the PMC, and the financials. What are very important in a project. And then sahi, because si tuko Gen Z, sahi era ni ya Gen Z. So if you don't have a school email, you know where you belong. Sahi we do things through email. Hata ukiona from your program, we have email ya CDF. Why say that this process takes long? We have email ya accountant, email ya procurement, email ya public works. You know, that's the best. Keep records, it shows that you've communicated. Contractor pia ukimwandikia email, kuliko keep papers unapeleka. Okay, you first write an email, alafu you can even forward the same hard copy, but for your safety. Na mambo na audits, open a school email that is operational na running if you don't have one. If you have, use it. Kuna email zile tulipata tukiwa hiyo shule mpaka saa hii hazijawahi tumika to do anything. Emails inatumika ku communicate to CDF, to public works, to accountants, to auditors. All of us tuko na official office email. Ya public works ni nandiworks@gmail.com. Ya CDF ndio hiyo iko hapo. Ya procurement, it is there. All of these are there. Now we have 5 stages kwa construction. Number 1 is the planning stage. Now in this planning stage, it is important sasa mkuwe na what we call master plan. Si mko nazo ya shule, that school master plan. Mtajua tu toilets stay on this side, classrooms here, administration, parking ni wapi, flowers sijui na hizi mambo ya miti, you will know from the master plan. Number 2, we have strategic plan. Unajua strategic plan is different from the master plan, because master plan is a long term, but the strategic plan ya shule ni plan maybe a 2 years. What are you planning for that period? Ndio tusikuwe na emergency. Sahi tunaenda grade 9 and people will be saying, hey, hatuna classes. and we all saw it coming. Na hatuna strategic plan. Unajua, if you have the plan, you have the minutes. Mnajua this is expected of us. What are you doing about it? Sahi mwanze mufikiria akili venye mtaweka watoto wenye wako grade 8 sahi. Yo, that one is homework. What are funds? Funds aside, but what are you planning as the institution itself? That is part of what we call strategic planning. And I know you are managers, ndio? Now managers must be planners. Now, how do you identify a plan, a project? You identify basing on the existing conditions, ndio? Conditions za roof, conditions za wall, conditions za floor, and then also the needs. We don't want a situation enye wakiingia hivi class, the amount of CO2 concentration is above the recommended ratio. Tuko na ile recommendation according to the public health. I know they will tell you this is the ratio and it's per the number of students. That's why unaona classes hawataki a lot, yani learners wajai ndani. It's because of those health reasons of concentration. And then we ensure also learners are safe, they are comfortable. Si kama kitambo ilikuwa ati bora tu umekaa kwa miti, kama upepo inakuja inapeleka books mpaka huko. Now we are ensuring our learners are comfortable, they are safe, they can concentrate. Sasa if you achieve that, na tena it favors all. Wale watu warefu, wafupi, wa disability, wa nini, it is favoring for all of us. We should fit in your project. And then you seek, after you've identified, you seek approvals through the SIC minutes and the BOM minutes. There are two minutes. Kuna ile yenu ya SIC na ile ya BOM. And then you identify the location of that project. You know, identification of the location inasaidia so that we don't find issues za classrooms zile zinapigwa na the entire place. Is it east, west, south, north? Orientation ya classroom has been planned. We want classrooms that are east-west oriented, so the other way around. And also, atutake tukue na classrooms chini hivi kwa slope zenye zimekaa hivi align, because zitajaa maji ndani. So the way you orient your project is important. That's why tunasema project location. Number 2 stage, tuko stages of construction, remember. Preliminary stages. Sasa hapa we do what we call topography surveys and geotechnical surveys. Atutaki a situation where maybe uko karibu na highway and then we have trucks zinapita hapo, zina affect stability ya structure yetu pale. Kama ni toilet, you know appropriate location to avoid such interference. Ukiona a structure can be interfered with external factors kama wind, kama iko open sana. So unajua this miti inasaidia ku reduce hiyo uzito ya wind. So we have to make sure we've executed those roles, yes, surveys. And then designs. Designs sasa is what my colleague has talked about, the drawings, the bill of quantities, the schedule of materials. Ujue now I want to do this work, I need how many bags of cement, chuma ngapi. Those are the schedule of materials that we also provide up at Public Works. Or bill of quantities, they are the same thing. The difference is schedule of materials ni tofauti kidogo na ile, because bill of quantities is majorly full contract, schedule of materials is labor based. But si tumesema tunaenda full, so we talk of bill of quantities. But there are others tender, kama umeenda other things, low value goods, hiyo unaweza fanya schedule of materials, ujue how many bags of cement, how many tins ya rangi, such like stuff. Then tendering mshaambiwa. So the role of an engineer hapo kwa tendering, we ensure we issue site visit certificates. Unajua tutake kupea mtu kazi na aseme mimi sikujua, kumbe hii site yenu ni mbaya aje, mko na miti kwa sites, the site is not clear, so they need to see first, alafu we advise on what to do. The procurement angewaambia how to dispose assets zenye ziko kwa maybe our field that we want to put maybe a classroom or a toilet, how to dispose those assets. Sini assets za shule, and we cannot just call team to rafiki yako akuje akate, and then there's a procedure na iko documents pia. Hata kama mko na ng'ombe ya shule, maybe itisiki imekufa, there's a way you get a veterinary officer anakupea certificate kwamba hiyo ng'ombe yako imekufa, na sasa sio ati kuchukua tu staff za shule unarusha hapo. No, there's a procedure na tumeagree sisi tutafuata procedure to avoid queries, to avoid audits. And then also we check attached work methodology. Tunajua wa people wanaomba kazi wako na haraka, maybe it is construction of a classroom, lakini mtu anaandika hapo week 1 tutakuwa tunafanya bridges, tutakuwa tunafanya methodology. Attached methodology is also a method ya kwa evaluation. Hiyo ni kazi ya engineers, wanaangalia methodology huko ndani if it is in line with the project in question. Alafu if the contractor complies with OSHA, occupational safety and health standards, tunaangalia kama ana comply na hiyo regulation. And then the capacity of the contractor and the equipment, due diligence na legibility of the documents yenye imekuwa provided. Tumesikia mambo ya River Road ni mingi, so it is upon the engineer hapo ndani ku confirm legibility ya hizo vitu. See, I've told you certificates, siku hizi watu tu wanachonga certificates, wanafanya nini? So kuna kazi ya kufanya due diligence na ku confirm if the documents that you have are legal documents. Then we go to to another stage number 4. Sasa this is the project implementation stage. Ni hiyo yenye mmeambiwa ku sign contract. Na before you sign contract, you should have letter of acceptance hapo ndani, form of tender yenye imekuwa filled, iko na price, conditions of contract according to FIDIC, na uko na maybe bill of quantities ama quotations ama drawings ama specifications zingine. Hizo zote ndio if you have that, then you can sign a contract. Watu wenye wana sign contract ni kina nani? The contractor himself ana sign your contract. Members, maybe 2 members from the PMC committee and maybe a representative from the CDF will be part of signing that contract. Alafu you sign the time. Unajua the only mistake we make, tunaweka ikue blind. We should specify phases of payment. We should specify duration ya contract. Unajua if it is open, mtu tu anakaa, ukijaribu kumpush, you do not tell them the timelines ya hiyo project because you rushed in signing the contract. And then handing over. After we've signed the contract, everything is okay, we go to site handing over. Site handing over ni kuonyesha the contractor mahali tutaweka hiyo structure yetu. And number 2 ni kuintroduce the members wa contractor side to the members of project management committee. That introduction is very important. Ndio kusikue na ile issues. Simekuwa na issues when nasema hey, this contractor is stubborn, aski maneno. It's because you did not introduce properly. Hakuna mtu alimwambia for the purposes of this project, watu wenye utawa deal now are this and this, in case of any queries, in case of any conflict, ni hao watu. And we also have inspection and acceptance. Kwa hii implementation, tuko na inspection and acceptance team. Sasa this one is established by the accounting officer, maybe the head of institution. Iko na chairman na members wake wawili, maybe 3 people can be members. Alafu after those materials zimekuwa delivered, the committee will inspect and write a report na wa document the report. Alafu if they plan, if there's need for an expert, it is the inspection committee to inform that this is the challenge, come and inspect this and this. Officially, tumesema tuko na email, siku hizi ni rahisi. Hata you don't need to travel from Kaptel to Kapsabet. Inapitia tu hewa, information inafika, we can act on the information. So we have a contract, that is different. There's another team, contract implementation team. Our two, they just monitor performance of the contractor, ensure that hizo vitu zenye my colleague has said has been done well according to specifications, ensures compliance too. This contract implementation team is compliance. Compliance ya hizi vitu zote, bid bond, what, all these provisions, works program, minutes are there. That is the team of, that is the purpose of contract. And then we go to the payments. Najua payments ndio iko na shida sana. So for you to pay a contractor, it is 1 to 14 things that you should be having. You cannot pay without having them. Minutes to approve the payments, advertisement ya hiyo contract, in that form of tender, that contract that you've signed should be there. Evaluation report from the procurement akienda, you'll expect report from procurement. So msimwache tu procurement aende without giving back the report, the minutes ya hiyo process. So they should be in your file. And then your communication, a letter of communication intention to enter into contract, acceptance, inspection committee minutes. These ad hoc committees that we are saying we are forming, there are 2: inspection and acceptance, and contract management. They could be the same people, but sasa it's different in titles, or one could be same in both. And then an invoice, and then photos. Photos are very important. We cannot ignore. If a classroom you say it was renovated, si lazima tuone before and after photos. Every stage of construction tumesema should be checked. So all those stages lazima tuangalie. Foundation, depth, imechimbwa kiasi gani. Photos. Yani to be on the safe side. And then also ile approval iko zenye umepewa. Then the last stage is a closeout or project handing over stage or project completion stage. So at this stage now we are expecting the project is complete. We will issue completion certificates, hiyo inatoka public works. We will issue status reports, hiyo inatoka public works, and also taking over certificates and certificate of occupation if need be. So during all this we should avoid variations and changing scope of works. Najua changing scope of works inaleta budget ina burst, delays, stall projects. Those are the risks that we face if we vary the scope of works, or if we vary the project itself. Maybe to vary a site or site things, because remember, before you identify a site or you begin, ukuwe umejua line ya maji iko wapi, line ya stima iko wapi, so that usipate shida hapo because of such issues. So I'm done with my presentation. Thank you for listening. Although you are tired, you've tried. Asanteni sana. Kama tumeshika kitu tukisahau
mheshimiwa wetu ambaye ameweza kuingia ndani. Karibu mheshimiwa wa Chesumei. Itagat missing, unakaribishwa sana. Ujisikie uko nyumbani. Karibu, nimeona ofisi yetu pia ya constituency ambao wameweza kufika pamoja na mheshimiwa manager wetu Tito. Karibu sana pamoja na PA. Karibuni sana. Karibu sana mheshimiwa. Itagat missing. Asante sana. Kongwe missing kwa sababu ya unyenyekevu ambao uko naye mheshimiwa kuweza kusalamia watu wako wa Chesumei. Tunakukaribisha sana kwa mikono miwili, ujisikie huko nyumbani. Umefika kwako ambao unawakilisha. Yeah. Okay. Asante sana. Mheshimiwa Nenyawa wa Chesumei, ofisi Nenyawa wa CDF, ofisi yetu ya constituency ambao wako pamoja na sisi, host principal wa shule hii ya AIC Baraton, walimu wetu na wageni wote waheshimiwa, tusalamiane ya saa 8. Hamjambo? Asante sana, mmekuwa patient. Nafikiri tumechukua muda kidogo, lakini tunashukuru Mungu mheshimiwa ameweza kufika sehemu hii. Na madam, host madam, nafikiri ulitukaribisha asubuhi na mheshimiwa hakuwa ameweza kufika sehemu hii. Na kwa heshima tu ya mheshimiwa ili ajisikie huru akiwa katika shule hii ya AIC Baraton, nitaomba uweze kumkaribisha kisha tuweze kuendelea. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity, our MP, CDF chairman, the entire family of CDF, our principals, our chairman, and the other BOM members. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Let me appreciate the coming of our MP. We have been so patient. I know we have taken lunch, and we are so grateful for the organization that was here from morning. I want to tell our MP, we don't take it for granted for you coming to AIC Baraton. I know it is a blessing that it takes the hand of God for us to be here. So we want to thank God, also the CDF, for all the projects that it has been done to our constituency, and I know we are going to receive more, which is going to help our learners and the people of Chesumei. So I want to say thank you so much. Feel welcome at AIC Baraton, and we will continue welcoming you each and every time. So let me say thank you and welcome. Feel at home. We are so blessed this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Makofi ya Madam Principal. Asante sana. Mheshimiwa wetu, tulianza training yetu asubuhi na walimu hao wameweza kupata mafunzo tofauti. Tulianzia mafunzo ya procurement procedures, tukakuja financial regulation, tukakuja audit issues in NG-CDF, tukamalizia ya technical aspects in project implementation. Na asubuhi pia tulikuwa na bahati tukakuwa na funds manager kutoka KESIS ambaye aliweza kuwakilisha ama kutupea mafunzo jinsi ya general overview of NG-CDF Act and regulation. Nafikiri mpaka hapo tulikuwa tumemaliza awamu yetu kama ofisi ya CDF, na nafikiri itakuwa tu kwa heshima nikupe nafasi ili uweze kuendelea. Na kabla sijakupea nafasi mheshimiwa wetu, ningependa kusema asanteni sana walimu wetu kwa kufika sehemu hii, kwa kukaa pamoja na sisi tangia asubuhi hadi wakati huu. Nitaomba tu Mungu aendelee kuwabariki na tutakuwa pamoja na sisi. Ngibe dura wako ngone tetanya nguren. Asante sana. Mheshimiwa, pichu konege tumakotinda leo. Ya right baba, kilingi tusema neno moja tu na roho zetu situlie. Karibu sana. Simushangilie mheshimiwa wetu. Asante, karibu sana mheshimiwa Chesumei.
Bas, asante secretary wetu. God is good and all the time, and that's his nature. Wow, ongigatske ngangani, ongigatske, asanteni sana. Bas, first and foremost, I know many of you know me. I'm the area member of parliament. Paul Kibichi Biego is trying to fight so hard so that the contractors understand the quality that is needed. The carer officers also understand the quality that we need as Chesumei. And two people, thank you so much, the CDF fraternity led by our able funds manager, who is very, very experienced. In fact, in the wisdom of CDF, they did something very good that a funds manager can know, who comes from that particular constituency. Somebody who comes from that particular constituency cannot be a funds manager of that particular area, because this gentleman who is here is as good as a member of parliament angenipatia competition huyu jamaa kwa sababu is well conversant. So thank you so much for institutional memory, because we know you started with Elijah, you came with Mheshimiwa Kogo, and you are now with me, so I don't take that for granted. Alongside the chairman, I know these people who you have talked to are now going more empowered. I want to be extremely brief, Amu, Sheikh, and again, you know, when talking to people who have already really been given a lot of information, I don't want to scrap it off, so that my presence here is just to cement it and actually to tell you that tuko pamoja na nyinyi. I'm still extremely grateful for you people electing me, for you people electing the Kenya Kwanza government, the government that I serve, and in extension, the president, who is one of our own. Thank you, this particular institution where we are, I will not forget. Thank you, madam, you have invited us, and I can see you are with your able chairman and the Baraton fraternity. I don't take that for granted, and I say thank you, alongside the staff from the constituency office led by our able manager Titus Lagat, and the rest of the members. Now, just to be brief, I just want to say that I know you have been taught so much. There are many of you who are going to benefit from these NG-CDF funds, and that is why this training is extremely important, so that we are able, or you are able, to conform with the law, and again to give us quality. I'm one person who really loves quality and neat things. And year 2022-2023, we actually in Chesumei, we said let us try the labor-based. And I must thank all the head teachers and the committees and the people who are simamiering, who are standing in for those particular projects. I must say thank you so much. However, there are also some few instances where we felt that we needed to standardize. Like, for example, classrooms. You would get classrooms which are complete, but you'll get school A having a different size of classroom from school B. And even one time I talked to Vincent, he's the clerks of works, and he told me that there are variations. There are 3 different kinds of classrooms. So we realized that it is important for us to now live, because we have seen what the labor-based can do, and that is a system also that is being done by other constituencies. And we said now in year 2, what we are giving emphasis is on contract. That is a full contract. And I know you've been given all the advantages. In any system, there are advantages and disadvantages. This one of full contract, the only problem is that there is quite a amount of money that, of course, goes on VAT, the 16% VAT. Whereas in labor-based, you can navigate your way until you can even do extra. But sometimes we also have a problem, because when institutions are paid money and they do the work, in the event the fundis or the contractors mess them up, then there is no reverse gear, because money has already gone. But on the contract way, we pay after we have certified that the building has been built to the standards. So that is why this year we are just tilting the equation a bit. It is going to be a bit more expensive for us, but like for a classroom, we have put just a bit of money on top to ensure that the contractor we give is able, mandatory, to at least give us very good floors. Initially, I was insisting on tiles, but I was convinced by many of you who believe also that terrazzo, like the one we have here right now, is a better floor. So we opened the window and said, okay, fine, let us have classrooms then which would either have terrazzo or tiles, depending on what the members of that particular institution feel is a better floor. But it is mandatory to have any building that we are building to have a floor of either terrazzo or tiles. Now, because I don't want to labor a lot, many of you who have been invited today may not necessarily be the ones who we invited last year, and some could be a repetition if you're getting funds in these 2 consecutive years. So they are beneficiaries of this particular 2023-2024. We did not include institutions or wards who have benefited or who will benefit from flagship projects. When I got into power, you may not have seen, but you'll just see in a few months ahead, I felt that we in Chesumei, we are supposed, or I am supposed to leave a legacy that whenever I'm in any ward, at least there is something tangible, something big at least, which can be identified with my regime. And as a result, we sat down with the members who are concerned, and actually for these 5 years, I said I'll ensure that at least we identify one institution which we are going to build a story. I don't know how we should call that, because many people call it modern school, but it's actually a modern structure having at least 8 classrooms thereabout, and some could have an admin block there, but at least to have a building that we are going to have it a Gorofa building, and at least save on the space in some institutions which do not have space. I'm happy that even if we have not started, at least we are in the process of securing final approvals for those particular buildings. And I said that I want in these 5 years, alongside all these other projects we are doing, at least we have a building in one ward. In Lelmoko Ngechek, I've kept on saying, though we did not invite those people, is that we are going to set up that modern school or modern classrooms. JB, what is the right name for that? Modern, huh? Yes, but many of you and many people call it a modern school, but huh? Superstructure, whatever it is. So we are going to have one in Lelmoko Ngechek. We have identified Ndonyongaria. So at least I'm happy that Ndonyongaria is going to get a modern structure, at least having not less than 8 classrooms, which is Gorofa, and if they will be lucky enough, they could also get an admin block. In Kosirai ward, it is very good, but unfortunately, because I was waiting for that final approval, I have not mentioned to that particular area. But in Kosirai ward, we felt and we identified that where there is need is Cap Kibimbir. And I believe once we get the final approval, I will go and tell them. It's just because these monies of NG-CDF are subjected to the board's approval. But That, as per our committee here, are proposals which we have given out, and we have actually preserved money. We have allocated money for those particular buildings. That is for financial year 2022-2023, that is Ndonyogaria. 2023-2024, which we are in right now, is Kapkibimbir. And of course, there was a promise that we gave to Kaptel Kamoiwa, and I'm still standing that I also felt that Kombe location should also have such kind of a structure, though with a few and many challenges that we still have, because we have not identified the exact point or exact place to keep. For the people of Kombe, for your comfort, since you had asked, especially the Kombe village, who had asked for a secondary school, I'm happy that once you are done with the registration of the school, then we can actually set up a secondary school, which is not necessarily the modern structures, but at least I will give Kombe village a school. But if the Kombe location generally accept that it is to be kept in Kombe Primary or wherever they will decide, because we have got challenges, then that will be a structure which we are going to consider 2024-2025 financial year. 2025-2026 financial year, we are going to consider either Kiptuya ward or Chemundu. Although when we had tossed a dice, Chemundu people got an advantage, so it's like maybe Chemundu could come actually earlier, and then in the financial year of the final financial year, which we are still there, is 2026-2027, and that's the electioning year. We will put a structure in Kiptuya ward, and I believe we unanimously accepted that it is going to be put in Kiptuya secondary, St. Stephen's Kiptuya. Now, the only two tricky words that we have not identified, which we are still calling upon stakeholders to actually give us advantages and disadvantages, where to put in those structures, is Chemundu, Kamyetun. Others say it needs to be put in Chemundu secondary. Others say it needs to be put in Nandi primary. Others say it needs to be put somewhere along Tilalwa, Amai there. So we are still actually looking for a place to put in. But in the flip side, I'm also a proud member of parliament, because when I was at the PS and we discussed, and Kapkechui, courtesy of also having a very good patron, at least we were able to secure some funds from the ministry, which initially there was the disbursement of 9 million in Kapkechui Girls. The only challenge is that we were trying to look for land where we will put up that structure. So in essence, actually, Chemundu Kamyetun ward finally will even actually have a benefit of around those two structures. So that is where we are going, and that is the plan we have in terms of education. And of course, for those of you who know, we also have the SEBI, Chesumei Elimu Bora initiative. That initiative, though having some few challenges here and there, because any new baby, any new born child is bound to have challenges. And the challenges that we are having in SEBI is because it is a new product, and the variance or the difference amongst the institutions. That initiative actually was to ensure that we have all our children going to, especially the day, I sat and said, what present am I going to give to the great people of Chesumei? And I realized that since my work right now is a bit wide, especially having to serve two constituencies at the same time, the constituency Chesumei and the other constituency in Nairobi, which is Bunge Matters on issues to do with representation and legislation. I realized I may not be able to be as flexible as I was, and that is why I said each and every student going to a day school, I want to subsidize fees. And we harmonize the fee structure. However, there are some institutions who, on an afterthought, they saw that it is not possible. But what we did is we harmonized the fee structure so that every parent was to pay 1,500 shillings per term, and that one had a rider that you do not have to take, the parents don't have to take maize, neither do they have to take beans, so that the remaining balance I would finish. It was my thinking that with 1,500 it was comfortable enough for parents to pay. However, in the national government, we've got a setback a bit. Most of you who are following what is happening in the current news, you see there's a reduction in the education sector, which again is threatening to affect my initiative of SEBI, because there is a reduction of capitation in schools again, and that is a major concern which we are trying to actually correct in the finance bill, which has brought hell again. So we are trying to navigate. Otherwise, the idea of SEBI was to ensure that we have all children from Chesumei regardless. And I believe that the children who are going to day school are children whose parents are struggling. So what I said is that let us pay fees for all the students from Form 1 to Form 4. So that is also what is going on in Chesumei. And now that you're Chesumeians, it's also important for you to also know that we have further scholarship programs that we have partnered with MSOS TTI to ensure that our students within Chesumei, in each and every polling station, in each and every area, at least we get students to pump to MSOS, because we all know the advantages of tertiary institutions. I was lucky last year we pumped around 100 students to MSOS. This year, if I'm not very wrong, we are about 130, 140. What is the actual figure? 146. Yeah. So we are at around and about 146. It is causing a big difference in MSOS. MSOS is becoming a town of its own. So those people who come from Saniak, that area, take advantage. Even if you don't come from that area, take advantage, buy land there and put up houses. Students are really suffering right now. They have to go up to Chemuswa looking for shelter. The place now, the economical activities around Saniak now, everything is going up. The land is going up. The mbogas and vegetables and all those farmers who are planting crops around there at least have got market for MSOs. The local businessmen around there also, people have set up even supermarkets. The other day I've taken to them a high mask light, because it has become a security issue. The students are very many, and when they are going to their hostels or their houses a bit far from school, we are also having some notorious people around there. So it has necessitated for us to take the lighting there. And sooner or later, I know when the economy picks up, they will also get an advantage to even have tarmac, because once we embark on the tarmac of Chemuswa Danger, which is a problem right now, but that is not a big problem, because what is happening, it has already been given to a contractor. The contractor abandoned that road. He abandoned the road because of no payment. But now once we get money for that contractor, that road is going to be tarmacked. And once it is tarmacked, then we will just ask for a variation from Chemuswa to Sironoi because of MSOs. Those are some of the programs and plans. Once you have an institution like that, then it's very easy to convince government and to convince the authorities as at that time to have a variation. So those are some of the few things that we are doing here in Chesumei. Of course, coupled with the roads. The roads, I gave a promise to the great people of Chesumei that I want to bring a difference. I told them that I have the capacity, I have the machinery, I have the fuel to be able to fix the roads. And right now I'm actually fixing the roads, and not only even my roads, but I'm also going a step ahead to try and even fix some of the roads that we agree with the MCS, which the county government may not be able to keep maram. So work is going on. Like where I stand here, I know the people from around here know the works that have taken place. When I was in a funeral somewhere here in Kipshorori, they requested me that they wanted a road to be done behind or along the fence of Baraton University. That road from the main road the main road hapa Chemundu, at least we've done that road. For those who are from Kapkobis, from Tilalua Kapkobis, paka Kamoriongo, paka here, we have done that road and many other roads across the constituency. So maybe so that I don't talk too much and I become relevant for the day, maybe I would just highlight on some institutions who have gotten, you may have heard through non-official means, but I want to give you the official position of institutions at least who are going to benefit. And I'm also happy because where we stand here, there is a school, a primary school, which has always been having problems in terms of registration. And if I had time, in fact, would have made a visit there. But I want us to organize Bonachebi to come and open the classroom. I'm made to understand it is even finished classroom in Kipshorori. I'm happy to announce for the people of Kipshorori that at least we have the registration and that school has been registered and is ready to go. So we have the certificate which will come and hand over as we open that institution. Otherwise, I think you must have been told a lot. I've tried to condense my issues, but today there will be people living here smiling because they will be going with checks home. Others will bear with us and give us some time. I can see very senior people here. Thank you, Maritim, you are here, and though we did not invite or a school so dear to you in the secondary school of Namgoi, but I know it's very passionate for you. Namgoi at least have secured for them an allocation for a bus, so you people be ready to get a bus because the number of students in Namgoi is amazing. 1100 plus. So there's actually need for a bus in that school. I know there's also need for classrooms. Or 2 buses. Don't be too greedy because I'll even be in trouble because I've mentioned a bus. By the time I'm living here, there are institutions here who are going to ask me in a bus here too because, but of course, we've come a long way in that particular institution. And I also know about the issues of classrooms. I have pushed through the ministry. You've gotten some funding from the ministry, and I'm still even pushing the ministry. On 5th or something of that, so there's a 5th, on 5th I'll be with the PS around moving, PS Bellion, moving around these institutions here too. And one thing that I would want you, especially when you come to your institutions, be candid enough and really give us priorities of what you need in those schools. There'll be some schools which will benefit from that trip. Of course, we are trying to see whether we can go to 5 schools thereabout in the entire constituency, 1-1. And Lelmokwange check, I think we identified Itigo Day because they are in dear need of dining. I don't know whether Itigo Day are part of the people who you invited. They may not be. In Kosirai, leave alone Kosirai first. In Chemundu, we have this secondary school which has a stalled building. So I believe that is another one. In Kaptel Kamoiwa, we'd want to visit St. Gabriel because also there is a stalled project. Is it a dining hall or what is it? A dining hall. In Kiptuya, I think we want to visit St. Stephen. And then the last one, there's a last one. Which one was the last one? There's a last one. Yeah, there's a last one. I remember there are 5 institutions, so you may just check in the there's a last one. So when we will come round with the PS to just try and convince him to give us more allocation through the national government. This is our government and we need to benefit from it. So we will come round. There's just one school that has got off my mind. Now, there are many institutions who have also requested for emergency. I'm happy today that amongst the very many schools who have asked for emergencies, and thank you so much for using my office here in Chemundu. Sometimes we need to put systems to work. We need to delegate. I want to get out from the era where people are saying we're just looking for Mheshimiwa. I believe if you come to the office here, we have 2 officers and they are both here. The side of CDF, who is headed by Aaron Chebi, if you have any matter pertaining CDF, then we have Aaron Chebi here. In your various wards, we have representatives. We are only given around 7 or so people to represent the entire constituency, and we have 5 wards. And then we need 1 from the minority and 1 from people living with disability. Those are 7. And then 1 co-opted member from the board. And now me and the DCC or something. Is that the fund manager and the DCC, sorry, the fund manager and the DCC. You know, we have so many bodies like KERA. So KERA, I am part of it, so this one I'm not. So, in your various wards, it is very important to also know who represents your particular ward. It may not be a representation of your location, a representation of sub-location, a representation of your village, but it is a representation of a ward. And in Kiptuya ward, in fact, we have 2 people from Kiptuya, 1 representing the interests of the minority, who is Janet, and the second one, people living with disability who does not look disabled, but because of hatari kabisa. So we also have Sabasaba here. In this ward, Chemundu Kamyetuny, we were lucky. We are not supposed to actually probably employ people who already have jobs. But this one was a necessity for us because many issues are surrounding schools and blah blah blah. So we actually got a teacher and we made an MOU that she will be with us all the time, and I'm even happy that she's there today representing Chemundu Kamyetuny ward, and this is Madam Lynette. In Kaptel Kamojwa, because of the vast ward, we have either 2 or 3 representatives. 3. 1 from the Kombe side, who is Serem here. Though they are part of the problem why we have not received a place to keep in Gombe, because he's been having so many delegations. I don't know now, finally, even if I ask him now, where are we going to keep? Immediately he says, Hapa, somebody will stand and say, no. So you really need to put your people together so that we actually get the right place. Sometimes they say, no, we don't want Serem because Serem is by person, anataka huko and wewe. So in your wisdom, you really have to use a lot of wisdom, because hapo sasa juu hata mimi sasa naweza pelekwa nyumbani kwa sababu ya hiyo maneno ya kombe. So you work hard. It's an issue there. Haya, sit down. Haya, we have the youth representative here, who is called Nomilif, who comes from Kaptel. So we have a representative in Kombe, we have a representative in Kaptel, and our senior Paul Tiongik here is coming from Kapsisiwa. And that is why probably maybe the chief's office even in Kapsisiwa is doing very good, and it has got the most money, because ulifanya riem kidogo. In the wisdom of Mzee, you managed to manipulate these heads and got a very good project. And thank you so much. We should ensure that that goes well. So, but most importantly, we have, we have the last word, and where I come from, Lelumoko Ngechek. Thank you so much, Secretary, because she also represents the youths. Though for those who are youth, she's married. When I say youth, you don't think she's not married. And I can see Gladys has really dressed for the day, so congratulations. Gladys is the representative from Lelumoko Ngechek, and she was my colleague actually, who Negiruoret. She was an aspirant in Lelumoko Ngechek ward. That is why whenever she sees people, she's very sharp in talking, because I think she still has ambition in Gladys. Yeah, and the last word, I don't know why these guys of Kaptel became so many. There's also Koserai ward. Koserai ward, we have Chemase. Chemase is from Mateget side, and he's the one who represents the interests of Koserai pertaining issues to do with the CDF, so that when we are in meetings, at least everybody can voice their issues. So thank you so much, Bwana Chemase. In that same office here, there is also the wing of the political wing, which is headed by Titus, who is right here. He is the manager in the office, and assisted closely by my personal assistant, my PA, who when I'm in Nairobi, he's ever on the ground to represent my interest. This is Silas. I have my other PA who we usually work together, but he's on the way coming from Nairobi. I just arrived today. He's still behind, called Jeff, and many other people who are in the office, like Tarno, who I'm not seeing here. Tarno is around, Yeah, Tarno is good. Tarno, who comes from, represents the interest of people from Sanya Kamoiwa, entire Kamoiwa. There is Mr. Tarno. And we also have so many appointments, including many of you who are my friends. We have appointments all over. But when you have an issue, even if you don't get me, I have empowered my team so that they will escalate so many of the projects which we have actually given money here, even the emergencies. Many of them have not even gotten me, but when they come to the office, we come and analyze on need basis, and I believe we've been very fair enough. And if you feel that there's some favorism somewhere, it is good. You can reach me also directly. You can give a message, and we are going to act on it, because I believe in transparency, and that is what I will expect all of you to do in your institutions. There are so many people who had issues with fees. They came to the office, they met Tito, they met Chebi, and I can single out one Mzee from Samo. When you gave me the story, Tito is called Mzee who? Mzee Limo. Is Mzee Limo here? Mzee Limo came to the office and really gave an issue of what was happening in Samo, and that student, we just had to give that student full scholarship. Yeah, Bunyore Girls, yeah, and many others. So if there's a pressing need, you people use the office here. So now, today, fortunately or unfortunately, we'll just disburse amount of 5 million. The other day, I know the teachers who were there in the disbursement of the bursaries for the day school, we disbursed around and about 19 million just 2 weeks ago. Today, we want to disburse 5 million on emergencies, and emergency, I don't know why, it is seemingly looking like the emergencies are on toilets. More than an emergency, you go in a toilet. That's where the problem is. Yeah, so fortunately, we've not had fire cases, we've not had natural atrocities, so we are lucky. So our emergencies right now is good enough, because when you see an emergency being said toilet, it means it needs to be constructed. So we are going to disburse funds, 5 million, and then the others, we are just waiting for the final disbursement from the board, which will not take too long. Why we had to do this training, despite the fact, I don't know whether you have told them, you have told them, is of course it is mandatory that we train the people who are going to use this taxpayers' money before the lapse of 30th of this month, that is the end of the financial year. And now that all the money has not been gotten in the account, but we were promised by the Ministry of Treasury that we'll receive at least by and the end of 30th. So once we receive that, then we shall disburse the monies. But for today, and if anybody would have a complaint, you can still take the complaint to the office thereafter, not necessarily now. And I know by now you've been in Chesumei for some time, you've been in the profession for some time. There is no monies that me as the member of parliament can give you if you don't write a proposal. So when you're looking for me, at least it's very important that you have written a proposal, left it in the office, or look for me, you can hand it over to me. I don't want to say I'm chasing away people, but it's really procedural so that we have proper filing and proper track of these proposals. You write a proposal, take it to the office, and you can copy me that information. But even if you don't copy me that information, we are going to analyze and check on the need basis. So today, at least, there are two institutions who are going to get $500,000, and that is constructions of pit latrine, especially St. Francis Girls Secondary School. I don't know whether the principal is here. Oh, good. Yeah, you will receive $500,000, and we expect you to go. We are only giving an exception on issues to do with contract on these ones of emergencies, because it being an emergency, let us trust that each and everybody who gets money. I'm really relatively happy in many projects that are going on in Chesumei, but of course I'm not happy in some, and even one is just in my backyard, which they did not do a good job, and I don't fear to actually mention Kipkorion Primary. That institution, we gave the money and it was not properly utilized. Nevertheless, we also have AIC Kombe Primary, who are going to have another $500,000 for the construction of the girls' toilets and the teachers' toilets. We are also going to give Kipsasuron Primary. Kipsasuron Primary, the other time, I think that is why this is the school of Chemase. Yeah, Chemase had wanted to use the back door to give them a lot of money for latrines, but we reversed it. But I'm happy now that at least they have been considered. That we are also going to give them a check of 300,000. St. Jude's Kokwet Primary, were with the principal just the other day. Yeah, good. And I'm happy that we are also going to give you 300,000. ACK Lagat Secondary School, we are also going to give you 300,000 for the toilets. Malel Primary. Malel Primary is a school that probably we would have still held their check, because the guy who is constructing the road there messed up with the toilets, and they're supposed to do a CSR, but because emergency is emergency, we are allocating you 600,000. Bishop came to us, and we really, please don't be sending bishops, because once a bishop comes, I don't know. Bishop Serem and Assistant Bishop Mosonik, with very senior fellows of the board, former PS2, and I really came to for us to assist them. So this one, though we have allocated you, in fact the most money, we have allocated you 600,000. But let's still go and fight with those people. Let these ones look like it is separate money mmepata mmejipanga kivyenyu. In fact mnasema ni deni ya mtu, so that we can also compel them to make a CSR. I'll even talk to them still. So that one is 600,000. And then we have Kipkongorwa Primary with 300,000. We have St. Stephen Kiptuya with 300,000. That is for the teachers, pit latrines. And Kapserton Primary. Is Kapserton Primary represented? Oh, it looks like people had also leakage. Yeah, St. Stephen Kiptuya, mwalimu wako? Oh yes, very good. Kipkongorwa Primary. Very good. Yeah. Then we'll go to Namgoi Primary. Who is representing Namgoi? Oh, so you're both in primary and secondary. Good. Yeah. So yes. Oh, you are too. Very good. So Namgoi Primary will give you 300,000, and then Masaba Primary we will give you 300,000, and then Chomisia Primary, yes, we'll also give you 300,000. The other projects, I believe, which I have a long list here, and God willing, I can just give you a leakage, but just in the unlikely event that the board, for one reason or the other, does not approve, but I think for classrooms will be okay, but the others, just for the unlikely event, but it's good enough. By the time our proposals go, and thank you so much, because we have also an experienced funds manager who guides us, I believe this is going to be okay. And once it would be okay, we considered Kimngeru Assistant Chief's office. Kimngeru really wanted a project, and I considered them for land, and we've allocated them 2 million shillings for Assistant Chief's office. So is that, oh yeah, Chemundu is right here. Hey boss, akboyo. Mawobo birsiaza kichongone. Mawobo birtege tilenta machek tamino million mbili. Mauna tanye. So Chemundu, yeah. And then Kiboswa Assistant Chief's office, we've also allocated them 900,000, though it was 700, 900, but because of fencing, you will get the details from the gentleman here. We may have hiked kidogo, because so that you're able to after purchase, you can actually do proper fencing. AGC Ngeny in schools, those ones were issues to do with security. AGC Ngeny, is there somebody from AGC Ngeny Primary? Yeah, good. AGC Ngeny muliomba kabisa, na now we have also allocated, I think even you're the highest right now, you're part of the highest, 3 million shillings for the purchase of land. And SDA Kamoyo Chepkwony was on my neck all through. Was it Chepkwony or yes? Chepkwony made several calls back at night. Iwale chika akasakinye Chepkwony. Oroju tukuka nyun kawek so in Chepkwony, and I went to his school. Actually, there was need for land, so we've allocated 3 million shillings. AIC Beraton, where we are here, and many others, we have allocated the JSS classrooms. Now, the JSS classrooms is a whole list. We have around 22 thereabout. And we have also, Kukua said, in the ministry, another 5. So, all the schools that you hear here now, we are giving you a JSS classroom. So, AIC Baraton Primary, you're right here. You'll get a classroom. PAG Jerusalem, tapata classroom pia. Kunurter Primary, very good. You'll also get a classroom. St. Canisius Mateget. Did the new principal come? Oh yeah, good. Yeah, St. Canisius will get a classroom. And then Kipsinende Primary. Bas, very good. You will get a classroom. Tuya Bay Primary. And I know there's a lot in Tuya Bay. I really feel bad that I have not gone back to Tuya Bay. But mutapata classroom, and I know there was another one ongoing from somebody. But Kibe is very passionate about your school also. So we are trying to see what we can do for also Kiptuya, but you'll get a classroom Tuya Bay. However, you know, there's the issue of the land. So we need to work on it, otherwise sometimes it becomes a challenge. But we have allocated money for you Tuya Bay. Lelmokwa Primary, high school. Oh, Lelmokwa High Primary. Kutip tono ni no? Lelmokwa High Primary. So you'll get a classroom. Chemundu Primary. You'll also get a classroom. Belekenya Primary, you come and you'll also get a classroom, and all these classrooms should be completed with terrazzo or tiles. Muin Primary, this you'll get a classroom. Kapkurunjo, good. You'll also get a classroom. SDA Birei. Yes, good. You'll get a classroom. MSOS Primary. Yeah, very good. Madam Kongoi, I even came up to the school. Mutapata classroom. Kaptobongen Primary. Very good. You'll get na usalamira Kiangu classmate Thomas ya sawa asante. You'll get a classroom. Kapkonjusmo. Bas. Very good Kongoi. Onyoru in classroom. Yeah. Okay. I think I skipped also that Kapkonjusmo Primary. I'm just seeing that the same Kapkonjusmo Primary yeah, you'll also get today now the funds you're very lucky you have 2 fundings funds emergency toilets, and then we have here St. Stevie Kapkaimet just here in Kaptel. Yeah, you'll get Emmanuel. Yeah, you'll get St. Stevie Emmanuel is. Yeah, you'll get a classroom, and then Kipsasuron Primary, you'll get a classroom. Who is in Kipsasuron? Yeah, very good. Is it the same that is getting the toilet still? Yeah, so today you're getting at least something. Cap Kitara, thank you. Cap Kitara. Oh, good. You're also going to get classrooms. Nandi Primary. Patrick was here. By the way, I was asking His Excellency the other day when we were in State House that there was a promise, and they are telling me he made a call and said, Wamepima your school? Yes. Yeah, you've not even given me that information. I was embarrassed. I was asking him, and he knows that kumbe watu wamekuja ground. Did you know that people have come to the ground? Yeah. So I actually asked the Excellency because I was passionate that if we get those 8 classrooms, or were they 10? I think they were 10. I will still push for them. However, in the unlikely event that it just becomes a presidential directive which is not acted upon, then at least we as Chesumei, we are actually going to consider, we had actually considered giving you 2 classrooms. But because of the nature of the students, you have many. But when I went also to the ministry, and I believe you've been told, I don't know whether you've been told, we are also going to give another classroom to Nandi Primary. So you'll actually have these 3 classrooms in the unlikely event, the one for the president. But if the president's one comes for 10 classrooms, you will have 10 and the one maybe something of that sort. So at least because of the population, of course, which you have. Yeah. And then St. Luke's Biribiriet. Oh yes, Madam Kito, and yeah, very good. We also are going to consider you in a classroom, although I know you have a bigger problem or a bigger request on people issues pertaining land. Just pray God that this committee we consider, but you see it's even in my head, I know, we consider you in 2024-2025 financial year. And lastly, in schools, we have AIC Sirgoi Academy. Oh, very good. It's almost 100%. Yeah, good. So we are going to give you Bitok, a classroom. So that is okay. Now, there are bigger monies that we are also going to construct some schools. There is a very dear school to me called, that is my home area, called Kamnyamisa Secondary School. Are the people of Kamnyamisa here? Yeah, good. Shadrach, and who is that? Kibe. Oh, hi teacher. Good. Now Kamnyamisa, though you are my neighbors, you got a bit late in your proposals. I think they had wanted a story building kind of school, but I think there was that initial proposal. So we have actually secured you. This is wrong. Yeah, we've actually secured you two classrooms to start your secondary section, fully furnished, plus the desks and those things for that school. However, I know you had asked for an amendment for the same. We will just see what to do, but at least there's some allocation. And this is the same thing I was saying. It's okay, Kanyamisa. This thing I was saying, the same thing in Kombe. Once it gets registered, you know, we have a problem with Kombe because Kombe is not registered. And even the former member of parliament who tried to actually give that institution money to build, finally, because of course I come and see the records, it was rejected on account of non-registration, and it had to be rerouted like primary. So what we have in the records is that there is no secondary, there is primary, and a building was actually erected, but for the best of our ability and the knowledge that is in the books, which was actually even one of the, it was almost becoming an audit query, is that we were giving funds to a secondary school and yet it is primary. So I think it was easy, it was changed. So as it is, it's a primary school. So once we finish with the registration, then I can pump in some money for that institution. Now, we also have laboratories which we are building. After we finish the 4 laboratories that we have, for your information, those who may not know, we have an ongoing laboratory in Kamurguiwa, We have an ongoing laboratory in Kapchepkok. We have an ongoing laboratory in Masaba, and we have another ongoing laboratory in no, there are 3. Those are 3. Yeah. So we are now adding another 2, and AIC Kapkuto. Do we have AIC Kapkuto? Yeah, good. Yeah. I think there's something in the members here, because this AIC Kapkuto, the youth representative really fought for this AIC Kapkuto. So at least we have allocated you at least half of the amount, 2 million shillings, to be able to kickstart the project, and then in the financial year 2024-2025 we will finish. Likewise to Tamboyo, who are very passionate. Tamboyo, yes, Tamboyo Secondary School, that is in Kamuiwa. We have also considered partial amount of 2.5 million, yeah, for you to start up, because your members there in the board, Kina Obed, were very passionate, and they think they even almost wanted to make even a fundraiser for this laboratory. If they do make a fundraiser, don't refuse, so that we can come and equip that lab. But we have accepted to to build it. Yeah. And then now we have Sironoi Primary. Sironoi Primary, we allocated a bit of, at least your beneficiaries, there was some money that remained somewhere, and we managed to get around 762,000 for you for the purchase of lockers and chairs stroke renovation in your particular institution. Yes, and likewise to Chebil. This is nothing new to Chebil. Chebil, we had given you a lot of money the other time. Chebil, yes. So we have allocated you at least for completion. How much do you need to complete that administration block? 1.3. So that is what we have allocated you, 1.3. So I believe it should be finished. Yeah. So I don't know if I've forgotten any other, but I'm not seeing Samo Primary. Why am I not seeing Samo? Wait, Samo, because I know there's a story on Samo. This list doesn't have Samo. But it is there. Yes. So in Samo Primary also we'll get is it the same, 762,933, but for Samo is abolition blocks. Yes, for Samo Primary. And then I think I've also considered the dining hall in Cheptualio. At the time we gave them, was it 1.5 or how much was it? Yeah, how much do you still need, madam? Less than that, can you do? But this is the complete, this is the final. We are giving you 1 million. We utajipanga na hiyo 1 million. So you do all what it takes. We will give you 1 million, but to ensure that at least you finish that that dining. Okay, so yeah. So those are the lucky people who we considered on the financial year 2023-2024. Chang position chemawatin, but the resources are just too kidogo. So for those who may not have gotten, or definitely all of you who are here, mmepata kwa sababu you are called for the training, but of course you also have some links with other institutions and other places. If you hear anybody complaining, just tell them to relax. We will be considering them one by one. So that is basically, we are almost coming to the end, so that I just issue these checks. But what I must stress, my good people, Chesumei, when we get the little money we get, especially this one of the taxpayers, let's try as much as possible to do something that will not haunt you. You're the people who are able to help. We may not be able to zunguka around every day of course, the evaluation committee comes round, but once in a while, we also have the Vincent's position, the clerk of works, but of course, the main beneficiaries and the people who are going to benefit is us as the people of Chesumei. Let us ensure any little money you get, try and maximize, try and use it well. There are institutions that have gone and are very excited. There's a school called Nduroto who actually built a standard classroom with the tiles and even managed to get, put terrazzo, and managed to have a saving. If I knew everybody is going to be doing this in our institutions, then there would be no need of contract. But of course, there are others also who totally disappointed us. They managed to build a standard classroom and still have funds to build a teacher's standard toilet. Yeah, so they took advantage of economies of scale. They took advantage of the fact that they are not paying VAT and actually sourced their labor from cheaply and materials, and actually they managed to do things that when an inspector goes, they cannot imagine that it has done all that. So with those very many remarks, maybe because we're in a democratic country, before I give out the checks, then if there are any very strong burning issues, then I can get 2 or 3 reactions, maybe 2 from ladies and 3 gentlemen, then I'll have gotten a view of what your thoughts are. So allow me, though time has gone, to actually open the plenary for anyone who wants to say something burning, and in case somebody says what you had wanted to say, then just take note that there is no need of saying again, because we will have taken note. And uzuri, I have the entire team here. There is no excuse for us not to take into consideration what you have said, because I have both offices here. We have the signatories here. We have the decision makers here. This is the place that you can actually make a difference if you convince us otherwise. So I think, is it only one microphone? Bas. Somebody can give mic to. And kindly be attentive, members, because I can give any of you to respond.
Yes, thank you, Mheshimiwa. And to say, for the last 1 year, you are so wise in your constituency. You have touched every corner with the detailed information, and is well understood. I don't think we have any complaint to me, because I see your distribution is good. But I only have one request or 2. One, Namkoi Primary is at the town and along the road. And when you look at that school from the roadside, they ask always, which constituency is this school? Because it is really embarrassing. When you look at it, it looks as if it was forgotten. We need to paint, we need to change some structures, a lot of renovation there. And I think we have given some proposal. So please consider it. It is so important for you to consider, because it is a face giving you also points along there. 2, when we were taught here, to say the money of CDF is actually covering 3 places: education, security, and also the other part. But I want to ask you something very important here concerning education. Education, I think, is cutting across. And when our accountant was talking, giving us his presentation, when he was giving us financial management laws, acts, he gave us in a list of 6. The first one is a Bible act. When he touches the Bible, he touches God. And when he touches God, Kenya government says it's a foreign country. And if it's a foreign country, how do you consider this point. I visited another school, and they were, it's a Bible school. Then I saw some checks coming from Machakos, some checks coming from Central and other parts, those who are there. But I've never seen, maybe in this constituency, you considering this, the students going to the Bible school. And it's an education also as well. How can you consider also these people, because they are also important? And the education is education. I do believe if these pastors also can keep quiet one time or 2 months in their churches, I think there will be an alarm. So these people are good. Help them. Consider when you're considering education. Thank you, and God bless you.
Yeah, thank you, Mheshimiwa. I'm Mark Maritim. We are with him in Namgoi. So I wanted us to join it so that it can be answered fully. Now, he said we are in town. And really we are in town, and at the same time, we don't have a wall. So that when you are driving, your eyes must go to Namgoi Primary, whichever direction you are coming from. And I'm very sure you have seen the state of that school. Now, the other day, the toilets collapsed. And that is why we came for this emergency. And we were advised that since we are in town and we have the sewer lines, we don't need to still go for pit latrines. So when we requested for that emergency, I think our BQ was showing that we wanted to construct what you are calling modern buildings, modern toilets, or we can even be able to call them complex toilets. And the main reason why we wanted to do that is because we have got the sewerage line passing by the school. Right now there is one being constructed. So that what we wanted to do is to construct these modern toilets, connect them to the sewer line, and we no longer have what we are calling the pit latrines. When it comes to grade 9 classrooms, that is a school where we might have to look for, is it a tent? We are looking at it, and if we don't get any funding from you, then we'll go to a tent, or we look for a grass and construct something, so that we can be able to stay there. Yes, we might have to do that, because the situation there is not very good. And Tito, when Tito came to the secondary school, you saw the primary school, and the condition in that primary school is not one of the best for us. And as he says, it happens to be a school in town. Please, let's consider Namgoi Primary School for the uplift and probably renovation. Nandi Primary is neighboring us, I know, but you are giving them 3 and giving us 0. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you. I am Mrs. Sanga from Gunurter Primary School. Mheshimiwa, thank you so much for considering us. But I still have one more request, Mheshimiwa. Gunurter also is along the road. So if every Kenyan is passing around there, that school is in a terrible situation. We have thrown a proposal for renovation. We have also thrown a requisition also proposal for a stale class. There was a building which has been stale for quite a number of years. But recently, In fact, up to this time, that I think Nurter is your home, and I think you know. You visit us one of these fine days and you'll have to see. We have a terrible classroom which has been still for all the years. Mheshimiwa mwingine akikuja anasema alikuwa ya mwingine. Hata tulimeshindwa. Hii kazi inafanywa namna gani? And then also renovation, the floors is terrible. Our learners are almost breaking their, it is not in a good condition. So we had thrown another proposal for renovation and that classroom. So I am humble, Mheshimiwa. Please consider your home, and God bless you. Thank you. Yes.
Mheshimiwa, I want to thank you. Niko na maswali kidogo Mheshimiwa. I have a request Mheshimiwa, katika shule yetu ya Moisirka Academy. Juzi wakati ya mvua tulikuwa affected sana na toilet, and I'm requesting that you consider us Mheshimiwa, because we have 600 peoples, and now we are in terrible situation in the toilets because of the rain. So I'm requesting you, sir, to consider us on the toilet side. Although you have given us a classroom, we want to thank you for that. And again, I want to thank you for the work you are doing in Chesumei. Since you take over, we are seeing light in Chesumei. So I want to thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you. And then sure, we still go behind. Okay, yeah, take behind. Just let's take a minute so that just straight to the point.
Our area MP, all protocols observed. My name is Milton Berech. Natoka Mnyamisa, PTA Chair Malel. Malel Primary School is situated inside Mosoria Teachers College. It is known as Mosoria Teachers Primary School. Looking from outside, you think it is an academy being sponsored by Mosoria Teachers College. I'm standing in front of you today to tell you we are in a pathetic situation. That is the front where we meet, we have the university. We are sharing the gate with Mosoria Teachers College. But we don't have any relationship. It is my view as the area MB, make the board of primary na TTC iwe moja. Yeah, if it is possible. Because what I'm saying that, right now, the school is situated on 1.4 acres. We have a population of 366. That place is so small. We have been requesting for an extension of half an acre. Ya kujenga hata toilets. Last week tukakuja kupewa a quarter point. So ukipitia hapo kweli unafikiri everything is fine. Inside imepondeka. You make a call to that school. Ukienda kwa madarasa pathetic. Madeski hatuna. Tumeandika well-wish, tumeambia alumni watusaidie. Some have responded. So as area MD tuna request, tunalia kabisa.
Okay, thank you, Milton. Thank you, Milton. Let me give some guidance because of the best interest of time. When you get the mic, just go straight to the point of what your idea is so that we move faster.
Thank you so much. I'm Moses Kisaka from St. Sylvester, Sironoi. On behalf of the community, I just want to say thank you. And maybe this one I want to put it across Mheshimiwa. it's going to be a very big challenge. Right now, we are in the month of June, going to July. By next year, January, almost all schools in Chesumei that have JSS, you will find that they will be lacking grade 9 class and the laboratory. I wish to advise that if there is a way you can approach it from the national government so that we can have a mechanism of putting up those classrooms and the labs. Otherwise, the pressure will be too much. Otherwise, thank you, Mheshimiwa, for the good work.
Okay, I'm Christopher Iga from Chebil Primary School. I want to go right away to the point. I want to thank Mheshimiwa very much for the administration block you gave us. It has really changed the place. Even the village has really changed. And again, I've seen some road work being in a place in that region. So with me, I want just to say thank you. Can you keep on doing what you are doing? Your work is seen. Niko na complain lakini nitaandika proposal. Thank you.
You have a complaint or you have a proposal?
A proposal.
A proposal, yes. So you don't say a complaint.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. It is another day, great day. We have been here. I am Dorcas Katam from St. Kenesia's, Kipsasuron. Straight to the point, Kipsasuron is a place where we have a learning in a valley. Kipsasuron, we have children from the swamp area, from Taredmoi. In Kipsasuron, we have a building of 10 classrooms, and those classrooms are pathetic, as Chemase really struggled. That is the only school we have timber door. We don't have steel. Please, Mheshimiwa, visit us and give us a solution. Asante.
And then the last lady, and then we can wind up.
Thank you so much. My name is Amon Koechimongo, Chairperson, Kaptobongen Primary and JSS. I have a request that we had made a proposal for the toilets as an emergency, though I have not heard our school being mentioned. It was mentioned on the classroom, that we appreciate for that. Also, Mheshimiwa, you know that Kaptobongen as Kiptuya, it is highly densely populated place, and you know we are blessed. So I'm proposing that you consider Kaptobongen a secondary school for the girls, so that you can assist us as the community. Thank you.
Last lady, or you can give Koske. In the absence of a lady.
Basi asante sana wasasi ambao tuko hapa, wanakamati. Nataka niseme asante sana Mheshimiwa. Nimesimama kukupatia pongezi kwa ile kazi yako ambao unafanya Chesumei constituency. Tulikuwa pale na vile mimi naona wewe vile unafanya kazi, naona ya kwamba we are in the right track. So nataka niambie ofisi ya kwamba, kwa sababu mimi ni jirani, ofisi ambayo anaongozwa na Tito na JB na wale wanakamati wote pamoja na secretary wetu, nataka niwashukuru sana kwa ile kazi ambayo mnafanya in the side of bursary and so on. My only question that I want to ask is that mambo ya bursary ya college na university hatujapata Mheshimiwa pesa. So look on that so that we assist our students ambao walipata nafasi ya kwenda college ama waende universities. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mheshimiwa, let me give you statistics of Namgoi. I think it was oversight when I was saying. Namgoi Primary has got 700 pupils now, including GSS. And recently, through heavy rains, the toilets actually sank. 8 rooms for the girls on the other side, and also for the nursery school, which has got 100 children on the other side. Now, Magimundo also go to 200. Magimonde. Again, when you said some funds coming very soon, I was happy. Reconsider it actually, because when we construct the toilets for the girls, and you know girls are more, 200 will be so little for us. Please consider, or 300. Yes, even 300 is still little kidogo. Saidia.
Okay, Honorable MP. I am Mr. Teikong Benjamin, Chair Board SCK Lakat Secondary School. First and foremost, first time to attend such a forum. I should take this opportunity to appreciate your transparency, because when you read through the apportionment, there was at least a clarity on the same. With the team in your office led by Mr. JB, we have been having at least a good interaction with them, which is at least impressive. Your Honorable, we were allocated 300 for the toilets. Arising from the inspection by the public health, they recommended 5-roomed toilets for the boys. We don't have any staff toilet in the school. We are using our neighbors. But I appreciate your staff. They have been so much attending to our issues. Thank you.
Those are good enough reactions. Let me just also give a response, and then time is up. Is a very, very burning issue? Kajijita now, you don't know what burning issue is there.
Mheshimiwa, my name is Geoffrey Burgay, Chairperson, Board of Management, Bray SDA Primary School. Bray SDA, yes. We are really grateful on behalf of the school for the amount of money we have received for the classroom. But we have one major challenge. We have one major challenge, Mheshimiwa. That is the land. Our school is sitting on a half-an-acre piece of land. And as we speak, the moment we will start constructing a classroom on the remaining piece of land, I'm very sure we are not going to have a playground for our pupils. So, Mheshimiwa, please consider us on that. Our school, for those who know the school, it's along the road. It's sitting on a half-an-acre piece of land. Please consider us on that. Thank you.
But just because of time, let me just respond to the ones I can. But my able team has taken notes here. So we'll still be having engagements. However, there are some also that I've had, and I'm really seeing that they need those facilities badly. Maritim has left. Namgoi, though I can hear you're really crying, but of course you know, there's one problem that happened in Namgoi. When I came, all the children were dancing and requesting for a bus. Now you've taken the lion's share of even Chesumei's money. Now on line of priority, Kumbe would have prioritized what you are saying, but you see the children also needed bus. But I hear you. I know you need, but at least you are lucky, and all the people who are here are at least lucky you have gotten something. If we had called those who had not got anything, this meeting would have even been terrible, because there are many more out there who now have not got anything. But nevertheless, we have really taken note. The institutions that have requested me to visit them, we will visit them, and then we'll see. When I don't visit you, then I can send my team. But just to respond, maybe you usually see the checks coming from Ukambani, blah, blah, blah. But because you are not in the other side, you are not seeing. We are also sending checks. There is even a pastor who we gave 40,000 who was going from Tangaton, a pastor of AIC. He's called who? Emmanuel. Just the other day, and he's in theology, Kapsabet. There's another one who also in Ukambani. And we've been actually giving many, or am I lying? Yes. So we actually give. It's only that if you had one in mind, you'd also let us know, because Tom get the pastor. Do you have a request for a pastor who we have not given? Huh? Is there a request? Yeah. So Maritime on the tent issues and the BQs, unfortunately Maritime has left, so I may not be able to respond to him. But for your comfort, just to mention, the BQs that you gave us for the toilets was how much? 1 point something. But you know, you're also lucky, because we have built for you 2 modern toilets, both girls and boys. And if you actually connect it to the sewer, it can still help you a lot, because you have, as we speak, already you have 2 modern toilets. And here is another one. You can even convert this one here actually to be a modern one, because it's labor based anyway, to unconnect it. If they build a good toilet with the 300,000 and connect it, as much as it's a pit latency, it's okay. And the sewer line is just there, so we can have a discussion another time. Kunurter, nimesikia your plea. Moisirgoi from Bitok, I've also heard your plea. We will still see how we can go about some other emergencies. And Milton, I've heard your issue. That one I will escalate it to Ministry of Education to see the possibility of merging both college and primary, though you know both of them have different licenses, a college and a primary. But since the primary is actually inside the college, I would ask, and probably what is really needed there, you are talking about space to build the toilet. So are we giving you money because we have allocated you money? Are we giving you money where you don't have space to go build the toilet? Is that what you're trying to say? So that we withdraw kidogo, because is there
tumechimba ukiona kwa barabara hapa, ukiona hapa the compound is so small. Sasa tumechimba hapa from inception. Hata ukitaka kuchimba kuna shimo ngine hapa, unasonga kuna shimo ngine hapo. Sasa the only thing sasa tutafungua hizo mashimo tena, tuone ile mzuri, tuchenge juu. Maana shida ile tuko nayo.
So the issue is the land.
The issue is the land.
So if we give you money, mami ulebo teje nguno.
Gite. Life must continue.
So and I've taken note about the desks. Sironoi, you have also said you will have pressure, although now it is very good. That is now a national problem. We are having engagements with the Ministry of Education and Treasury on how to finance institutions come next year. But let us finish the hurdle right now, because as I had said, even the ministry, when I went and did that same complaint, they gave us 5 more GSS classrooms. And as I told you, we also have in SK St. Paul's Cheirot, Kaptel, we've got another one that I brought, which is not even in this list. Kechire JSS in Kiptuya, Father Kun Academy in Kosrai. The other day when I was opening the school, they were really in dire need, and I facilitated for that. And Cheptarit JSS, we are going to also give a JSS class which is not even in this list. That shows that the government, we are committed, that is now the national government issues, we are committed to actually ensure that the Kenyans get classrooms come next year. So that one is something that is on a higher level, and that is okay. Chebil, who you said you have brought your proposals, that is okay. Kaptobongen, you have also given your issue. And Kipsinende, was there something from Kipsinende, or it's because Kaptobongen is in Kipsinende? Yeah, Kaptobongen. And then SDA in Birei, who have just really said that they need land. We are going to sit come next month or the other and check on the proposals of 2024-2025. That is the time now we would have a conversation on what you are saying, because as for 2023-2024, this is it, but it is good because we are going to another financial year. So when you bring your proposals or refresh your proposals, us when we are sitting, we will consider, and I've told you we have taken notes. Yeah, there was also somebody who had said they want a school. Yeah, it is Kaptobongen. You know, in issues to do with school, any monies that we appropriate for new projects like that would be subjected to public participation. So when we are doing participation, are we doing it this year? We are done it the other. We are also doing it this year. This after 2 years. Okay, when we are coming for public participation, please raise it up in the public participation so that we can be able to also capture it. Otherwise, for all those of you who have given positive comments, thank you so much. I am grateful that I have a very strong team, a team that even has transitioned. I can see that there were people from like Koskei very well, and he has given us a congratulation. We agreed that I am going to take over from where the former member Kogo left and get it up and running, and that's exactly the commitment I gave to Chesumei people, and I'm trying, and I'll not be able to do it without your assistance and without your help. So as a team who are in front here, it is a real challenge. It is a challenge to get a constituency at this particular time and to actually make a constituency prosper. Until when I hear people giving positive comments, I'm so happy about it. So I don't want to talk much, but I know the results will be ahead. Let's keep going. Pole 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 pole. I don't like making a lot of noise and a lot of nini, but what I want us to do is to ensure that we do the right thing, and the results will definitely show. Be it the road network, be it electricity. We are on electricity now. Our next move is on electricity. As a country, as a government, we have even ensured that each and every constituency gets 50 million per year to actually do the issues of electricity. And apart from that, as in Chesumei, with these funds again, we have also allocated another 5 million and have requested REREC on matching funds to match a shilling for a shilling. So we'll also have another 10 million on top of the 50 million to be able to work on issues to do with electricity. For those of you who follow the current news, you are seeing that the president signed the other day the last mile connectivity, and he has also got a lot of projects and a lot of funding when he went out. So we are going to fight for the little resources. Some of you may not be seeing me around sometimes, but these are the kind of resources we are really trying to fight for, be it roads, the road networks in Mosorio, the road networks in Baraton here, the road network in Chepterit, and all other areas which we expect good roads. So you guys relax, and I know for sure that in the near future, all of you will be happy to be a part of Chesumei. So let me take this opportunity to tell you thank you so much, all of you who have come for the very first time. Bwana Toitoek, thank you so much for the Teikong, I don't mind Teikong. Thank you so much, Bwana Teikong, because your comments will go a long way in actually helping me to know the exact position we are in Chesumei, because you're saying this is your first time, yet you have seen, you have commented, and you have liked. We are going to work on it. Your issue of SK Lagat, of course, when the proposals were trying to analyze, there was that you actually, the need is actually there. The only problem is that, of course, you know very well that you had an issue to do with population. So we will work on it. So no worries. So issues of stima, issues of roads, issues of education, issues of disbursement of bursaries, I have ensured that bursaries reach the intended people by by ensuring that we devolve to the smallest unit, that is the polling station. When I got into power, people were distributing bursaries through the location level. But I realized that one, for it to reach the common mananchi down there, even to identify, can be a problem. So I decided to devolve it to come to polling stations and to further cascade it to villages, so that in every village I can stand and know which child actually received the bursaries. For the tertiary and secondary, by the way, we have a new model of disbursement. All those people who received in the field their the bursaries of tertiary and secondary, we have sent them to the various institutions. So I would like one person to say who is that who has not received, then we can do follow-up. Sometimes maybe the school has not told you, but for those who got the opportunity to have that those bursaries, just call the bazaars from your respective schools, because we did not give you, but we sent them to the respective institutions, unless you've not disbursed them. But I'm sure that they have gone. They've gone, right? Huh? Yeah, no problem. Yes. So we, Koske, you now, since you live within Chemundu, you can just walk into the office and ask that particular one. Is there a particular one, or you are saying generally? Yeah? Go to the general observation. Yeah. So for your information, take note that they have gone. But if there's a specific case, and even you, where you people you come from, if you have a specific case of a child who is actually brilliant but does not have fees, please bring that name to the office. For your information, when we went round with Wings to Fly Equity, they took how many students from Chesumei? My memory, they took 3. But because of the officers, my officers who were going round, Kina Tiongi, Kina Tito, we identified those who are actually very needy. And in fact, we now took full scholarship on another 11, I think, 12, 11 and partially the 12th on full scholarship. And others, the other day I was in Barambe here, Chemundu, kapin Yugana msaramega inge urega mngoyu kabla boso. The mother passed on the way going to look for fees, Kimeja admission in Koserai High or where. So you know that case. So when I heard that case, it was so touching to me. I decided now, this mother who has passed on looking for fees, let me get one child. But on realization, in non-did gorom ne, arakina mdano amu saramek toai mine kijana yata ko mine chepto. For me to choose even who was very difficult. Agere le to there tugun gengete in kisobe kenam toai. So if you actually have very, very deserving cases, please let us know early enough so that we can be able to analyze such that all children who are within Chesumei can feel proud and happy for their children. Otherwise, with no much ado, if we still had time, I would have commented on the current news that is taking place, but so that the sugar levels don't go high down about the finance bill, let me leave it for that. You've seen what has happened. And as a people, why many of us, especially from the Rift and from the ruling party, why we voted yes against so many speculation is because I'm one of the members of the finance committee, but there's a misconception. There are people who have given and sold wrong information. Issue of the finance bill, it is just proposals. The finance committee, which I am a member, we make amendments. And I'm happy that it is only that people are still talking about the proposals. And of course, that is what the opposition like to say so loudly. But for your comfort, the great people of Chesumei and Kenya in general, the many punitive and many contentious clauses that were in the proposal, in the committee level, tulitupilia mbali, we deleted so many clauses. I can just tell you 3 of the clauses which were very contentious and we deleted. One was the issue of bread. Tulitupilia mbali, and there is no tax on bread. That was just a proposal. People are still talking about the proposal, but we've done an amendment. We did an amendment on the motor vehicle. There is nobody who is going to pay any money double for motor vehicle tax. Tulitoa hiyo. On diapers and sanitary towels, tulitoa pia hiyo. So there are so many things that we removed. But in the budget itself, budget was number 1. King Solomon budget, nobody disputed because the budget was so good. But the only problem is that when now you talk about the revenue part, how it is going to finance the budget, that is where kelele comes. And it is not genuine kelele. It is kelele to distract the government of the day. You people just watch the TV on Tuesday when we'll be having a committee of the whole house. Even the opposition themselves right now at that time, they are going to be in agreement with that finance bill. They are just disputing now for purposes of politics. It is very good to be a politician who is in opposition because you just stand in the floor of the house and you chap a government, hiyo imeshakuwa kura huko ground. So there is so much in it, but I want you people to read clause by clause by clause, so that when we are saying we don't want this finance bill, we are saying we don't want this and this and this, because a finance bill comprises so many things. So for your comfort, I know for sure the JSS teachers who are on interns, we are going to employ 46,000. We are going to put another interns, another 20,000 interns due to this collection of revenue. There are so many advantages that we have. I would say 1,001, but now because it's not the day for that, but just take note that the way the even GZ are putting it, they are putting it in the wrong context. They are putting and basing their argument on the proposal. Na tumeshatupilia mbali that proposal. You don't need to worry. Look at it on Tuesday. That is not law. The law will be signed by the president before 30th or thereabout. And that is now the time when now people can actually make noise, or after it has been confirmed in the floor of the house. Otherwise, right now, it is just proposals like the way you are saying. You want to do what, somebody wants what, somebody wants what. It is just talking. So somebody from Treasury says, oh, they want to get tax from bread, or they say they want to get tax from motor vehicle. Then they brought the proposals. We saw and we said, this is a joke. We cannot accept this. We cannot accept this. We cannot accept it. So the next time, probably what we need to do is to actually make the National Treasury very sensitive in what they give as proposals. Otherwise, let's not lose focus. The country is okay. There are so many good things. Inflation rate has come down from 9% to 5%. The shilling and vis-a-vis the dollar, the shilling has gained. So those are very good projections and trajectory of this country. So don't be deceived. I know for sure right now, porridge big angot in this whole again kenuni. Because many of, although it looks like the age bracket is not bad here, but if it was the young tax, they have been, even my own daughter, negurena mama, kosirwa message ni tomgo yo kosirwa,
mangen ale kokibirtano kabisa in these young tax. Even members of parliament had their own children in the street. Phyllis Barto alikuwa na mtoto wake hapo Chematia Komi agolen angotin were coming with the flight with the Chepkonga is telling me to ingolole mama and my own son who told me baba tutakosana na wewe kwa sababu ya hii maneno ya nini so there's a whole misconception. So amago mejitakokas, people don't want to listen. They have jammed our phones telling us vote no. And the president explained categorically to us what intention he has. So anyway, it is okay. Maya, ogen gitiongonsioro tuguk chekingdoi as the law. It is totally different. Magomitos contentious clauses, unless you have something really burning in you people to tell me, so that although the window of giving amendments was today, it's as about was it yesterday, but still, if there is really something that you are saying, because we went one by one. Bitok mamita, bega lagi numais no. Ways.
Majam manat ka usama mheshimiwa. Sio taret na bayemit. Ako taje ngoli. Kilenta kinga na muruju ibote. So in bitugayengu choromenu. Ako ticha to kudinyo sigichu. That capitation of money, and I've been telling you, Jagigista, capitation jaba secondary schools. Is watu wanaumia sana. Majoro kapsagia rudisha hiyo pesa. Owekte chepkundo jot, nguto maji sabet ndai. Tom ge lande yu mheshimiwa. Tom ge kinyishe gaik. Kalya matokan ge subiju ki nam tugul. Ako yogole ngot komi ki wale. Kal lagen magi borjin. Kale non dinde ge maje gejar teda ki tu jogonda gole. Ate gejar kongoi.
Bas, thank you so much. I know I've opened up Pandora. That was just a rider, by the way. But of course, those are issues which are national. But all the same, Bitok, the irony of life is exactly what you have said. You're talking about the budget reduction. Once we add anything, in revenue. So people are accepting the budget, and in any case, they are not anybody is not accepting Ketil. For us to reduce the revenue side, then it means we have to look for many things in budget. But I've heard you, because education is key, and that one has no connection as it is now with the finance bill. What I was talking about is what is in the finance bill that should be removed. But anyway, you have given us very well that the issue of capitation is a thorn in the flesh. And number two, kokaimwa negemwa chamege mit ingenile mogomboi kongap ko botongo kokatuya kitong mbar mikose kele letityo kidogo ako testai mele mamingala gap ko tuyo is angot ingo ingungo gap itite ako munra jito ikwangile kalia rarugna no akakanyor. So those are normal occurrences. So monyoru in waswasi kimi tugul pamoja ngoigere in ole kokivotende ko komi tugul komie 204 inye against in 115 ko shanga nimit. So what all that glitters is not gold. So memagege iger janini joto joko tunje in utungo rangi ngwamin tungwe gito iwaji legeme akotungwe kichege. So those are not a problem. Asanteni sana. Mungu hawabariki. Bas, let us have the beneficiaries here. Chekakakur obwa in obangan line. AIC Kombe Primary, St. Canisius, Kipsasuron, in that order. Kapkonjusmo, number 3, St. Jude, number 4, Malel, number 5, Kamnyamesa, number 6, Stevens Kiptuya, number 7, AIC Kapsirton, number 8, Namgoi Primary, number 9, Masaba Primary, number 10, Chomisia Primary School, number 11. How will the order be? Oh, Bas, let's have a word of prayer, and then so that the people who are not receiving anything actually will be at liberty to live at their own pleasure. So do we have a pastor in the house? We have Mrs. Bishop. I hear Mrs. Bishop is in the house. This house is very nice. Where is Mrs. Bishop? Wow. Good. Nyanyo ni Mrs. Mosonik.
Tuombe. Baba, katika jina la Yesu tunakushukuru na kuinua jina lako kwa sababu ya wema wako. Asante kwa ulinzi wako umepata kutulinda tangu tulipoanza mkutano wetu asubuhi mpaka wakati huu. Tunakuinua na kushukuru jina lako. Asante kwa wakati huu tunapoondoka kuelekea nyumbani. Tunaomba uweze kutupeleka salama salamini. Tunaomba tukimwombea shule hii ya AIC Baraton watakapoendelea na kupaki mahali hapa, wabariki, na pia mchumbe wetu ambaye ameweza kutunenea, tunamwombea kwa kila jambo ambalo anatekeleza katika constituency yetu. Tunamwombea kwa kila hali ili aweze kukutegemea na Mungu aweze kutekeleza kazi hiyo kwa uwezo wako. Kwa hivyo Mungu wetu tunajikabidhi mkononi mwako tukisema ya kwamba mapenzi yako yatimizwe katika maisha yetu. Tunaomba ya kwamba uwe pamoja nasi hadi tutakapokutana siku nyingine. Tutakushukuru na kuinua jina lako, maana tumeomba na kuamini katika jina la Yesu aliye Mwokozi wetu.
So for those of you who did not get the checks, take note. I repeat that by mid of July, this coming month, at least we should be able to either bring for you or call you to pick your checks, or whichever format we will look for, we will notify you. But the first one was Kombe. Where's the cameraman? Mino DC? Ano DC? Oh. Aya, sawa. Akwano. Kosiriano. Oh, agiwe signing yo. Bas, the other one was St. Canisius. St. Canisius. Mwage sigure. Aya, and then SDA Kapkonjusmo. Chomisia Primary. Yes. So. Mwalimu. Mmegaba. Bas Masaba. So. Pongezi. Namgoi. Yes. Thank you, sir. Kami gini kimeje mwakanene kimeje. Kapsirton Primary School 400,000 Coleman. Kiptuya St. Stephen. Mheshimiwa Sara yemune kagere ale to Sara no anan kagere ngine ukeje kesongo mio magene kumye si arap ko imwarong. Haya. Oops, kaimete. Kipkongorwa primary. Sasa kuongeze. Oh, kwanje this. Haya. Ingine kongoro. Ke buta kin. Nani? Sila. Or status. Just tell people know when it's around Kongoro. He needs to go and check the field in Kongoro. Kutoka Migreta Itolin College. Wewe. Malel. Asui secondary ora Kongoro. Ya secondary Kongoro. Ya gas. Ya nyo watu yundo yo. Okay. So. Video. Ara magai. Oh, this is Malel. Agas kau. So. Malel. Ya. So kala. We need to push kidogo. Lakini is the final pass. Wait, later that day. Sai, you have it. Kiki hawajia wado mo, lakini kikako serikali the site engineer na mwange. Kigure masa. I hope you had the you send me, but I will follow up. What I'm saying, don't agree that this is a replacement. This is advance. In fact, we told them CDF is not working on that because it was not the issue. Yeah. Correct. St. Francis Girls High School, Chapter 8. St. Francis Girls and then St. Jude Kokwet. St. Jude Kokwet. Sasa. Nikinye classroom ingege mwine. I hope you took note of the classroom in Kokwet. Yeah. Kala mitengaka mwana ndo anane. Kokwet.
Maybe it was an error. Kokwet. Sawa. Nashukuru.
Aya. SK Lagat. Oh no. Kaguri in St. Francis Chapter 8, sorry. Sasa. Why can't say this? How far has the Nini reached? How far has
the dining hall? It is almost done.
We still need money here.
Yeah. Kidogo ya chikoni. I had requested JB to come and assess it because the works office was
Okay. SK Lagat. Yes, sawa.
Madam. She's our new principal.
From Duroto?
Yes.
Duroto?
Yes.
Yes, you see, I praised your classroom in Duroto.
Thank you.
So we need to work?
We need to work? Okay.
So, lakini who am I meeting? We
need a proposal.
Yeah.
We need a proposal. At toilet, it's an emergency.
Kisingen kapsa.
Yeah.
Kisingen kapsa.